and of course that's being processed by the MECs and the Premier and be tabled in the provincial legislature so that there is accountability of the provincial executive with regard to activities in the municipalities, and also the same issues would be raised at the National Assembly for the National Executive to be accountable for those actions, and all of us will be looking at exactly the same issues with the same timelines, and we expect that there should be a difference in the outcomes that will be as a result of this whole process. We are therefore, Speaker, pleased that we are here today in partnership with the provincial legislature. We welcome as well the Premier, who ultimately has to take responsibility for all the activities that the provincial executive has to oversee over the performance of the municipalities. In other words, as much as the spheres are said to be independent, we also emphasizing on the interdependence of the spheres, which means we all have common accountability, which the national and provincial legislatures, or as a national parliament, represent. That is the voice for our people. Ultimately, the issues they raise must be answered once we all come together. So from that perspective, we anticipate that we will be together with all the leaders in the provincial legislature and executive until the end of the 3 days session. We also have invited, we believe that we probably do probably close to 17 municipalities because of the numbers of municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal. We have selected, trying to select as much as possible across the province. So we will not be seeing all the municipalities. And we also hope that once we are done with this process, there will be regular, frequent reports that will come to the attention of the provincial legislature, over which the provincial legislature will also have to take responsibility for the performance of the municipalities, and we expect that this should mark a huge shift in the audit outcomes as we have seen them over the period. There are 10 minutes related to the interactions, so we will try and have strict management of the meeting. But let me say to the members of the provincial legislature, we will all participate. In other words, in the past, we frequently found the provincial legislature members would just observe and not so much participate. This time around, we would expect members of the provincial legislature to field questions in line with what is being discussed here. We approach this in a very straightforward manner, wherein we just focus on the issues. We have here members of the National Assembly. As much as they come from the various different parties, we're not here representing individual parties. We represent the public and we represent Parliament. So you will notice, therefore, that as we deal with issues, we do not tolerate politicking. We focus on what we believe is important to ensure accountability. We have already conducted similar activities, and this is our 5th province. We started in the province of the Free State and went to the Northwest Province, went to Gauteng Province, and then we did Eastern Cape Province as well. So as we are here, we are on the 5th province, and hopefully we should be in a position to meet up with the rest of the other provinces later on this year. However, we also are going to be focusing on revising or following up on the municipalities that we've already interacted with before, so that we follow up on those activities that we have been through. Having said so, may I then take this opportunity to introduce the members who are here, and would like each member, as they get mentioned, to maybe show either rise or raise their hand so that they can be recognized. I'm just trying to bring my proper list here. I'm trying to get my proper list so that I don't omit any member. Okay. So if I may start, we have here, my name is Zweli Kiza. I'm the chairperson of the portfolio committee. I happen to be privileged to also be in this municipality. So somewhere along the line, you might find that I'm getting tempted to talk about issues from my own walk of the street. But we have Honorable Tikeledi Zirego, thank you. And then we have Honorable Lucero Somba Matthew. Thank you. We have Honorable Pumelele Namasa. Namasa. You must show yourself. And then you have Honorable Fancy, Marina Fancy. Thank you. You have the Honorable Catherine Ramuskafi. Thank you. You have the Honorable Peru Deli Toro. And we also just indicate that his goggles are a medical prescription. It's not trying to appear cool or something like that. But we are aware of the fact that it's a prescription for his eyes, so it should supply to members. We have the Honorable Typos. We have the Honorable Shady Paniku. We have the Honorable Osi Tubo Utility. We have the Honorable Saints Friday. Now, those are members of the portfolio committee on audit. And then on the standing committee on the Auditor General, you've got Honorable Samuel Nani. Then from the SCOPA, Public Accounts Committee, we've got the Honorable Tando Matuna. Thank you. And then you have the Honorable Kwenzobushe Majala. Thank you. Now, who am I missing here? Yes. For some reason, I don't know how I missed that, but Honorable Cooperative, thank you very much. Is there anyone else missing? All right, we do have staff and members as well here. We won't bother you with the introduction at this point. Thank you very much. With that, let me then request that the speaker gives us her welcoming remarks and also introduce the members of the legislature who are here, who will, as I say, participate as expected together with the rest of the other members. Honorable Boyce.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the Chairperson, the Premier, the Deputy Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, the members of the Executive, all the members of the committee that are here from the national of the 3 committees and the public. Honorable Chair, I heard you say I must also introduce members. Now, I'm sure the other 3 is still members, but I will not introduce them in the case of today. Before I start, we have the Deputy Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Dembe. There is also the Chairperson of Committees in the Legislature, Honorable Dr. Mahlaba. There is the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COCTA, Honorable Nai. There is the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, Honorable Protesov. We were also expecting that the members of the COCTA committee will all be here. We want to first welcome and appreciate, Chair, that we heard that you were going to other provinces. We had been waiting. When are you coming to KZN? And we must say that we anticipate that you are coming now. We have over the years been affected by having a lot of our municipalities falling in the category that was been described as municipalities in distress, municipalities that are dysfunctional. Some of them we've seen getting out of that, but we've seen others joining that. And over the years, we have been working closely with the, I forgot to greet the manager of the AG in the province. We have been working closely with the AG in issues of the MFMA audits, and we have, as a legislature over the years, been carrying on with the hearings that we are supposed to do, follow-up hearings in section of 132 with the municipalities to raise and look at the methods that they have put in place to deal with the findings of the AG. I must say that the process had been providing some changes depending on the leadership, but when there would be areas of change of leadership, sometimes we would find that what the previous leadership have attained may be a little bit regressed, probably because the new leadership was still finding themselves. We also have continued to participate closely through our sectoral engagements, which is the engagements that we usually have in January that we are doing closely with COCTA. And as a matter of fact, the portfolio committee led by Honorable Naya is able to deal with most of those that arise out of the audits, but also arise out of the reports from COCTA. What we have been grappling with prior to even this term is the issue of the municipalities that were residents in section 139(1)(c), because there were municipalities in the province that were now being permanent residents. I would say there is a municipality, I'm glad those 2 municipalities are also invited. It's particularly Impofana local municipality and Umzinyathi. The previous term and this current term has been dealing with their issues, but we've also seen a little bit of progress and change in terms of how the executive has been taking decisions that relate to those particular municipalities and ensuring that the necessary support is given. This then said the portfolio committee has to get closer with working with the MEC, who had been, according to the reports that we have, providing the necessary report and necessary support to the committee. On our own side, as the legislature, following this, the last audit outcomes, we have committed to the AG that we will continue with the section 132, and it is a result of that we have longer time now allocated to the hearings by COCTA, so that they work closely with municipalities. We have also committed ourselves as a legislature in ensuring that we have a consolidated oversight given particularly to municipalities by ensuring that even Public Works Committee, which is dealing with issues of infrastructure, goes closer to where these infrastructure are, which is at local government, without blurring the lines between the responsibility of the MEC and the responsibilities of the legislature to do oversight. But also areas of development in certain municipalities, especially those that have been struggling, are usually the municipalities that are at the lower category of the municipalities, which have a revenue that is dependent only on grants. We have also been saying the Economic Development Portfolio Committee, in terms of the revitalization of the economy, whilst COCTA deals with the small town revitalization and rehabilitation, but the issues of investments to ensure that municipalities, whilst facing their problems of accountability, are also not having a scapegoat of that their municipalities are in a sense unviable. But we have been, I must say it because the MEC, no, we have dealt with it when he was also still a mayor. We have been, in some instances, as a legislature, been accused of blurring the lines. But I believe that ever since we corrected and set with that, the blurring of the lines has been addressed with local government and ourselves. And currently the committee that has a concrete report through the chairperson has worked well with municipalities, assisting municipalities, but there are still issues that are related to accountability that have not been resolved yet. And we are hoping that with the program that we have in place, which includes the specific visits to targeted municipalities and hearings by the portfolio committee, will resolve it. We remain committed to that, hence we have ensured that we provide for that. But also we have made them a consolidated approach that the chairperson of committees, as the coordinator of committees, is ensuring that is followed up in our quarterly meetings. So far, we appreciate that we would also be having a sense, as we will be listening to municipalities, a sense of how we can also go back and sit down and plan some more with
Honorable boys, before I hand over to the Premier,
I do want to outline a few of the issues that we anticipate should be covered by the executive in this session. But maybe before I proceed, let me just put in an apology that the Premier has engagements that's going to require us to excuse the Premier as soon as he's made his comments. There are various other activities that are parallel that are taking place. At a certain point, we are going to be releasing some of our members to join a virtual briefing on the disasters which is taking place with the Minister of Cooperative, as well as the National Council of Provinces, and then of course Cooperative and other subcommittees of Parliament. When that time comes, we will also just excuse those members. I think it's important for us to just be aware that even though the Premier will be leaving, that the provincial executive will continue to be represented, and we'll talk about, the Premier will indicate that part. The audit outcomes that have been of concern to us, and we have included all those municipalities I'll mention at this point. We have one municipality which has a disclaimer, which is Endumeni municipality. Then we've got the others which have got adverse audit outcomes, which is Umzinyati and Umzumbe. And then the others which are qualified include Utugela, Umkanyagute, Umdoni, Nongoma, Mtubatuba, Enkosi Mtubatuba, Enkosi Langalbalele, Amachuba. We have included others, including eThekwini Metro, Msunduzi, and many, and Mhlatuze, and others. In those, we are particularly interested in the issues of service delivery that have been raised. A number of them, we have got reports and questions and complaints that have come to the committee, and others that have been reported in various media as well. Now, from our point of view, why we have taken this approach is because we are saying that with regard to the matters raised in the Auditor General's report of 23-24, there are particular issues where I would like the Premier to clarify. The Premier has to provide details of actions taken in line with Section 155(6) of the Constitution and Section 34(3) of the MFMA. Now, it's important for us to highlight these because that's the line of accountability we shall pursue as we follow on the resolutions taken in this meeting as we go forward that bind the Premier to respond and report to these issues. The MECs will also provide details of action taken in terms of Section 105, subsection 1 of the Municipal Systems Act and Section 1312 of the MFMA. And with regard to these, our approach is to request for the executive to account for why the irregularities that were reported by the Auditor General and associated transgressions, why they occurred, and we expect this to come from the municipalities. And secondly, we'd like to know the consequence management exercise as a result of those transgressions in line with the relevant legislation, and therefore each of the executive members has a legislative obligation to act on municipalities under certain actions, under certain circumstances. And this is either ultimately resulting in the executive utilizing Section 154 of the Constitution, which gives support, or Section 139, which means interventions. In other words, we do not expect that there could be something which goes wrong in the municipality and the provincial executive does not intervene intervene because of those sections. Similarly, at a national level, there is a provision by the Constitution for interventions. We also would like to get corrective steps taken to rectify the transgressions identified by the Auditor General in 23-24 report, as well as also look at future actions that are in place to prevent the recurrence of those transgressions, and also with target dates and accounting platform where the corrections will be monitored. In other words, we need to know if something has happened, when it will be corrected, and who is going to monitor it, and where that monitoring report will be tabled. And of course, what actions will be anticipated if those preventive measures are not complied with. So the various issues raised by the Auditor General, firstly, that there is reliance on audit process to achieve unqualified audit opinion. So you would look at the Auditor General's report and say they've got unqualified opinion, but we know behind the scenes what happened is that the Auditor General had to correct or pre-mark or pre-audit and then send it back for correction, send the report back for correction in a number of municipalities. And in this case, this involves about Kulusi, Danhauser, Dr. Kosazana, Dlamini Zuma, Ilembe, Impendle, Mandeni, Mfolozi, Mkambatini, Newcastle, Inkandla, Mhlabezwe, Uku, Mkungundlovu, Mhlabiyalingana, Mzimkhulu, and Upongol. The result might look good, but we know that a lot of work was done by Auditor General to bring those results to that level, and we are saying from now on that should not happen. They must be suitable for auditing in the first instance without needing additional work from the Auditor General. Then of course we've got adverse opinion report. I have already alluded to this one. There are also issues that have been raised in relation to conflict of interest that has been reported, and in this case in KwaZulu-Natal, eThekwini Mzinyati is said to have done prohibited awards to suppliers owned or managed by employees and councillors to the amount of 280,000 and 660,000. And Mhlabiyalingana and Abaqulusa awards were made to suppliers owned by or managed by councillors, and the amounts are stated, and I think Kosla Ngalbalele 13 amounts were made as well. Again, all of these, we need them to be responded to. Then there's also the issue of going concern uncertainties. Here, the municipalities have demonstrated doubt about their status as going concern, and this in particular involves Mbofana, Ndumeni, Ugu, Mzinyati, and Utugela. Then there are issues of irregular expenditure, and again here it involves a number of them, but eThekwini is amongst them with over 5.5 billion rand that needs to be explained. Non-compliance with legislation. Again, the number of municipalities which were highlighted by the Auditor General as not having complied with legislation. Then the other area would be unfunded budgets, and here we've got a number of municipalities. In KwaZulu-Natal, 13 or 25% of the municipalities adopted and passed unfunded budgets, resulting in unauthorized expenditure to the tune of 9.3 billion over the 3 years. Now this again needs to be curbed, and therefore we expect that there should be explanation for this. Then limited progress despite constitutional intervention. In this case, we were seeing this trend in a number of municipalities where there's a constitutional intervention that is supposed to assist the municipality, but then we end up with a situation where a number of them do not improve despite the interventions. So all of these are issues of what we need to put behind us as a history, so that when we go forward, we must find that there's no repeat in the case of these transgressions, and the presence, therefore, of the Premier and Executive is to commit to ensure that their supervision will result in these irregularities being eliminated, and the presence of the Speaker is to ensure that their report of the commitment of the Premier will be tabled at the legislature so that we do not wait until the end of the year in the Auditor General's report before we find out if there is improvement taking place, but there's regular monitoring of the processes. This is why we have this approach being different from the way that we have done in the past. At this point, may I then welcome the Premier of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Sompisi, Honorable Ntuli, to address us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair Dr. Kize, the members of the Portfolio Committee, Cooperative, National and Provincial, Standing Committee on Auditor General from national members who are present, the members of the SCOPA from national and the provincial government, our Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the legislature, Khabazela ngazi noma ngithwala icala noma ngikhuleke enkosini yami inkosi yakabuthelezi ngifisa ukuba ngikhuleke ngoba nginazi inkomo zokuhlawula indaba ezitha. The members of the Executive Council who are present, MEC Reverend Thelezi and MEC Rogers, the staff from the Office of Auditor General present, led by Ms. Mkhize, and all the technocrats from both national and provincial government, members of the media and members of the public. Well, I must commit, Khabazela, that the MECs, both MECs will remain behind. The program coincided with the National Cabinet Lehotla, Extended National Cabinet Lehotla, which I have to leave today and attend for 2 days. And unfortunately, one had to squeeze programs, but I thought it is very important that I present myself in this very strategic meeting, which is meant to turn around the challenges that local government is faced with in our province. And we welcome and appreciate the visit as the government of KwaZulu-Natal, because we have prioritized the local government to be at the center of our focus in trying to strengthen local government in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We are, however, concerned with the performance, looking at the AG's report. When you look at the number of the clean audits declining from 7 to 4, though unqualified audit opinion slightly increased, but when we still have municipalities that are the worst performers, we have engaged ourselves as the Executive Council of KwaZulu-Natal on the matters. And we've agreed that we all have a role. Cooperative has a role to come on board, get closer to municipalities and assist, of which that is happening, and also finance too is zooming in to specific municipalities with challenges, especially the municipalities with unfunded budgets. Even when there are issues, we are practical in getting closer to specific municipalities where there are challenges. We have even brought on board the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which is meant to assist on the quality of projects that are actually done by local government. We have then agreed that Public Works and Infrastructure avails the engineers to support municipalities so that their performance in terms of the quality of their projects is taken care of. We'll try and reduce or rather stop to see municipalities that are starting projects that cannot be completed of a quality which is not good. We, as the provincial government, has established the Premier's Infrastructure Coordinating Committee, which is meant to assist in the infrastructure in municipalities, also at the same time trying to invite potential funders for the infrastructure in the province, such as the DBS, the Bank of South Africa, and other institutions that are able to support in the infrastructure. We are, however, of the view that the joint intervention by the portfolios, national portfolios that are present today, will also strengthen our work, the joint work to try and enable local government to see themselves getting to a better performance as it is currently. I must commit, Kabazela, that our approach is informed by what we envisage for local government, that local government is at the center of service deliveries, where people reside. We have even replicated the approach of the eThekwini Presidential Working Group here in Umsunduzi, because Umsunduzi seems to be a capital of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, capital city of KwaZulu-Natal. So we have the Premier's working group here in Umsunduzi, wherein we are bringing stakeholders to work together on issues of service delivery while zooming in on the financial positions of municipalities. And the report seems to be showing some progress, though when something is new to local government, the reception may be not as positive as it is actually expected. We are committing that we will continue on specific cases to be on board as the provincial government in receiving and analyzing the reports by Cooperative and giving directions where is necessary, even to engage on a practical platform, because in KwaZulu-Natal we have made local government to be part of strategic engagements, even when it comes to local economic development. Municipalities, they are part of the puzzle in our engagements. We're able to even to identify potentials within them and guide them that this is a potential that needs to be tapped into, so that the people will see service delivery improving, at the same time opportunities being available for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. However, one must be honest, Kabazela, that the state of our municipalities really requires that we do more as the provincial government on both the executive committee side and also on the oversight side, so that though they are a sphere that is independent, but they understand that we're all accountable, we are all government, we're all accountable for whatever we do. We need to work together. We engage with even the Auditor General on the performance of the municipalities, of which we are committing to the committee that the reports that will be specific, tabled by the MECs and engagements that will take place between the portfolio committee and also the municipalities will be also a driver as we move forward as the provincial government to point to a direction in which we will be zooming into the specifics that will be raised there. I thank the opportunity, Kabazela, for actually making these remarks of not welcoming you in your province as the former premier of this province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Thanks for your commitment to continue the processes of ensuring accountability and work together with the municipalities as well as the national government to improve service delivery. That is the main commitment we need from the provincial government, and we would like you to undertake continuous and ongoing supervision over the municipalities, and therefore bring whatever support that you find necessary to help the municipalities to improve service delivery. We are grateful for your input, and at this point we would say whenever you're ready we will be able to excuse you. Do you want to engage with the Premier before the MECs speak? Oh, okay. The members feel it would be a waste of the Premier's presence. Indeed, it would be a waste of the Premier's presence not to engage him, so we will defer the input from the MECs. I don't know, Premier, ngizukhuleka enkosini yakwaButhelezi sihamba nayo inkosi bese silindele ukuthi mhlawumbe kukhona yini uNdunankulu abefisa ukukwethula njengoba sikhona nje mhlawumbe ke sibone ukuthi siza kanjani inkosi ingasindwa umbuso sinikwe wona uNdunankulu. Manje angibanga ngisezwa kodwa ngoba amalungu akhona mhlawumbe ke uPrime uzokwazi ukuyangena kuleyo ndawana. Shenge ukuhlala sihamba nenkosi kunenzuzo yayo inkosi, uyazi inkosi ukuthi inkosi ayihambi yodwa nje kodwa ke abazi kahle ukuthi inkosi khona ilabo abasuke beyiphelezela labezitha. Can I allow members to engage the Premier, those who would wish to raise certain points? Let me start with Honorable Mtolo, and then come to Ndamase, and then I'll come to Mkalipi.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to engage both the Premier and the Speaker. Thanks for the welcome as a committee. Chair, while we were actually outlining the challenges of the province, challenges that are faced by the various municipalities in the province, one would have actually expected that the members of COCTA in the province are here with us. So, Chair, I think the apology or the indication by the Speaker about the absence of the members of COCTA in the province was not enough to this committee. Just imagine, Chair, actually inviting the province to Cape Town and only to find that actually you are only alone and members of COCTA are not with you. So I think actually as this committee chair, we need a clear explanation for record purposes why the members of COCTA in the province are not here, and even other standing committees, because we visited a lot of provinces whereby actually other members of the standing committees in the province, and even COCTA in particular, are part of us. So it is therefore, Chair, disturbing not to have the members of COCTA with us here. Unless maybe if they have come late. So if they have come late, actually, I think they need to be properly introduced for record purposes, so that actually we know that they are here with us. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the meeting. I have few questions, one or two. The first one is in relation to the articulation by the Honorable Speaker in reference to two municipalities that she was alluding to that have been intervened. From the point of view of the Premier, my question is, looking at the checks and balances of the Constitution, and in instances where, when I say you, I don't mean you singular, I mean you plural, both the legislative and the executive arm of the state in the province. In instances where you have those interventions, but those interventions are not yielding results, and what happens in a situation where the decision is not taken to take another step, because the Constitution has its own checks and balances that needs to be utilized. Then the issue of one government. You know what we become careful when we deal with municipalities many a times, because they seem to put it at the top of their agenda. The issue that we as the parliamentarians have a responsibility to exercise oversight over the department and not over them. I suspect it's a question of interpretation and what is it that we mean about the oversight activities. How do you tread that line? Because it's a difficult balancing act that you must also be able to be cautious of, because the doctrine of the separation of powers, it is there in the Constitution, both in the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Can we just check the secretariat? Please just make sure we've got enough mics. We need mics to move around quickly. Thank you. Honorable Mkhalipi.
Greetings to you, Chair, and members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to the Premier, the Speaker, MEC of COCTA, MEC, everyone in the House. Premier, ngeke sileke leli thuba. Ngibonile nje ukhabazela sefuna ukudedela. Sizo Paula nje at a high level because the presentation is ngayitholi kahle. But because we came here prepared as a portfolio committee, so the Premier in terms of the Constitution, ufuneke kube uyena owenza sure ukuthi those things that were raised by Auditor General on behalf of KZN municipalities, they are corrected. So therefore, the report of the Auditor General, Babo Premier, indicates that out of 46 municipalities, 16 are from KZN. So those municipalities that have received unqualified audits, Chair. So therefore, wanted to zoom in on behalf of the province as the Premier, if what have you done? Because I believe that that report was communicated to the province. Therefore, everyone in the province nationally have this thing, iyasihlupha sonke as abantu abahlala KZN. So do you have a committee that sits to finish how to correct them? Because it's not correct and a good picture. It's not a good story to tell. I wanted to understand from that perspective, Chair, what have the Premier or the leadership of KZN at a provincial level have done to address these issues that were also raised by the AG. There are so many issues like the colleagues have raised it, Chair. So it can be that other municipalities are not reflecting out of 14 in KZN. But it does not mean there are no problems in all other municipalities of KZN, Chair. So therefore, I wanted to understand if ikhona any coordination team at the office of the Premier to ensure ukuthi bonke omasipala eKZN njengoba no Premier eshilo ukuthi local government is very important to understand the challenges and also to ensure those challenges are being attended to. For instance, here, Chair, those 14 municipalities, when I check, Umsunduzi is not part of it. But we know, Premier, that there's a lot of challenges in this municipality, Umsunduzi. We hear last time we raised those issues and we're still going to get an updated report emanating from that meeting. But Umsunduzi, as the chair, when he was introducing us, said we are in the capital city of KZN. So therefore, a custodian here is Umsunduzi with a lot of problems. So therefore, it goes back to my question, ikhona yini into a coordinating structure to address issues. For instance, there was an issue that last time we hear AIT Umsunduzi bafuna ukwenza metro, and the portfolio committee was saying no, we don't think it's a good idea, but we still have to get the report in that regard. And the other one that I want to ask Premier, as the Premier of KZN, as the leadership of KZN, these issues of administrators. So, Premier Landela yini ukuthi ama administrators, for instance, Umsunduzi was under administration and Wakisho under administration, but problems are reported on daily basis about this municipality. But it's no longer under administration. Where is the report to that effect? In order for us as a portfolio committee and the province to know ukuthi there is a report that is talking about the Umsunduzi. I'm just making that example. Thank you very much, Chair.
Hayi. Ngisibonanga ke isandla sakho. Okay, now proceed. Proceed, we will just walk along.
No, thank you, Chair. I will quickly ask this question. In terms of section 155 of the Constitution, the Premier has a responsibility to monitor and support local government development, and also to promote the development of local government capacity to enable municipalities to perform their best functions, to perform their functions and manage their own affairs. So, Chair, I want us to use this opportunity to ask the Premier, what mechanisms have you put in place in this regard? Firstly, to monitor the municipalities and also as a support to municipalities as a result of the requirement of the Constitution. Number two, what is it that you have done to ensure that you develop capacity in the municipality? Because another problem that we sit with or that is showing from the results of the AG is that there's a lack of capacity. We are going to be sitting with the municipalities here, and one of the things that will be highlighted is the lack of capacity from those who are supposed to be actually implementing that are supposed to be implementing. And also some of the oversight committees that are supposed to be established in the municipalities, you would find that MPECs are not even capacitated, they're not even sure what is it that they need to do. So what is it, Premier, that you have done to develop the municipality to make sure that they function at their best and make sure that they produce or that they manage their affairs properly? Thank you.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity. It's been a very brilliant member, who speak as the board, the executive KZN. I think that maybe just as a comment, the way the state of the Buhari is, not just this province, is really very quickly rendering all of us quickly relevant, whether a premium, whether one course is going as far as some people say that as a portfolio committee in Parliament, we are, some people see us as complicit as far as people at the local level are concerned. So it's very concerning, especially for me, because I mean, we are looking at all the provinces as equal, really, when we look at service delivery. But of concern for me, which I would like Pemba to point out, maybe rather than an area where I would need some comfort, is very comprehensive, pinpointed efforts and strategies of involving traditional leaders, because they are there at the coal face of service delivery every day. It might be that there's a lot happening there, but I really would appreciate if, as a committee, we understand what, of all places in KZN, and one is not just talking about saying we recognize traditional leaders, because most of the time, when we raise this all the time, it's not only here, they always say, no, we recognize traditional leaders. But then the next question becomes, then what? You recognize them, and then what exactly does that mean? So I really would like to remember that to what extent and how deep and broad is the inclusion of the traditional leaders in terms of service delivery, in terms of making them participate fully in the service delivery in this province. I think other engagements will take care of themselves after the presentations which are going to follow in the next few days. Thank you very much, Chair.
Khabazela ngiyabonga ngibingelele endlini. Khabazela mhlambe ku premier bengizocela nje kuphela ukuthi asikhanyisele ukuthi ake ngiqale mhlambe la ngicela ukuvumelana no colleague wami ngalena ubaba honorable Mtolo ukuthi ku wrong sihlalo ukuthi sizofika la sithi size ku COCTA or size with the portfolio committee ka COCTA and then COCTA in the province akekho. It's absolutely uncalled for, go wrong. Mpemba siyacela ilungise le nkulumo. And then just lastly Mpemba vele bengizoba mfishane kakhulu. Ngiyacela Mpemba usikhanyisele ukuthi uke wathi qaphu kwinkulumo yakho wathi
kancane nje eka speaker leyo.
Oh, ka speaker.
Yeah,
okay,
speaker ufanele asichazele ukuthi amalunga eParliament abhekene noCOCTA awezanga ngani emhlanganweni. uSpeaker kufanele achaze mhlawumbe ngoba kula eduze legislature ngavela wele nje abaqoqa abuye
khabazela
kodwa singasuka yonke indawo eCape Town sizofika la
Cwabe
bese sihamba nje
kunjalo
uqinisile lungaqhubeka.
ngiyabonga khabazela. Mhlawumbe bengizocela uPrima Khanyisela uke wathi qaphu ngendaba yokuthi ufuna i-investment into the province with various projects afisa enzeke in the province. Ngiyacela Prima usikhanyisele i-foreign investment yakho, does it include any foreign investment or not? And if it does, siyacela man lento kune phenomenon ekhona esinayo le National Assembly enziwa ama ministers athile efana nokuthengisa ngama state assets. Ngibuzela lokho naMphembe ukuthi sazi ukuthi wena istance sakho mhlawumbe in as far as giving away ama state assets to abantu bangaphandle or foreign owned companies and or entities. Umi kanjani lapho ngoba uma uyithatha lana in the country imali yokwenza ama projects akho hayi lokho kuhle siyabonga. Uma kodwa iqhamuka ngaphandle imali cela usikhanyisele Mpembe. Ngiyathokoza.
Siyabingelela. Sibingelele uPremier sikhuleke enkosini yakabuthelezi nabona wonke amakhosi akhele isizwe sikaMthaniya. Siphinde sikhuleke nakwesiyilo uqobo lwaso noma ke singekho la emhlanganweni. Sibingelele bonke abantu nje nabalalele emakhaya nabakhona la. Igama ukwenza ukuhlwa kaMadlala oyimember ye-Standing Committee on Public Accounts okuyiScopa National. Okunational ke ngokuthunywa umkhonto wesizwe party. Premier eminye imibuzo soyishiyela bazosala. Kodwa mhlambe engifisa ukuyibeka kuwena nje imbalo. Mhlambe ake ngiqale ngokuthi ngalesikhathi samukelwa bengithi sizotshelwa ukuthi indawo makushumulile sifanele sibalekele kuyona ikuphi. Indawo zangasese zikuphi. Nazo zonke zokuphepha nje ezibalekile mangabe nivalelene endlini kanje. Engeke ngizazi umqithango ukuthi kubantu baziswe ngazo ukuthi makwenzeka kunesimo esiphuthumayo babheke ngalaphi. Kodwa ke ake sidlule lapho size la ekutheni Premier ubalula indaba yokuthi nicela uPublic Works ukuthi asondele noengineer bakhe ukulekelela komasipala ukuze equality yama project ithi ukubhekeleleka mhlambe bengcono. Nayi ke ingxenyana esiyaye siyithola emasikhuluma nabanye onjiniyela ngoba siyaye sibathethisa abanye sasibasiza bangene ezikhungweni zemfundo size sishise amathayi. Mase sibona umgaqo emva kwa 6 months uvele nje uqophoka. Siyaye sibabuza ukuthi kanti yini laba yenza lapha. Bese bekhala ngokuthi imali efunwa osopolitiki iningi kubona. Abantu abenza ama project i-corruption yenza ukuthi my project u200 kufanele bethenge imaterial equality benze umgaqo. Bese kuba khona imali ezicelwayo lezi kuthiwa ama kickbacks ezicelwa osopolitiki nama official ezenza bagcine becompromise equality semende ongeyona equality benza umsebenzi ongeyona. Kusho bona ke ama material irregularities la akhona singakhuluma nawo siye kuona kodwa ke ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi mhlambe from inside lakho ithini i-corruption preventative strategy unayo into kanjalo ethi sinama hotlines sinama mpimpa hotlines sinama strategies ukuthi abantu bangakwazi ukugqobhoka bekwazi ukuthi bayibhoboze lentuba yokuthi kube nohwaphilizo olugcina lo affecta i-service delivery ebantwini. Umbuzo oqala lo. Wesibili engithenge ngushiye ngawubhekisanga kuwe uqobo ukuthi isizwe lesisakithi sinenkinga yamanzi. Inkinga yamanzi noma sizobabuza umasipala siyazi ukuthi uhulumeni kaWater umsebenzi wawo ukukhanda ama reservoirs umasipala ba maintain infrastructure benze sure ukuthi amanzi ayaphuma afinyelele ebantwini. Kodwa kuyona inkinga yamasipala wodwa inkinga nje yayo yonke iprovince. Engicabanga ukuthi ezingeni lakho njengoPremier kufanele ngafanele khona mhlawumbe ithimba eselijutshiwe ukuthi libuke ukuthi lokusebenza kwama water tanker ingoba ngempela nesidingo yini noma sekunezindlela zokuthi kukhishwe imali ngawo noma lama water tanker noma le maintenance infrastructure ivandalizwa ngamabomu noma iluphi uhlelo kufanele lihlonzwe uhulumeni weprovince uqinisekise ukuthi amanzi egcine aphuma empompini abantu bakithi bangaphuzi kanye neinkomo. So umbuzo oqondile lapho ukuthi lukhona nohlelo noma ithimba uPremier alibekile ezingeni lakhe ukubhekelela lolu daba engime lapho kwamanje. Siyabonga.
Umuntu abingelele Khabazela uSpeaker Premier my colleagues no ngibingelele kakhulu I will have just a very short questions. I think one would want to ask to the Premier because I think this is important, even though it may not be part of his presentation. No, Premier, I just want to check around the issues of cyber security. I think in South Africa we've been having escalating threats around the issues of cyber security. And I think we've also seen the issues that they were even attempted the Reserve Bank at some point. Now, with our municipalities, if you look, most of them are using systems that are not integrated, especially their financial systems. You find out that they are using an HR system where you must pull a file for it to upload to the financial system, which it leaves many other threats and other gaps for it to be infiltrated. I just want to check as a province, especially assisting municipalities, given that we know that they do not have capacity. What is your view around that, and how do you plan to ensure that you bring the province up to speed? Because knowing that cybersecurity, when it happens, it's a massive loss. It's not a loss that happens every now and then. I think that was one, Premier. Secondly, I think this is important that we ask, especially us who are from Scopa. At Umzimkulu, some years ago, there was a councillor who passed on, and there was an accused that apparently one of your MECs would have appointed to be an administrator in one of the municipalities, Councillor Cindy Sumakaka. Now, I just want to check, because at the time when the accused was denied bail, apparently was an administrator by you, appointed by one of your MECs to one municipality. Have you, I believe that requires your attention now. Have you made a review of the decision that he would have taken where he was sent? Secondly, I'm asking this because it appears that everything would have revolved around corruption and so forth in terms of obviously the accused. Have you looked into the matter, and have you looked into the processes to see into it that the processes that you use to appoint administrators are adequately? And lastly, I want to check, given that we see floods all over, Premier, what is the role that the provincial government is playing to ensure that the annual reviews of the SDF by municipalities are done properly, and they ensure that our people are not building in places that put them at risk? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we are already behind our schedule, so I'm going to be restricting the time of the questions. Can we... You have members this side who want to ask questions?
Yes, Chair.
How many? Let me see.
Sure.
Okay, all right. We are already behind the schedule, so let's try and see how we can tighten on that.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be short. Honorable Premier, Chair, Madam Speaker, colleagues from SCOE, colleagues from SCOPA, colleagues from the Portfolio Committee, all the officials from KZN and the AG's office, all protocol observed. Chair, I'm questioning that we are sitting again in Usunduzi, and we in KZN again, and we haven't received any feedback on what happened after our last visit. Now, during our last visit, I just want to mention three very big issues or concerns that we had. During our last visit in eThekwini, we picked up a write-off of 36 billion due to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Now, the council wrote this off without any consequence management, without any follow-up on that, whether anybody is guilty of anything or not. The sad part is the Auditor General's office was present. The Auditor General's office was present in that meeting in eThekwini. We raised this issue and we asked the Auditor General to please investigate this, which they agreed, and to come back to us with the report. Now, I haven't seen that. Maybe it's because I was in hospital or something that I haven't seen it, but if it was communicated to the committee, I would have seen something. Then we come to Usunduzi. In Usunduzi, we found a similar situation. There was another council write-off of 181 million. Okay, similarly, this one was done so that the figures indicate a drop of 93% and reflect only 5% in the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure column.
it was too good to be true. After close scrutiny, it appeared that it seems to be normal actions by the CFOs in KZN to drop the UIFW amount for the municipality to look good in that column. Again, we called on the Auditor General to please investigate this issue with the urgency it deserves. There was another issue which I keep in the back of my mind and I haven't seen. There was 160 forensic investigations in Msunduzi. 160 forensic investigations with very little prosecutions. So consequence management doesn't happen, and unless that happens, these things are not going to stop. We also raised the issue of 28 stolen firearms. At that stage, no one has accepted responsibility and no one was prosecuted for it. And yet, we are complaining about the killings of our people in the communities. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Let's take the last question.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to ask two questions. The one question actually is for the MSc of Cooperative Governments, but as the MSc is not here, the
Sorry,
Premier...
the MEC is here.
Pardon?
You're saying the MEC?
Of COCTA.
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
great.
No, who's absent is members of Parliament of COCTA. It's not, that's why I stepped in to say they mustn't ask the Premier, it's the Speaker.
Okay.
The MECs are here, both Finance and Economic.
Great, thank you.
And COCTA, yeah.
Okay. I would like to know...
Maybe their questions can come in later. But proceed, but if it's for the Premier.
Okay, I have questions for the MEC of COCTA and Finance, so they can stand up.
Yes, yours and the one that Honorable Tape was raised. The Premier can comment, but these two MECs, I want to deal with those. Thank you. Premier, let me give you the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee for questions. Well, I will leave questions that the Honourable Speaker will have to respond to them. To a question by Honourable Ndamase regarding the interventions where we have administrators sent to municipalities, whether there is yielding results, positive results or not. Well, we're of the view as the Executive Council that we inherited administrators who have been permanent on municipalities, as the Honourable Speaker was saying. Hence, we felt that we need to assess the triggers to see if there is some improvement or not. When there is no improvement, to ask ourselves a question, whether administrators who are there in municipalities are capable of changing, of turning around the challenges in municipalities. Hence, in municipalities where there were no improvements, we advised and agreed that the MEC for COCTA will have to reconsider on the administrators that are deployed to municipalities. There were changes in some of the municipalities with regard to a person who has been there for quite some time, to see if we are not achieving something better. In some of the municipalities, we felt that because of the improvement in triggers, the approach needs to change. To give them support. That is the support I was making a reference to, wherein I was saying the MEC for Finance is on record in the Cabinet, and the MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure, both, and also MEC for COCTA, indicating municipalities that have zoomed in to try and looking at the financial aspects, and COCTA looking at the other issues and public works on the issues of the infrastructure. When we engage municipalities, we are cautious of the separation of powers, but we are happy that the white paper that is being considered now seeks to, in fact, expand the role of both, for oversight in particular, by both national and provincial government in local government, so that they do not live as a sphere wherein they will say our matters are our matters, we have no business with our matters. To Honorable Mkalipi, we use the cabinet on the matters of a high priority to engage on the reports that are presented by the MECs I've mentioned, the three MECs, the three departments, finance, public works, and Cooperative, to strengthen our intervention, though some of the questions are helping us, that we need to go back and assess the impact, whether the approach is yielding at a time that we want to see change. Because I said in a one-on-one engagement with the MEC for Cooperative, we need to see improvement in terms of municipalities that are getting clean audits this year, this financial year. That was, in fact, a directive that our intervention must produce the improvement in terms of the performance when it comes to a local government. I agree with the honourable member that some may be among the systems, but some are not, but there are challenges. Hence, I've mentioned that in Umsundozi, we have agreed as the Executive Council that we set up a team, a task team, if I can use that word, to zoom in to support Msundozi on different aspects of the municipality. To Honorable Wali, I think when I respond to one question, because I could develop a sense that the response may cover a question that was asked by another oral member in a different manner. Coming to the issue of the traditional leaders are part of municipalities. They are representatives of the Amakosi in local government. I think when the MEC for Cooperative comes in, we'll elaborate on the extent in which the agreement between Amakosi and local government has made the role of Amakosi being expanded to executive. I think he will zoom in to the details with regard to such. Well, on the issue of investments, when I talk about investment, I also include the foreign direct investment into the province. For now, our engagement is at a level wherein we're saying we have institutions in South Africa that are able to fund bankable projects. How can they come on board to assist so that we will be able to address the issues of service delivery, in particular when it comes to the infrastructural investment? Well, on corruption, while you were asking, you were in fact also assisting, in fact, on understanding exactly the expectation. We do have hotlines. We have cases on corruption that we are addressing. I've referred some cases even to SIU, because when a report is received by the office, we investigate. We have a unit in the office of the Premier that is responsible for the forensic investigations, wherein will not require, will not outsource in fact, but we use the services within the office of the Premier. We have cases with employees who are going through the processes suspended, and others referred to the SIU, even with regard to information from that is talking about a municipality on what is happening in a particular municipality. When it's received and we feel that, no, this one really requires SIU to investigate, we have referred some cases, engaged even the SIU regarding the issue of corruption. On water challenges, the establishment of the Premier's Infrastructure Coordination Committee, the sole intention was to address challenges of service delivery, such as the water challenges and the likes. And we are hopeful because we agreed with COCTA that we need to consider a picture of KwaZulu-Natal in terms of water challenges and understand the challenges and where we are. We are in fact reliant on the intervention by the national minister, and we engage outside the infrastructure coordinating committee on the interventions. Like, we're aware that in eThekwini we also have a huge challenge, but we're also aware of the plan. Personally, I engaged the municipality, I sat down with the municipality, with the mayor and the responsible oversight councillors and the administration to talk about the challenges. With regard to what is in the plan, how long can we expect to see some changes? So there's that kind of engagement or getting closer to the municipalities. Well, I see that some of the questions were for AG. I will not respond to that. Though I will comment on the issue because of time. I will comment on the issue of forensic reports, though I will not be specific in Msunduzi, which was mentioned. That part of the Premier's working group in Msunduzi is to look at all the issues that pertains the administration, oversight. There are subcommittees that are looking at specific issues that are affecting the municipality to say there must be progress in this, there must be progress in that. However, I've mentioned that it's a new approach. Hence, the reception is gaining strength to strength, was not as quite cordial right from the onset. But we are doing everything possible as the federal government to try and get closer in a strategic way. I expect the MEC for COPT and the MEC for finance, when is their time to make their inputs, to be specific, even giving examples on the specific municipalities, that in so and so municipality, this is what we have done. In terms of the capacity building, this is what we have done, because I'm quite aware that that's a problem that we also see in local government. But I know that there are programs of capacitation that are actually taking place in local government. They will zoom into the specific details as to this is what is being done going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Premier. You will be excused at this point. Thank you very much. Any outstanding questions, the MECs will take them up. Speaker, please take your question.
Thank you, Chair. I think I must first apologize from the onset, because when the letter came from the committee, the Joint Standing Committee, I think it was on the 18th of December, after we have gone to the program committee on the 12th, and we received it, and there was a further follow-up by the chair, I think last month, or we're still in January, early this month, 2 weeks ago. And we started working on it, waiting for the program. When we were working on it using the principle that we use with all committees of parliament, which is a position that we have agreed on at Speakers Forum, that they always prioritize pre-engagement, especially those that are in the program of the legislature at adoption. But we have seen that on the 27th and the 28th, there is nothing that is binding all committees, and we then allowed that the portfolio committee on COCTA must attend for those 2 days. Then on the last 2 days, which is 29 and 30, they joined the school functionality, which is the program of the legislature. It is in that regard that on Wednesday last week in the morning of 7:30, I briefed the committees that the members of COCTA will be in this meeting. When I did not see them as we were sitting down, I first thought that maybe they had 9 o'clock that I had, not the actual program time. But I then asked the acting secretary of the time, who then followed up with senior management at committees, because it was signed off on Wednesday last week in the morning, before we even started our business. And I then discovered, to my surprise, that were it not a corridor discussion between myself and the chairperson of COCTA, even the chairperson would not have been here. And we are dealing with that in line with our own internal arrangements, because the indication to invite the committee was issued on Wednesday last week. I am dealing with that when I checked with the acting secretary, and she checked with committees whether the invitation has been made. I have since then, when the members started asking, because I was thinking that members will be kind, it's January and don't ask, when I was saying work on and correcting that. And they were working and speaking with members of COCTA, those that are around, and also trying to get connection. When I realized that it's that way, I have to apologize that they are supposed to be here today and tomorrow. We have cleared that. We will deal within our internal arrangements with the absence of, or with the lapse at committees administratively. But for the 29th and 30th, as I had explained, Chair, that they usually prioritize, because it's the arrangement that we have as a sector. We prioritize, but we have ensured that the chairperson of COCTA and the chairperson of committees, because they are doing the coordination in terms of the work of the committees, they remain for those 4 days, the entire 4 days. But members were supposed to be here today and tomorrow. We apologize on behalf of the institution, but we are dealing with it administratively as the lapse was in the administration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We do expect that the members of Parliament should be part of this session, unless there's specific apologies. Thanks very much. And members, I'm going to request the members to really assist now. We're overshot the time. We have to apologize to the municipalities that are waiting. We should have started at this point with Mandeni. We will start with the MECs first, and then I'm going to request that we also be very circumspect when we deal with the questions, so that we don't go beyond the times. So let me allow the MECs to give us their brief address. I will give you, let me give you 10 minutes each to take us through, and then in the process, we'll engage in that thereafter, and then we will allow the municipality to come through. Can I then request the MEC for COCTA, Honorable Buthelezi? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Just to indicate, the members of the portfolio committee who have gone to the meeting on the disaster management. I did say we're going to be multitasking. And so you see empty chairs here, that's what has happened. They didn't just default. Thank you very much, Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Dr. Mkhize, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Inkosi yesizwe sawaButhelezi Shenge, who is a member of the committee, MSc for Finance, MSc Francois Rogers, and the team from Auditor General, our Speaker, Ms. Boyce, and the Deputy Speaker, and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of COCTA, and the Chairperson of SCOPA, and the Chair of Chairs. I'm also hoping, Chairperson, that a member of COCTA has joined the select committee meeting, since I'm supposed to be presenting there. So I'm hoping someone has joined that meeting on our behalf. I think the Premier has given a very high-level overview of local government in the province. And our approach was to say on those issues which are municipality specific, we will also come in, because we will be here for the duration of the presentations. We will come in also when that engagement takes place. But safe to say that if we zoom in on the state of local government in the province, one of the major concerns that we have as COGTA is the liquidity and financial performance of municipalities. We can see that as of September 2025, there has been a shift, especially in the current ratio, which is the measure of a municipality's ability to meet short-term obligations. Currently, 29 municipalities are performing above the norm, which reflects a healthy situation. But what is concerning is that 17 municipalities remain below the threshold, and that is including eThekwini and Umsunduzi, where we are, which are below the threshold in terms of the liquidity of the municipality. If you also look at the cash and cost coverage ratio, there are also certain municipalities where there is a serious risk of financial viability. And there you are looking at Impendle, Mpofana, Abaqulusi, and Umkhanyakude, which reflect a negative cash coverage. In the issue of Mpendle, in December, salaries were not paid. Our information is telling us that there may also be problems in January. But the major issue there is political instability, where the councillors have failed to elect a mayor there for more than 6 months now. And the political instability is spilling over into the administration. The major risk of municipalities remains the escalating ESCOM debt, because more and more people are now connecting illegally onto the system, and municipalities are failing to recover any revenue in terms of the provision of electricity. A major issue highlighted by the Auditor General was the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which remains very high in the municipalities. The presence of the Premier's working group in Umsunduzi has begun to yield some fruit with the enhancement of the capacity, because the legal expert, Dr. Michael Sutcliffe, is now permanently based in Umsunduzi to try and help the team that is there to deal with some of the governance challenges. As a provincial government, we were able to resolve a major crisis that confronted this committee on their last visits to Umsunduzi, which was the issue of the electricity blackouts in the Vulindlela area. We have been able to install 13 transformers with the assistance of ESCOM, and that area now is fully operational in terms of the electricity provision. The municipalities that had a disclaimer in the previous financial year have now improved, which is Ndumeni. But as a department, we then zoomed in on 21 municipalities. 13 of those were unqualified with findings. And we have sat down with those municipalities 2 weeks ago and allocated a champion to each municipality because they have the potential to obtain a clean audit in the next round of the audit process. And we have included there municipalities such as Reinkonyeni, Ulundi, Umgeni, Ilembe, Umgungundlovu, municipalities which really are just short of a clean audit. 8 municipalities that have an intensive support now are those with a qualified audit opinion, such as Mtubatuba and Nongoma. And there again, we have allocated dedicated champions to ensure that they get out of the qualified to the unqualified status. There was a question raised, Honorable Chair, of an administrator who was implicated in the Cindy Somagaqa case because he had been an administrator now at Cooperative for more than 10 years, having been municipal manager at Umzimkulu for more than 7 years. And therefore, when he was implicated in the case and arrested, he was working as an administrator at Umzinyati District Municipality. And therefore, the case is ongoing. Obviously, he was replaced, and there was no way to have known before deploying him to Umzinyati that he would be implicated in a case of that nature. We do ensure that the administrators that are sent to municipalities are people who are suitable for the task at hand. In terms of the water issue, the provision of water remains essentially a function of funding from the national government. And therefore,
You've got 5 minutes.
thank you, Chairperson. And therefore, we do rely solely on the grants, which is the Municipal Infrastructure Grant and the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant. But if we can say, we have then taken initiatives at Emadlangeni, Amajuba district. We have installed 3 boreholes, which will be supplying the communal standpipes. On the 5th of February, we will be at Ndomeni, Umzinyati, to inspect a borehole system that is now fully operational. In terms of the participation of traditional leaders in councils, we have used the Structures Act to enhance the level of participation of Amakhosi by appointing Amakhosi to the executive committees of councils where the decisions are being made. And in the last 6 months, we have seen a huge improvement in the relations between municipalities and Amakhosi, but also an uptake in the level of said without any tension or misunderstanding from the community. The Cabinet of KwaZulu-Natal did take a decision for the Executive Committee of the Provincial House to be full-time, and that has ensured that Amakosi also participates in the local economic development initiatives that municipalities are involved in. Cyber security, there was an issue at KwaDukuza municipality where more than 39 million rand was stolen from the bank account. We have tabled a report to council with strict recommendations under section 106 to prevent a further occurrence of that, and also for consequence management to happen to the affected adults. Therefore, Chairperson, on other questions, we will come in when the municipalities do present, when it's the engagement session. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Rogers.
Ndiyabulela, KwaZulu, and greetings to you, Chair, and delegated municipalities that Treasury deals with. There are 3 non-delegated municipalities which National Treasury deals with. Currently, the province has implemented a financial recovery plan. Part of that recovery plan includes local government and engagements with local government. And we've developed an individual action plan for 5 of our municipalities to try and assist them to challenges that we face. And I'm going to name and shame because I think that's what the committee is here for. When we approach certain municipalities, we get pushback. There's absolutely no political buy-in, and we then, as a Treasury team, cannot do anything. We've had certain instances where we've had teams traveling up and down. Mkanya Kude comes to mind, where we were assisting with supply chain capacity, and our teams were traveling down there. There'd be no officials present. They'd get absolutely no support, and that to me is fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and we withdrew our teams. That got the mayor at the time to come and meet with me, and we had a discussion, and subsequent to that there's been some political developments. But that's the reality we face. Chairperson, I also think what National Treasury did last year, at the end of last year, where those trigger mechanisms in local government were not met, the equitable share was withheld. Now, it's probably not the best system to impose, but my goodness, did it have an effect on the ground, on the political leaders? Those municipalities that were implicated, they were urgently calling for meetings to try and resolve the matter. So sometimes the stick does seem to work better than the carrot, and I certainly encourage Minister Godongwana to carry on there. Some of the examples of municipalities, Chairperson, where we get no support, no push, or we get pushback, Amajuma District Municipality is one of them. Emadlange, we had to then take our teams out of there and we moved them to Emadlangeni, local municipality, who welcomed us. The Ugu District Municipality originally accepted our cash management program, and then they said no, they didn't need us anymore, and we had to pull out, and we relocated those teams to Danhauser municipality. Zululand District Municipality also declined our cash management supportive initiative. So, Chairperson, without belaboring it, the Treasury is there to assist. We have limited personnel, limited teams, but in reality, if we don't get the political support or there's no political stability in that particular municipality, and particularly councils buy-in, It really doesn't help that a municipal manager comes to me and says, we need your support, but the mayor and the council does not buy into the program. It makes it very, very difficult for us to achieve results. And Chairperson, we can achieve results. We assisted Mshwati, we assisted Richmond. Both of those municipalities welcomed us, worked with us, and we got clean audits, so we can do it. Last year, when the Auditor General took us through the local government, their local government findings, one of the resolutions that I proposed out of that engagement with the AG was that we look at Richmond, we look at Mshwati, collectively between the AG, Cooperative Governance, Treasury, we come up with a best practice model that we can use to turn around AG findings, negative findings, moving forward. That is already in motion. Communications have gone out, and we're hoping to start that very soon. Chairperson, as I say, I'm not going to belabor it. That will be my input for now. Diabulela.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable MECs. I'm going to request members to raise questions, and I'm going to ask you just focus straight to the question, not much of statements, so that we can move pretty quickly. We've got a mic on my left. We want to start with the Honorable Sompa and come this way.
Thanks, Chair. Let me just say, let's appreciate the gentleman after what he said next. But my questions will come to those municipalities when they appear here about the resistance that they're doing to the AG. No, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. My question to the MEC of Kokta is, does the MEC receive on a yearly basis a state of the local government report from the various municipalities that you do table in the legislature? And out of that report, combine a report on the state of local governments that you submit to the national minister? And because that is a requirement of the Act, although there is a lacuna on the time frame, it's still a requirement. And if you don't do that, what kind of methods are you using as the minister to make sure that you have early warning signs of problems in local governments? To the Minister of Finance, you've mentioned that the equitable share, the second tranche, was withheld to certain municipalities. I would like to know how many of these municipalities was in KZN, and how many of these municipalities were part of the municipalities that received a qualified audit for more than 1 year? And is there a plan or a support sort of plan from Treasury that will enable these municipalities who are willing to take part in it to prevent that this is going to happen again? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to everyone around the table. Just to the MEC of Kokta, very quickly.
Please bring it closer to your mouth.
Thank you. Just to the MEC of Kokta, very quickly. You spoke about financial viability of the councils. I wanted to find out what the plan has been from the province side to ensure that all municipalities are implementing cost containment policy. Have you been successful in actually getting those municipalities to stop spending on frivolous things instead of the basic services which this province doesn't seem to be getting? Then the Eskom debt in the province, what is the plan? How much is owed by municipalities to Eskom, and what has the province done to ensure that municipalities start paying, or that they become more viable, or support in the municipal debt relief, that Eskom debt relief? Can you maybe just give us a breakdown on those things? And then on water issues, because we know this is a province that has a lot of water but not in the taps of people. How many communities currently are under sort of emergency supply, like water tankers because we know the mafias exist there, the Jojo tanks. How many communities actually go under that disservice? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndolo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kizia here on behalf of the Office of the Auditor General. So, this is what is expected from you. Reasons why irregularities or transactions occurred. Cost management exercised to the transgressions or to transgressors in line with relevant legislation. Kindly supply names. And actions with specific in brief in terms of the report of the Auditor General and concerns raised. Corrective steps taken to rectify the transgressions identified in 2023-2024 AG report in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Future actions in place to prevent the recurrence with target dates and accounting platform where the corrections will be monitored and anticipated actions to be taken if the preventative actions or targets are missed. So I think as we're here, we'll expect that actually before we leave here, at least we leave here knowing in terms of actions taken against the transgressors, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. MEC, you are talking about the inclusion of Amakosi in the executive committees of the municipalities. What provision do you get to do that? Can you expatiate on that? Then the issue of sort of the lack of better word of intransigent municipal leadership. To what extent do you go in situations where you have what is being articulated in certain instances by the MEC for Finance? Then eThekwini Msunduzi, what is the status as far as you are concerned? Do you sleep well at night when thinking about them? Then the interventions that are not working. Finally, any comments in relation to Ingonyama Trust at its governance? Thank you.
We ask the listeners to respond and we'll come back to the next production. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and to the honorable members. Indeed, we do take the report to the legislature in terms of section 47, which gives the state of the local government in the province, but added to that, each municipality individually does also submit their annual performance plans, which we also submit to the legislature. As part of our documents, which we will circulate to the committee, we do have an extensive state of local government report in the province, which categorizes the municipalities from distressed to functional, and a third category, which is under risk. Therefore, we have done that, and that enables us then to have an early warning system, because on a quarterly basis, we're able to assess the performance. The cost containment policies of municipalities are closely monitored, but the highest cost driver for municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal is the provision of security for councillors. And all municipalities are spending above the norm for that.
And part of that is contained in the Mwerane report on the type of risks that councillors face in the environment. The issues affecting ESCOM debt, COGTA is partnered with ESCOM in the rollout of the new smart meters. Currently, we're at Alfred Duma, local municipality, to ensure that these meters are being rolled out as a form of revenue enhancement. Ulundi municipality has benefited from the debt relief program of ESCOM, and they are maintaining their current debt. We are currently negotiating on behalf of Abakulusi, that is owing a significant amount of debt to ESCOM. Cumulatively, throughout the province, the debt owed to ESCOM is around the region of 800 million, and we are on board to ensure that that debt is managed. Water tankers are used in all municipalities at varying levels. For example, when there is a pipe burst in eThekwini, which will take 3 days to repair, then the water tankers come in various parts of the province. But we are monitoring so that water tankers are used as an emergency relief, not as the norm. And we have seen a significant reduction of the use of water tankers, particularly in places such as Umkhanyakude, Zululand and King Cetshwayo. The audit action plans are the tool we use to ensure that the recommendations of the Auditor General are being implemented. And primarily the council of the municipality is responsible to ensure. And we as COGTA come in through our cluster meetings and through our MUNIMEC meetings with the various mayors to ensure that any assistance that they require, we provide hands-on support. The participation of Amakosi in the executive committee is in terms of Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act, because the legislation says Amakosi must participate in council, and they participate in council committees, such as the Portfolio Committee, and the executive is a committee of council, and we have used that legislation to ensure that Amakosi participate in the executive committee. On the issues of the Ingonyama Trust Board and governance, I am hoping that there will be a session with Amakosi later on in the program, and I think it would be more suitable for us as COGTA to engage on the Ingonyama Trust issue in the presence of Amakosi. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Starting with the question about the withholding of equitable share, there was 8 municipalities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Ubu District Municipality, Bafana, Mzuduzi, Utukela District Municipality, Mzunyati District Municipality, Newcastle, Amajuba, and Kanyakuri District Municipality. There were various reasons there. Some had reduced unfunded budgets, others third party payments to more towards to Eskom. They had not met those deadlines, and also UIFW remains a big problem. So those were the municipalities that were affected there. The question regarding irregularities in local government and Treasury's responsibility, again, it comes back to what I said in the beginning. We don't have the legislative power to take any particular action. All we can do is highlight it, communicate it, and try and resolve it without having, where we don't have the power to enforce any corrective steps. When it comes to intransigent behavior of political leaders, I've adopted an approach of an open door policy in Treasury, where anybody, and it's been utilized, where mayors have felt free to come to us to see where we can assist. And I think that's the start of trying to build a decent relationship rather than a top-down approach. It's an open door approach, and I'm hoping there'll be some more development in that area. I would like to make a comment on the question about Ingonyama Trust, in that I think it does create a problem, particularly for our rural municipalities, district municipalities, where predominantly they govern over Ingonyama Trust land, and that limits their revenue generation. I do believe that's a challenge, but perhaps a debate for another day. Diabulela Kabazela.
Thank you. We'll take the questions, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings again to two MCs and the Speaker. I have just one question regards to water. MC, you also commented on the issue of the water, the challenges that are faced with regards to water. MC, I don't know if you are aware, it is not a question of the water at best pipe. There is no water in most part of KZN. In eThekwini, people, they get into fighting, physical fighting, because they are fighting over water. So I want to understand from your office, what intervention are you coming with in order to stop what is about to happen? There was a scenario, I don't know if you're aware, in Ward 57, whereby one woman was killed because one person came from somewhere with a lot of ipakpako, and the woman was protecting her territory and said, no, they must start getting water first because we don't know you. And that person just threw a gun and killed that woman next to Amauti Clinic. You must verify that information. But the issue of water at eThekwini, where I have a privy information, is getting worse on daily basis. The second aspect of it on water, MEC for finance. I want to understand what intervention are you also having? There's a serious water issues in schools. During the visit of the schools, people or principals are raising an issue to say, I'm owing a municipality so much. As a result, the water has been cut. It comes back to the issue of the constitution. Those kids, they've got nothing to do with that particular school who's owing the municipality so much. So therefore, what I've got at some point, because I visited as a Patele, a high school at Claremont, and then they were telling me that we don't have water, we can't afford to pay municipality, and then so therefore the municipality is saying they can't provide water tankers since the school is owing. So I want to understand from the ministers of finance, how do you intervene in that situation? Because ingane end up as in between now, and ilungelo labo as per constitution guaranteed them to have basic like water. They ended up not having. I don't know if it's a new information from your ears, or are you aware of that? If there's a new information, what is the plan to address it? If it's an old information, what tools in terms of monitoring the situation and challenge this, the situation? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask one question to the Minister of Cooperative. For municipalities that are under administration, that are under Section 139C, I want to ask Chair, in the event that there is political instability that is in that municipality. So much that you find that the municipality has been under administration for quite some time. Just to make an example with Umkhanyahuti district, that municipality has been under administration for quite some time now. Now my question is, how do you manage those situations, number one? Two, is putting the municipality under administration assisting the municipality as intended? Because putting the municipality under administration is to re-establish the municipality to stand on its own and then leave it again to manage its own affairs. So in the event that there's political instability on that municipality, then how do you manage that? And also is it assisting, because if you are going to have municipalities that sit under this administration for such long periods, and we are not yielding any result, is these interventions from the office, from the provincial office, assisting now, or is it actually causing more problems in the municipality? Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Yes, no purpose of everyone to ask question.
Good morning. President, I'm the MC's president and colleagues from the various legislatures, ladies and gentlemen. Kamala School you are a member of the National Assembly and on the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. Apologies for the late. The second context to my question is that the SCOAG is Standing Committee on the Auditor General is different from COCTA, is different from SCOPA in the type of oversight that we do. We oversee, we're more concerned about the independence and the effectiveness and the respect for the office of the AG. And so that is the context for my question. MEC, you mentioned municipalities that are regular, that receive adverse reports on a regular basis. You gave the numbers. And if this has become the norm, my question is, at what point are we going to see examples of consequence management for failure to address AG findings? That's the question to the MEC, and to the MEC for COCTA, and to the MEC for Finance. You mentioned in your presentation that there's a structure that you're forming, that your office is forming between yourselves, COCTA, and the office of the AG to take lessons from Mshwati and the other municipality that you mentioned to assist struggling municipalities.
Yeah, thank you. Let's move on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. To the MEC of COCTA, Sheng, gune phenomenon eyenzekala komasipala throughout the country where you find UMM ususwa ngapha eyobekwa ngapha emosha ngapha ususwa ngapha eyobekwa ngapha emosha ngicela just ngilonke ukuthi ngoba ke bona ukuthi all of these municipalities are struggling somewhat because of that. There are many other factors, of course, but nalento ukuthi ke OMM and ama executives asuswa ngapha yofaka ngapha, and because they have to be seconded by your office. Ithini comment ka MEC regarding leyo nto leyo ukuthi there seems to be a habit of seconding abantu who we know that they are failing in running these municipalities. Abekho yini abanye abantu abasha abangafakwa ukuthi benze into ephilayo lapha kulobo masipala? Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to make this one comment, which I think is going to help us economize our time. I don't want to hear the word strategy and high-level issues. Can we get specifics so that we save our time and don't have follow-ups. For example, if we say there's an average water distribution of 60% across municipalities, this is our plan, and in the next 3 years and in the next 10 years, we anticipate that there will be no water tanker running unless it's an emergency. That is a strategy, but it does not rhetoric around it. It gives specifics so that we know that in the next 3 years, these are the budgetary requirements to ensure that each municipality delivers at this level. And we take that tune also for municipalities that are coming. And just also to the minister, to the MSc of Finance, if you're saying there are pushbacks, this is now a follow-up which would have not necessarily existed. Just say, when we went to this municipality, we advised so and so that we need support and they declined. So that we know when they come here, we can ask them, why did you decline? Because we need to get to the bottom of issues, not a rhetorical kind of an engagement. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thanks. I think I want to start with a follow-up on the question on the cyber security to the MEC. MEC, I would have forgotten that it has also happened in KZN. Now, what I would have wanted to get, given what I would have highlighted with the system, what I would deem or what I would see as potentials would be a potential system failures and risk that that most municipalities are exposed to. I just wanted to get the department's feel, and what do you think should be the general intervention to ensure that all municipalities are uniform and they are able to comply accordingly and they are not attacked by these cyber attackers. That's one. Two, I think on the issue of administrators, I just want to check, MEC. Do you have a process whereby you review the performance of administrators that you send into these municipalities? I'm asking this because one, it has been widely spoken that most of these administrators are actually orchestras of many issues in these municipalities that they are sent to. Secondly, I want, when speaking into their own performance, I want to check before you make someone, does the department has a process of checking someone's record, someone's previous experiences to ensure that they were ethical people even before they are made administrators? Because I believe if you are made the administrator, you need to be ethical sound in order for you to intervene.
Thank you. Now, let's pass the question. Thank you. You're allowed to ask. You're not obliged. Thank you for the statement, but we're here to work too. That's fine. Let's get responses. You have not more than 5 minutes to do it. So please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. We do take note of the issues raised around water, especially in Ethekwini, and we will come closer to that. But let me give an example of Usundozi, where we are at Vulindlela, where the high school was disconnected by the municipality. And that is because the community had illegally connected into the water system of the school. And these were not people from outside the community, it was non-Catholics, which connected illegally to the water system of the school, and then the meter of the school ran into millions, and the municipality had to disconnect. Now, who do we blame there? Because the community that sabotaged the system. Therefore, we are constantly on alert. There are currently no municipalities under Section 139 in the province. Those that have support, it's under Section 154, which is Umkhanyakude, Msunduzi, Umzinyati, and Mtubatuba. The province has come together, Provincial Treasury, Kota and Saga, to come up with the audit outcomes turnaround plan, where on a quarterly basis the Auditor General fits in to see what is the impact. The Honourable Member has raised the issue of the municipal managers that move around, and that points to the problem of the filling of senior management vacancies, which is a problem. Unfortunately, senior managers are appointed by council, and Copter has no role except to approve right at the end. The water service authorities of the municipalities, it is not the province. And in terms of the Water Services Act, it is the municipalities that receive the funding for water provision. And that funding is a national competence. If we were to look at Cooperative, the amount of money required for every tap to have running water, in terms of the bulk supply and reticulation, is 3 billion rand. The mayor of Cooperative announced that late last year. If you look at Zululand, it's 5 billion rand. Now, if you take the 10 district municipalities cumulatively, you are looking in excess of 20 billion rand funding required for every home to have running water. Given the pressure on the national fiscus, that is not possible. So therefore, at the end of the day, it's an issue of funding, and that is why we have the perennial issue of water scarcity. Administrators are vetted, administrators are local government experts. There is no administrator that is sent to a municipality without the verification process being done, and we are confident that those administrators that are on the ground have been able to do a turnaround. Example, in we sent an administrator, they have come out from a disclaimer now into a qualified audit opinion. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on the 8 municipalities that had their critical share with go, it's interesting to note that 4 of those had qualified audit opinions. That was Utukela District Municipality, Mzanyati, Amajuba, and Kanyagudi. Some of the other questions relating to water and Treasury's responsibility at schools. Well, once again, I don't really have the powers to intervene. What we do is if there's problems with local government and there is amounts outstanding, we do assist those municipalities in coming up with repayment plans. But it's also my understanding that if you cannot cut water, you can restrict water, but you shouldn't be able to cut it in terms of the Constitution. That's my understanding, but it's not my field of expertise. Regarding the municipalities that we have approached to support them and the negative response, I did mention that it was Amajuba District Municipality, Ubu District Municipality, Zululand District Municipality, and Mpete local municipality. Chairperson, if your committee wants more information, I'm sure my Treasury team can put together a document that you can use when you engage with the local government, with the municipalities. When it comes to the process between us, the Auditor General, and Cooperative, it's to look at best practice in those majority enrichment and to come up with a concept. Also, run by Cooperative is Operation Key Audit, which involves Cooperative, the Auditor General, and Selga are also part of that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Just for information, we need to indicate we have the representatives from the Office of the Auditor General, and do we have National Cocta here? Not today. We've got only Provincial Cocta. You are National Cocta? You're National Cocta? Don't be shy, eh? All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, let me just do just a few issues that I think would like the MECs to give us additional information on. The first one, MEC Buthelezi, you have raised the issue of the security, the cost of the security to the councillors. Could you give us a report on this? Which councils have the security for councillors or municipal staff, and which designation, which officials are? Is it mayor, is it speaker, is it MM, is it, who are those? And how many securities are assigned to each one? And of course, we would like to know the cost of the security per individual and obviously per municipality on a monthly and annual basis. We obviously hope you will add there what are the preventative measures that will make us to be able to get rid of the security. The second issue relates to the water provision, particularly the issue of water tankers. Which municipalities are providing water tankers? And we're looking at the question of ownership and hiring. Now, when it comes to the ownership, we would like to know which ones own, which ones hire, and then we want to get a monthly cost of those water tanks, and also the ownership of those water tanks, who owns them. And so let's have that information. The next one is around the issues of administrators. You have a list of them. Could you just provide that list? Who are they, and which municipalities have they been to since the 6th administration? And let's also get a duration of their stay in each of those municipalities. And we would like to get a sense of outcome. I hear you are very complimentary, and the members need to share in that information that you've got. The other question was raised, the Honorable MEC for Finance. Let's get the list of those municipalities where you had to put in interventions, and then the ones where the interventions were resisted, and also the actions taken by your office in the case of resistance. We're interested in consequence management there. The issue of water, I think the issue was raised around the strategy of the provision of water to get out of the water tankers is what we will be interested in. Thank you very much for that. Could we then welcome the municipality of Mandeni, local municipality. I believe we have a delegation here of Mayor Councillor TP Mdlalose. Is Mandeni here? Oh, okay. Let's see you moving towards the front as we introduce you. Mandeni, please come forward. My list has got 4 names. I see 3 people, so you will introduce yourself so I don't introduce someone who's not present. Welcome. You have been with us since the early part of this morning. You have here the Joint Oversight Committee, which is the Portfolio Committee on COCTA, Standing Committee on Auditor General and SCOPA, as well as the provincial leadership, which starts with the Speaker, the Executive, and the members of Parliament. So we would like you to just brief us on how you're managing the issue of the Auditor General. We've seen your report. We're interested in how you are dealing with the issues that have been raised so that we can have improvement. We will then be engaging with you on issues that relate to service delivery and other issues, any investigations, irregularities, corruption that would like you to be free to talk to us about. So with that, let me allow you to introduce yourselves. You have 15 minutes and then we'll engage after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to Speaker. On protocol observed, I'm Councillor Misishi from the municipality, Speaker of the Council. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greeting to yourself, the Speaker of the Parliament, and members of the Portfolio Committee, MSs, leadership present. My name is Tamani Alosa. I'm the Mayor of Mande Municipality. Thank you.
Greetings, Chairperson, greetings, Speaker, members of the Portfolio Committee, MSs present, members of the media, and all the present stakeholders. My name is Nokumere Lokuzada, the Chief Financial Officer of Mande Municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, and greetings to Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Speaker, members of the provincial legislation, MSs. Let me also observe the protocol. My name is Sizo Kuzwayo. I'm the Span Manager for Mande. Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Chairperson. We have shared our report. We're just going to highlight a few areas in the report, maybe just to share the brief background. The municipality is one of the 4 municipalities under Indian Electricity Municipality with a population of 180,000 people. The size of the municipality is 545 square kilometers. It has 35 councillors, and within those 35 councillors, we've got 7 seats of the executive committee. We can indicate that currently, or we can say the municipality is now considered as a hung municipality after the recent 3 by-elections that have taken place during the course of the term of office. The council established all committees and they are all functional. Amongst those committees, the Municipal Public Accounts Committee was also established. It has 4 members. The members of the MPEC were also trained. We appreciate the intervention from Salva Kota and Treasury, which also assisted with the training. We can confirm that all councillors in this term of office, they were also enrolled for the municipal finance management and training and development program. The role of the MPEC is critical in the municipality, as all issues of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as raised by AG, are referred to this committee for investigations and appropriate recommendations. They also ensure that they monitor the implementation of the action plans developed by management, as they are also reporting to EXCO and council on a quarterly basis. Beyond that, MPEC also hold the municipalities accountable on behalf of the community, as on an annual basis they also undertake the roadshows where we report on the annual reports, how the municipality has performed, and on issues that pertains to service delivery and financial accountability. On the admin side, we can confirm that all 6 senior management positions are filled. The the last position which was filled was for the CFO from the 1st of June 2024. Below the senior managers, we can confirm that we've got 18 positions for middle managers, only one vacancy due to resignation, and we just had interviews on the 20th of this month. We should be having that position filled. In terms of the vacancy rate, we are sitting at 4.1%. The municipality is growing share in members on a yearly basis. We can confirm that there were services that were outsourced previously, but we have since insourced those services, hence the municipality is growing. I can indicate it was waste collection and fire and emergency services. We are also implementing performance management. If we can then reflect on the municipal audit outcomes, we can indicate that the municipality has been obtaining unqualified audit opinion for the past 10 years or so. But zooming into the last 4 years, yes, we obtained unqualified audit opinion with some matters that were raised. We can indicate that at some stage the municipality had irregular expenditure sitting at 15 million. Currently we are below 6 million. With the last audit, AG identified irregular expenditure of less than 3 million, but there were some other issues that we identified as management. Hence we are sitting at 5.7. On the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we are at 0 rand, coming from above 600,000 in 2021-22. On unauthorized expenditure, we can indicate that there is one area of concern that we have acknowledged as management. We have made progress. We had thought that we were at 0, but at our last audit, there were some areas that AG advised how we should have treated that unauthorized expenditure, but we are committing that in the next audit, having considered those recommendations, we should clear that one as well. Another area of concern is the findings on the annual financial statements. Hence, we had to adjust so that AG can verify if the adjustment met the requirement. We have acknowledged our areas that we need to improve on. We have already identified other colleagues of other municipalities that are doing well in those 3 areas that AG has raised concern, and we are hoping that we want to address that. We can confirm that the municipality has never had any unfunded budget or has never approved any unfunded budget. The area of concern, which I think it is also reflected on the report, is the staff cost, which is sitting at 39%. There are contributing factors. One of those is the issue of the job evaluation, which was done some years back. We have engaged SALGA to come up with a new job evaluation. Unfortunately, it took long with the issues of COVID in between as we started the process in 2019. But I can confirm that we have since received the outcomes, and we are hoping we are going to assist the municipality to reduce staff costs. We are also implementing 6-day worker to address the issue of overtime. We do not owe any money to ESCOM. We are paying all creditors within 30 days. Our collection rate, if you compare the 4 years, we are at 75% average. The area of concern is the increase in debt on an annual basis. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of old debts. People are unable to pay. We are only supplying electricity in a small area, which is less than 5%, and then the rest is supplied by ESCOM, so I'm able to use or to hold the ratepayers through maybe disconnection, but we are implementing strategies to encourage residents to pay. We've implemented various plans like your 50-50, your 60-40, you come, you pay 60%, you write off for 40%, you pay 50%, we write off 50%, but that has not really yielded much of positive results. In terms of the government debts, we are only owed by the Department of Public Works. In total, it's 18.4. The provincial department sitting at 17 million and national at 1.4. The councillors' debt, we've got councillors 10 in total, sitting at 175,000, and the staff, 19 staff members sitting at 77,000. We have made arrangements to collect those debts. We are deducting on a monthly basis. Zooming into issues as raised by AG, how the management is responding, we are developing action plans. Every time the audit is finished, we assess what are the areas of concern, we sit as management and we deal with those, and then we submit that action plan to council. Of course, we are also accountable to MPEC when they ask us to respond. In terms of the financial state of affairs, we can confirm that we are fine with a rate of 1 to 4 months at this stage. We don't have much of energy losses, we are sitting at 3%. Our asset register is sitting at 1.1 billion with a net book value of 800 million. The issue of grant expenditure, we are doing well. The only time that we could not spend was, the grant was MIG in 23-24, it has been raised. This was beyond our control because when the project was at implementation stage, there was a land dispute and council resolved to relocate the land. We are implementing issues of waste collection, human settlement, implementing various projects on service delivery. We noted the concern on the low budget for maintenance. We can indicate that on an annual basis, yes, we have been budgeting below 8%, but we have invested a lot of money to procure yellow fleet. We are doing a lot of maintenance in-house, especially the rural gravel road. We believe that we will improve in terms of maintenance allocation. Currently, we have a budget of 5.5. We should be able to strive to achieve that 8%. In terms of preparation of financial statements, we've been doing it in-house for over 8 years. We are only engaging consultants just to assist with the review. Of course, where we identify challenges, we then send staff for training to close that gap. There are two issues, Chair, as I'm closing, that were reflected on the report is the issue on the assassination of Councillor Mabita. We can confirm, Chair, that from the governance side, because I think there were issues related to AG's report, that report was, the auditor report was presented by AG to Council, and all issues raised as findings were referred to MPEC for investigation, and recommendations were sent to Council. But we can indicate that there was just one finding, which was a repeat finding. Others were new findings that were raised by AG. The last issue that was also raised in the communication relates to the allegation of a councillor demanding 100K.
we can confirm, Honorable Chair and members, that those allegations were submitted to the Office of the Speaker. The Speaker apprised Council, Rules Committee, as well as the MEC for COCTA, and Speaker further appointed the disciplinary board to investigate those allegations. We can confirm that that investigation has been concluded. The chairperson of the disciplinary board is going to take through the Speaker, present the report to the Speaker tomorrow in preparation for the council that will be taking place in February. And then those recommendations will then be processed by council and be sent to MEC. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with the questions. Let's see the hands, members. We would want to. Thank you. All right. Afterthought, we'll start with you. Pass the mic. All members, you've got just over a minute to do your questions, so I'm timing you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to know your budget that you spend on infrastructure maintenance and repairs. It was indicated in the previous Auditor General's report as 2.8%. Has that increased? Is there any plans that's been made to increase that? Then you gave us some feedback on investigations as part of consequence management. I would like to know, do you have an indication on your irregular expenditure as well as your fruitless and wasteful expenditure? How much of the amounts was written off and how much were investigated? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to Mandeni. Just quickly, you said that 39% is your staff complement percentage of your operating budget. What is your vacancy rate? Because I think that would give us a clearer picture of what is actually going on. Because if the vacancy rate is high, then this will change that picture slightly. Then, has any performance bonuses to your Section 56 managers and your been paid out, say, in the last 5 years? I'm not talking about normal 13th checks, I'm talking about performance bonuses. Then you quickly glanced over saying that you have had success with officials and councillors owing the municipality. Is that 100% success rate? Is all of them paying to the municipality, paying back? 100% staff, 100% councillors? Then you spoke quickly about the investigation of the 100K of the councillor, ANC councillor taking the bribe or asking for a bribe, that is concluded. Has that contractor been on site all this time while this investigation has been ongoing, or has work stopped on that roads project? Then we also understand that burial sites is a near capacity in Mandeni municipality, and that this is from the ground, the information that we are receiving. Has the municipality made any strides to try and get new sites or identify new sites for burial purposes? Then we all know about the foot and mouth disease at the moment in South Africa. We understand that there is a problem with the pound in your municipality. Can you please give us some background on what you are doing and as a municipality with regarding to the branding of animals, the stray animals and the pound? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor. All right, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, all right? Ayangiboni kahle man. Yeah, no, Mr. Mayor, it's very discouraging to see your delegation being led by the municipal manager in your presence. We're expecting this committee to be addressed by you as the mayor of council. It's very discouraging to be addressed by the municipal manager in your presence. We don't expect that. You can't just allow your municipal manager to address us. We just take notes. We don't expect that. You must address us as a political head, as a leader of the delegation, we expect you to lead and to show that you are a leader. You are a political head of the municipality. So you don't expect to be addressed by the official here. The official must assist you, but not to address us. So, Chair, I would like to discourage other municipalities as well not to follow suit. We can't allow the Secretary of Committee to lead this meeting or the DG to lead this meeting, Chair, at your presence. So we're supposed to be led by the Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor is going to raise the issues. Now, the gentleman, he decided to leave. I said he's going to be the next one. All right, let's come back and start this side. Now, we're not running the meeting together. I'm the one who's running the meeting. So we'll come back. You will come in, we'll just move on like that. But we'll take two now and then get a response and then move through the next. All right.
Okay, thanks, Lalo. Greetings to Mayor, Speaker, MM, and CFO. Mhlawumbe uMayor kuzophendula manje ngoba kuthiwa delegation uyayilida funeka yena okhulumayo. Mayor, I'm going to be direct as other honorable members have been asking the question. Earlier on, we received a report regards to conflict of interest. Some of the councillors in other municipalities are doing the job with the municipalities. But in the list MEC that we finished with, Mandeni is not part of that list of the conflict of interest. But I want to understand, and please answer honestly in this meeting. Are you aware of what 11 councillors who have a recording demanding 200,000 K from the contractor? And it was reported officially to the leadership of the municipality, and the leadership said that they are going to attend to it. And up until today, there was no attendance to that matter of what 11 councillors demanding money from the contractor. And you are told that most of the contractors are running away to do business with you because of the same reasons, whereby people are demanding money, especially councillors. Are you aware of such? If yes, what did you do about that specific what 11, what councillor? Because there's a recording, I can provide the recording.
Let's round up.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So what 8, what 2, what 9? Please, they are telling us that there are no roads. So as a result, ingane ayikwazi ukuthathwa omalume esikoleni, ambulance find it very difficult to penetrate those areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the functionality of your internal audit unit. Is it functional? If so, did it assist the financial, did it assist the municipality in any way? Number 2, the MPEC. Do you have any investigations? Number 3, the underspending on infrastructure. We know Mandeni. So I'm not sure what you are saying to the people of Mandeni if you are underspending on infrastructure. So what could have been the reason why you've underspent on that infrastructure grant, and consequences for that, if anyone? And I see you're using consultants. How long have you been using a financial consultant to prepare financial statements? How long, and how long you are planning to use the financial consultant to prepare financial statements? And also, from the feedback of AG, the quality of the financial statements that are coming from that consultant is poor financial statements. So there's no value for money from that consultant that you are using. I will be also interested to know the name of the consultant that you are using, because there's a poor set of financials if they have to go to AG and have to be changed a couple of times before they can be approved. And the last one, Chair. I know Mandeni is an industrial area. The issue of illegal immigrants How do you deal with that, the enforcement of bylaws as a municipality? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you to respond, Mayor. But in the process of your response, I don't have got the correct report here, but on the one I have, there's item 6.5, which is headed the assassination of Councillor Mapita. Now, I was very keen to get the details thereof, only to find it's not talking about that. It's talking about something else, and there's no 6.6, there's 6.7, and the pages are 30 to 31, and therefore looks like somebody expunged the content that relates to Mapida. It must have disappeared with the 6.6 there, because I don't see what's happened. So can you give us that explanation, what happened there? So please respond. You'll have 5 minutes to cover these issues. You'll then take the next page thereafter.
Thanks, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Once more, I wish to apologize on that, on the committee for discomfort, for the MM to present. I thought that maybe it was a mistake. They should have maybe stopped him and run the presentation. We took it, the collective, but I take the advice from the honorable member. We apologize for that. But the report, I'm appraised, I know it.
Not that it's wrong for the MM. The problem is the absence of the mayor.
Oh.
So if the mayor is present but absent, then we have a challenge, because we want to hear you taking us through. You can come with details, but we want you to take responsibility. That's what accountability is about.
Thank you very much on that.
Thank you.
Firstly, on the issue of the conflict of interest, on the companies doing the job with the municipality. At the moment, Chairperson, we don't have that. But what was found in some of the findings were other people that were found that are in the employ of the state. It's like, for an example, another company, maybe in that director, and the company is director of another entity, or maybe sitting to other audit board in other institutions. So that was also found, and we corrected that one, but there's no company or any employee who is the employee of the state who's doing the business with the municipality. On the issue of the companies that are running away because of some of our corruption activities, we haven't had such, but what we've done, Chairperson, on this one, we've seen the people that we've grown, that incubated in terms of the projects that are coming from the local. During our time, maybe there were less than 5 or 10 people that they were doing businesses from local, but as we speak now, the people that have incubated and doing the projects, they are almost above 40 or 50, and the grading of them, they've increased. So we didn't have any issues of people that they were running away because of there were corrupt activities that is going on. I think on the issue of the roads, yes, we do have the challenges of the roads, more especially in rural areas, because our municipality is deep rural. On the side of Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3, part of Ward 3, Ward 8, and Ward 6. Those are the rural roads. So what we've done, Chairperson, as the municipality, we invested in those infrastructure development. Hence, we've bought a lot of yellow plants. And as well as the local contractors who are doing some of the job, some of the road maintenance. So in each and every financial year, in terms of our report, you'll see that in each of all these wards, there is a project that we are running that we funded in-house to maintain the roads in terms of the project. And then we'll have a day-to-day work where our plans are on the ground to do the maintenance of roads in those various wards. But we do have a challenge of the roads that are under the Department of Transport. I think it's P709, of which is a public transport, where also maybe the learner transport are using. and also the public transport. So that is the road that we do have a challenge, but we have engaged with the department together with Sandral to do that a job. We've met with them, they came and they've promised to move forward. I think the other road with Department of Transport is in Ward 5. As also we've engaged with them and they've promised us the process moving forward. In Ward 6, currently the DH83 road is a rural road, is done by the Department of Transport. The contractor is on site on that one. So there is issue of the disaster that has taken place, but the department has also gave us the budget of around 5 point something to do those maintenance. And those two roads that we identified, the contractors has finished it and the work has been done as 100% complete. So there is a strive that we're doing in terms of road maintenance in those roads that we are maintaining. And the issue of audit outcome on the MIG that were not spent, in part of the reports, we reported that that money was for the soccer field, we called it in London the soccer field. We started the process, we met with Inkosi, we got the permission, we went to Ngonyama Trust, all protocols were observed in that process. And then when the contractor started on site, then the community came back and claimed that their land and there was an issue of a land dispute. Nkosi came in and tried to mitigate together with us. And then hence the financial year came to an end without utilizing that grant because of that land dispute. It was not just Honorable Chair, a deliberate on our side, but we did everything possible to make sure that that soccer field erected. But unfortunately, they were with a claim of graves and so forth, but that was the reason we didn't utilize 100% on the MIG. I think on also the issue of the audit committee, fully fledged audit committee with the proper skills, and they are sitting, they are assisting us on a number of issues. On terms of impact, also the impact is fully functioning. They do investigation, they do reports to the council, and also we take some reports to the public as well, where we report on issues that impact dealt with. On the issue, Chairperson, on consultant, I think the consultant that we referred there, where when the AG finalized the audit outcomes, there were issues that we needed to deal with in terms of the financial statements of that time. And then we hired to be assisted on that one. That was only the time when we used that consultant. But in terms of dealing with the financial statements, we're doing it in-house as the municipality for this past 8 years where we were in the municipality. I think the issue of the performances, yes, we do have the performance bonus for directors and MM, where the panel has been set. Also the outside experts will be part of it. Then we do that performance assessment that relates to the performance bonuses. I think on the issue, Chairperson, of the Honorable Councillor Mapita, the matter is in court as we speak. We have made it to believe that the suspects that were arrested are the one that orchestrated or maybe committed the killings, and they are in custody as we speak in terms of our knowledge. And as the municipalities and the community, we've made sure that we demand no bail for them during the trial at the moment. But I think it's also the matter that I think yesterday was also part of the Madlanga Commission that was also presented on those issues. But what happened, Chairperson, is that after what we appreciate the police, the swift and the urgent response on the matter were led to those 2 or 3 suspects being arrested and are in custody on that issue. So on the issue of Councillor, to what level, Councillor Mthembu, yes, there is that voice recordings and we confirmed it. Hence, when it came to our attention, at the time that it came, the Speaker of our council urgently appraised us as the council, and also have made sure that we appraise also the Department of Cocta, the Office of the MEC, as well as we assembled the disciplinary committee to deal with the matter, to investigate the matter and deal with the matter. Hence, we presented in our report that the commissioner or the person who's supposed to bring the report will bring the report this week, and fortunately next month, February, we will be tabling the report from that independent or that disciplinary committee about the acts that committed by the councillors of what level with the contractor in terms of that voice note. When it landed to us, we didn't sit and relax. We took it upon ourselves to deal with the matter and report accordingly. And we will also continue to appraise the COCTA in terms of that development. And I think after the presentation of that in the council, we will also inform
Let's take the next set of questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Toabe, Chair. Mayor, I just want to ask, my questions have been touched on by my colleagues, but I think I just want one or two rejoinders. The one of the internal audit, seeing that sorry, not the internal audits, they are the consultants, seeing that they were so useless and apparently they were engaged for financial reporting, to help with financial reporting and preparing AFS. How is that role now going to be achieved? That goal going to be achieved, which is so important. Number one. Number two, on the question that on what was touched on by the chairman on the assassination, I just wanted to know that what is going to be done or has been done to protect whistleblowers within your council, because once something like this happens, definitely they get muzzled. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. There seems to be a genuine desire to address the findings of the AG, especially from your verbal report. So that's appreciated. And I just wondered to myself, how would you wish the relationship with the Auditor General to be improved? Or is it working to your satisfaction? I note that unauthorized expenditure as well as irregular expenditure are growing. They have not just been persistently there, but they are actually growing. What consequence management has been implemented to address this development? The Auditor General also pointed to weak internal audit within the municipality, and although the response of the municipality stated that the internal audit committee was working on the issues, can you give us examples where you have addressed the Auditor General's findings, or where the internal audit function committee has picked up issues that would otherwise have landed on the desk of the Auditor General? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the next one.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelele kwithimba lasemandeni. Chair, mina ngicela ukubuyela kule nkulumo le yokubulawa kwababa Mabhida. Lana Chair, uCouncillor Mabhida complained of corruption within the council. Bengifisa ukwazi lana okokuqala nje ukuthi obani lamakhansela lawa ayicomplaina ngawo. Number two, wayethi lawo makhansela lawa protect ama officials. Obani lama officials lawa akade wa protect. Chair, the speaker was quoted as having confirmed receipt of the corruption allegations raised by Councillor Mabhida, and that there would be an internal process to address Councillor Mabhida's concerns. Again, ngifisa ukubuza ku speaker, have these concerns been addressed? And then, where's the report of these allegations? Mhlawumbe, can speaker take us through what the report says basically, just briefly, if you can indlela angasenzela ngayo lokho masinyane. One of my colleagues just spoke about the relationship between the municipalities' internal audit and the accounting office. Ngicela ukubuza lapho mhlambe ku MM ukuthi isikhona in leyo relationship ngoba phambilini ibingekho yinhle according to ama reports enu.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Let's take the next one. Please try not to repeat the questions. I'm actually recording them as well.
Siyabonga sihlalo. Umuntu aqale ngokubuza mhlawumbe ukuthi ku-MPEC ameleleke wonke namaqembu epolitika akhona emkhandlweni. Okwesibili abuze ngezinga lamanzi.
Uphinde lo mbuzo oqala.
Ukuthi ku-MPEC ameleleke wonke namaqembu akhona emkhandlweni. Is there a fair representation of political parties within MPEC? I think it's a simple question. Okwesibili ukuthi what is the level of water flow eMandeni? Amanzi abantu aseMandeni bayawathola yini? Uma kuukuthi kunendawo bangawatholi kuwona, luthini uhlelo bazowathola nini? Hayi ama-water tank amanzi empompini. Lokho mhlambe ngabuye kuhlanganeke ne-infrastructure maintenance plan given the fact that i-budget engathi incane enisebenzisa kwi-infrastructure. Number 3, ama-suppliers, small businesses within asebenza neMandeni, are they getting paid within the stipulated time? And if not, why not? And what is the measurements ukuthi bakhokheleke ngesikhathi ukuze angafa ama-business also ama-business abasakhula ikakhulukazi abamnyama. The last question relates to whether, given that Imandeni is an industrial, has quite some industries, an industrial area, is there an integrated public-private partnership with an aim of ensuring that there's an upliftment of small businesses? So that uma ukuthi amashayina nayo lonke uhlobo labantu abasebenza lapha kusasa bayahamba bakhona abantu bazosala bekwazi ukwenza lezo zinto lezo. The last one relates to the 1.7.
There's no last one. Let's go to the next one. Uzawubuya.
No umuntu abonge Khabazela. Mhlambe through you Khabazela to ubaba uMeya. Ukholiki wami lapha ube wabuza ngama-bonuses. Ngiyabuka la kuma-financial statements wenu ukuthi buke wabanika. Now I want to ask, because I see that your overall organizational performance has not reached 100%, but I see that you had approved performance bonuses. I was just seeing for the municipal manager, what were these for? Given that they were repeating findings, unauthorized expenditure is increasing, the number of findings over the 3 years has been increasing. For instance, 21-2022 you had 16, 2022-2023 you had 6, and then now you had...
There's a bit of a problem with your voice. It sometimes goes so down that I can't even hear myself. So please keep the mic next to your mouth.
Okay, and then 23-24 you have 11 again. So I want to check ama-bonus lawa wakhokhelele kwenze njani. 2, ngifuna ukuchecka la ngiyabuka la ku report yenu, you are disputing what the HA is saying in terms of imali that you had spent in consultants, and I think that leaves a bad taste, Bob Mayor. Angicabanga ukuthi le report bekufanele uyivumele, because I think the CFO would know that conditional assessments of assets, that would be what would at the end be the outcome or the results would be what are the values of our assets, and that should be contained in the audit file in financial statements. So to say that it's not part of preparing financial statement is quite incorrect.
Thank you.
Ngicabanga ukuthi lokho nje into ebalekile kufunakala mhlambe nayo
Thank you.
usibukise kuyona.
No, we pass now. Thank you. Thank you.
Ngiyabonga Khabazela.
Qhubeka baba.
I'm taking up on your offer, Chair.
Yeah, you're
Chair,
welcome.
in 2014, when I started my 10-year journey in Parliament, I started in Scopa. I was under Temba Gordy, and what Temba Gordy taught us is that internal audit is probably the most important organization with any government department. I was very curious to see in the report that the internal audit is not reporting to the accounting officer, which is curious because normally the internal audit wants to report, but the accounting officer doesn't want to listen. That's what we normally find. So can you please explain that to us? Are you saying that your internal audit lacks the functionality to actually report to the accounting officer? Is that the case? And then the second question, just to follow up on that, internal, is how many persons, these are critical questions, how many persons are in the internal audit unit? What are their qualifications? And if they are briefing, are they being listened to? And please answer that story about why they're not briefing. Because if your internal audit is fraught, I promise you now, your entire organization will fall apart. It starts with the internal audit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, okay, please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good day to everyone. I'm not going to repeat what has already been asked, but my concern is with regards to the consultants. Even though this municipality was allowed to correct their financial statements, they still had an unqualified with findings audit. And I note now that you're no longer using those consultants, but you're still outsourcing some of the work because you have a skills gap. The expectation is that whenever you employ any consultants, that they leave you better than they found you. And they pass on some of the skills. So I just want to find out what particular plan do you have to deal with the skills gap in your municipality so we don't have these recurring issues. And then the second question is to the Speaker. On receipt of the corruption complaint by the deceased councillor, was there a risk assessment done? Was there some sort of protection provided for his safety given the circumstance and the nature of the complaint that he brought forward? And Chair, my last question, your debtors book is obviously incorrect because a number of debtors have deceased. So what is the plan to correct that and actually recover some of the debt that you have in your municipality? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. You've got 6 minutes to cover these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, I think we're not disputing what the AG raised in terms of the money that were used to those consultants. Those consultants were used on the issue that were raised on the AG, that were difficult issues that we wanted to be capacitated or to be addressed on it. It was a once-off, if I remember it well. It's not that we're using the consultant consistently for the previous years. And that was the issue. And the audit finding also highlighted on the issues of the capacity of some of our officials. And hence on that one, we engage on the training to capacitate our internal officials. Hence we did it, our financials internal. I think the other items that were raised by the auditor where we have plans is like a splitting of orders, and we've committed to deal with that one. And I do got the reports in terms of the action plan. We also present the action plan to our ESCO and also to the council on the issues raised by the Auditor General on how are we going to deal with each and every item that has been raised. So we do present that plan, and I do also get the feedbacks on it. I think, Chairperson, on the issue of Honorable Councillor Mapida, the issue that is there in the council during the eve, or I think was around February or so, his burial, was the issue that we dealt with was the issue of Auditor General, of which he came to the council and also presented the matter to the council. And there were issues that were raised, and on those issues we had the plan to deal with the issues of that is raised by the Auditor General. At that time, if I remember it well, there's no specific area or specific project that has been raised that in this particular AYZ was an act of corruption, or there was
alleged corruption that was alleging that he raised it as the council. On what we have presented in the council, all of us were presented in where the Auditor General presented the report, and no one raised the issue as the council. We adopted and accepted the findings of the Auditor General. I think it was the council of January 2025, if I'm not mistaken. On issue of, I think I've raised the issue of how do we resolve the issue raised by the AG, that we do have the plan. We set up ourselves the time frames to deal with that one. On MPEC issue, Chairperson, all parties are represented, is well represented, it does sit, it also does report. The issue of the audit committee, there are various categories and experts that are there, accounting, for an example, or law and something like that. So we believed that the audit committee that we do have the capacity, as we presented to the council in terms of also their CVs and their capabilities and their experiences. So we took in terms of what was presented to us in terms of their qualification, hoping that they will also give us the proper advice. On the issue of payment, Chairperson, we've paid in 30 days. Every 30 days we pay our debtors without fail. We still have money. We are strong on that one. For all these past 5-6 years, we didn't have the problem or challenge of paying the contractors on time. We do that one. I think on the issue that Mandane is on industrial area, yes, correctly, yes. What we must also appreciate is the intervention that made by the Deputy Minister of Labor, where we also visited some of the factories dealing with the issues of irregularities, foreign immigrants, illegal immigrants, and other labor issues that are unfairly conducted by some of the employers. So we do that one. I think also the Premier also visited the site, and also the MEC local economic department also visited. So we also partnered with Itala. We got our forum, economic forum, meeting with Italian businesses so that we meet quarterly and trying to make sure that we attract investors to come and invest in ITISTAB and also deal with other issues that are affecting the labor and also the community locally, so that the investors should come and also have a stable. Hence, in that Chairperson, our intervention, we did not record any pickets after these interventions we've made around banning or blocking of the roads that were used to be there at this time. I think, Chairperson, that yes, the foreign nationals, yes, we do have the challenge on that one, but we do have that intervention with the Department of Labor. On the issue, Chairperson, on bonuses, I think we do have an agreement that we signed in terms of the performance with the MM I've signed, and we do have identified KPIs for the particular financial year, and then those KPIs are also allocated in terms of quarterly basis, and we report quarterly on the KPIs achieved and the KPIs not achieved. That's why we make that assessment at the end of the day that the KPIs that were allocated were achieved or not achieved or partially achieved, and then the percentages of that one is calculated. That's why we in terms of performance of each director or MM will be taken through that KPI that has been signed and allocated to each and every director. So we report quarterly, and then we report financially at the end of financial year the performance of all the directors and also the performance of the institution. Yeah, I think that is...
Your time is done, though.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, let me see what is outstanding. What's the outstanding question?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think you must maybe caution the municipalities to answer all the questions, because we will come back and tell them that they've not answered our questions. I wanted to find out about the councillors, 100% are they paying back, 100% officials are they paying back? Then we spoke about the burial sites, it was not answered. I asked about foot and mouth and the pound, it was not answered. Then I asked you about the performance bonuses, you answered a question, then Honourable Mduna also touched on it. But I want to find out from you, why are you paying performance bonuses when your piped water inside dwelling is 67%, your weekly refuse removal is 41%, your flush toilets are 43%? Are you praising fish for swimming? Why are you paying performance bonuses? Your KPIs attend 4 meetings.
All right.
Thank you.
Namas?
Thank you, Chair. The Mayor is getting around the question of the slain councillor. He's not responding to the question as asked. Specifics there, and there is no response in relation to that.
Response?
Okay, sorry about that. In terms of the pound, yes, the pound facilities, we procured one service provider. I think the contract came to an end. We're on an advertisement to make sure that we do the issue of animal pounding. The issue of food and mouth disease, we're in interaction with the Department of Agriculture on that one, and appraising also our local depots in each and every ward. I think was close to December, we had a meeting with the people that were dealing with the issue of food and mouth disease. We were part of that meetings, and we call all the relevant stakeholders related to animal farming. On the issue of water, water is the one that is done by our Ilembe district. But I must say that in the area that we had the challenge of water was at Ward 6 in Dulinde, and now there's some water that is there from the pipe. In Ward 3, Ward 2, there's water there, not all the corners, but the pipes are still coming. In Ward 8, as the project finishes as Ward 9, they are coming Ward 8. Ward 8, it is my ward, where we don't have water, but there is a strive and the projects and programs done by Ilembe to make sure that the reticulation is happening to all of our wards. So the issue of water at the moment is affecting these rural areas where we don't have the running pipes. And other water we're getting from the King Tejwaya from the Ward 1, and there are some pipes on that side. But the project from Ilembe will be unfolding to moving on that one. On the issue of killings, Chairperson, I lost the question. What is specific? Because I think
the question of what?
The killings of Councillor Mapida. I've mentioned that the matter of Councillor Mapida, the police
kwakusho ukuthi ukhansela Mabhida is resigning to the council of Mabhida. Because I was by council but to participate in that because 80 other councillors are headed by corruption. Kubukeka kuyeye corruption. This letter we submitted on Friday. Uzohlala i-council on Tuesday.
Excuse me, speak. Can you just do it in more English? Because the other member is struggling. We don't have much time to do lots of translation.
He was submitted the letter on Friday. I got it on Friday. On Tuesday was the sitting of the council the following Tuesday. Mabhida came to the council. Nothing. He was submitted in the council on that day. In the following day, Mabhida was the part of the meeting which was sit at the chamber. It was a forum of a housing forum. Mabhida say nothing to me as a speaker about this letter. Nokunga participate kwakhe in the council. Late on that day, I got a call from Chief Whip, said Mabhida was shot. And I take my car to the clinic to assist.
Can I just interrupt you?
Thank you.
Do you have the letter?
Yes, I have it.
Was there any report given to the council with regard to this matter?
No report, because there is no item. AI Shuguti Mabhida is submitting item or emotion in the council.
I think, do you have AG here? Auditor General's team? Yes. Can you make reference to this point in your report? AG? Okay. I think somebody must come over this side so I explain what I'm trying to get. So we want to round up this meeting. Is your question sorted? The issue of bonuses. Let's deal with the issue of bonuses. What did you say about the bonuses? Let's deal with the issue of the bonuses again.
Thanks, Chair. The issue of bonuses,
You understand the question is, who gets paid bonuses and why?
is the directors and the MM.
And the question was, you have a problem with the water services and you feel that that's not a serious issue to actually consider as you pay the bonuses.
No. The issue of water is not in our competence, Chairperson. It's with ELAMB. We don't supply water. It's supplied by the ELAMB district.
So you are justifying that you should get your bonus. The other stuff is not your problem.
No. I'm not saying that. It was just on the issue of water specifically. That is not in our competence, and hence that the projects of reticulation and reservoirs maintenance as well are done by ELAMB in our municipality. So hence the issue on the side of other issues. I've noted that he said there were other areas that were not full percentage of 46%. My response was that when at the beginning of the financial year, there are KPIs that are allocated to each and every director to fulfill for the financial year. So we report quarterly in terms of the performance of each and every director or in the department on each and every quarter on the performance. And then if the director did perform on all these key performance indicators allocated to him in the particular quarter, particular financial year. And then you give that rate. Sometimes others, they rate 1, others rate 2 up to 5. So then you allocate the percentages of that performance in terms of each and every item or any key performance indicator allocated to that individual director. So in terms of KPIs that are allocated to them, you will find that the KPIs were 100, but maybe achieved 80%. And
Let's leave the technical, but let me just quickly round this question off.
Thank you, Chairperson. My point that I'm trying to make is that why are you paying performance bonuses when you are obviously not delivering the services? I made the point to say weekly refuse removal, according to the AG's report, are at 41%, which means 60% you are not removing refuse. But there's a KPI that says you need to do whatever, and they get a bonus, although they've not delivered. The same with flush toilets. Now again, that might not be in your, but that's your housing, so that should be with you. My point that I'm trying to belabor here is that your KPIs are obviously too low. If you are paying directors and the MM for delivering services which are not being delivered, why are you paying performance bonuses? That's the point, Chairperson.
Do you want to deal with that?
That's why I said, if you allocated 10...
Now, you see, now, you're going to give us a bit of a problem. You set the KPIs. Now, we're saying your KPIs need to be related to the community services as they satisfy the community, not insofar as you might measure the little bit of what you are doing and say that you have covered it, yet the community is not satisfied. And our argument with you is your KPIs are assigned by yourselves. And we're asking the question, if you've got less than optimal delivery of services, yet that does not reflect in your KPIs are wrong. But you are right in saying your KPIs are such that you've been able to get bonuses. So you set them low so that you can get the bonuses. That's the argument we're making to you. You set low KPIs so you can all achieve them even if the community services are not satisfied. And we're saying that cannot be correct. Now, maybe we can't continue this exchange because we're differing with you and we're saying we're not accepting your approach. Okay? The second issue, let me just say as we round this matter up, that there are issues that have been raised by the Auditor General. One is and we need you to maybe give us this post-audit action plan, which must then deal with the issue of consultants. Don't be defensive about the issue of consultants. What we're saying to you is we need a consultant replacement strategy. Now you can't say to us, we can do our own annual financial statements, but we need consultants because there are certain skills that we don't have. And then we say, but you still need to replace those, and you're saying, no, but we can do this on in-house. So we're saying to you, you need to have such capacity as not to ever need the use of consultants. And that's the point we're making, and that's what the AG is saying. Now, we can't debate that. The other issues that have been raised, you referred to them, but we believe that the issue raised by AG about splitting of invoices, that need to be stopped, so that needs to be part of that. So we want to see that report, that report. Then the issue of ineffective internal audit unit has been raised here by members. It's part of what the AG is raising. And the issue of procurement, other procurement irregularities. Now, having said so, we would like you to focus also on the issue of the grant underspending, which has been raised by the Auditor General, so that it doesn't become part of your audit report next time. Now, coming back, I'm waiting to get what's coming from the Auditor General's report with regard to the issue of Councillor Mapida, because what you are explaining and what we have here is not aligned. So that will come back to that. But what we need from you is, which we're going to submit to this committee, is a report on that Ward 11 case. Now, never mind what the police did. We want to know what was reported to the council, what did the council do. But we also want a list of forensic audit investigations that you have done internally, and we need also those that have been referred for further investigation by criminal justice system relating to corruption, so that we must then also get a sense of what disciplinary actions have been taken on that. That needs to come to us as well. No, that's fine. Just, sorry, Andile, just come closer. So those would be the actions that we'd like to get from you, and if you can just note them. Just give me a few seconds so that we can just close this matter. No, that's fine. So why we've been raising this issue with you is that from the report, in fact, I've just been alerted to where the source of this whole issue is. There is a concern that came from the Auditor General, but there was a news timeline report that was raising a number of these issues. So we're interested in where the information is that is said to have been reported. But if you are not aware, we'll then find a way to follow it up. Maybe we need to then talk to the MECs about it to see whether in fact we can ultimately get closer to this matter. If that is all you've got, maybe all we need is that we're going to take a discussion with the MECs on how to follow it up to get to this point, including you having to submit that letter, so the MECs must have a look, and then let's follow up these other aspects. You've got the Premier's office having offered the forensic services as well, so we'd like to just find a way of following that matter up. The issue of the police, we understand, we're not arguing about that. We just wanted to know about your own systems internally, to what extent they were actually involved in this. But seeing that this matter has been clarified, that there's a different source of the information, we'll deal with it with the MECs. Thank you very much. Let's bring this matter to a closure. Thank you very much. Let's take the next team. I think it's Mpofana. If you don't mind, please step off this table. Thank you. Let's get Mpofana municipality to come forward. Welcome, Mayor. Are you alone? Ngathi uhamba wedwa nje. Oh, likhona ithimba. You have here the members of the Portfolio Committee of COCTA and Standing Committee on the Auditor General as well as SCOPA. We'll give you 15 minutes to present, and then we're going to take questions from there. You're welcome. So please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greeting to the National Committee, Provincial Committee, members of the media, and the government officials. I'll give a brief about Mpofana. Mpofana is a local municipality which is category B, and it's situated within the Ngungundlovu district. It's got two small towns. It's the Moy River and Rosetta. Governance, Bofana consists of 10 councillors, 5 ward councillors, and 5 PRs. Functions through 3 portfolios: budget and treasury, technical services, and the joint corporate and community portfolio. Other non-executive committees include local labor forum, municipal public accounts committee, ethics committee, and disciplinary board. Bofana municipality has a full complement of senior management with relevant experience and expertise in line with the regulations. All senior management positions are filled on permanent basis. Community service merged with corporate services to save cost. The municipal manager is currently on fixed term contract. Ward committees, we've got 5 wards. All ward committees are fully functional, confirmed by the last quarter from COCTA. Ward councillors hold their community meetings as scheduled. Public participation process is effective. Our impact is fully functional as budgetary performance oversight structure. The impact received necessary training by COCTA after the 2021 local government elections. On quarterly basis, it investigates the UIFW in terms of Section 32, conduct consultative meetings to allow for public participation for community members to interrogate annual report, prepares the oversight report and table it to the relevant structure. The new administration has conducted 17 investigations into UIFWE as from 2021. The councillors has considered and approved the write-off as recommended by investigations. From 2020 to 2021, we have received qualified. 2021 we have qualified. 2022 to 23, we have received qualified. 2023 to 2024, we have received unqualified. 2024 to 25, we have received unqualified. The municipality has adopted an unfunded budget for 2025 and 2026 financial year. The municipality has adopted a funding plan to ensure that funded budget for 2028 and 29 is approved. The main contributor to the unfunded budget is the ESCOM debt. A percentage of salary wage bill to budget, the employee-related cost as per to 2025. 2025 statement is 27.62%. UIFW reconciliation from 31 December 2025. The expenditure opening balance, the unauthorized expenditure of 380 million is addressed by the investigation, and the closing is 380 million. Irregular, it's 107 million. Incurred in the current year, it's 44 million. The investigation done by council to consider, it's 112. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it's 48 million, and the current year 130. The investigation done Kuyabaleka la. Oh. Ay, kungibalekela. Oh. Financial management, substantial improvement has been noted in addressing UIF expenditure. The billing system, we are using the surge evolution, and the current service provider is CCG. Implementation of financial recovery plan, a finance recovery committee has been resuscitated, and after the upliftment of section 139(1)B, intervention, the committee terms of reference has been approved by council. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Okay. Debt owed to the municipality by council and officials. No councillors with areas accounts outstanding for more than 90 days as at the 30 June 2025. One councillor had an error account outstanding for less than 90 days, and the account have been settled in full in August 2025. As per the December 2025 invoice, the municipality owes ESCOM 668 million, and we are improving in doing the collection. From 2021, we've done 88.75%. 2022 to 2023, it's 94.55%. 2023 to 2024, it was 87.22%. And 2024 to 2025, it's 103.51%. Progress on addressing material and irregularities of UIFW and consequence management. Material irregularities, 2023 financial year, MI addressed and cleared by the Office of the Auditor General. For local economic development, wide range of impactful programs from 2024. Main targets are SMMEs, cooperative and informal traders and farmers, township and rural enterprises. These initiatives have been have been strengthening businesses in Mpofana. As SMMEs and cooperative support initiatives was done in 22 July 2024. Umgungundlovu District SMME support program businesses startup equipment have benefited 19 beneficiaries. During the 2024-2025 financial year, the Mpofana LED office assisted 489 applicants with applications under Umgungundlovu District Support Program, demonstrating significant outreach and support to local entrepreneurs. 13 February 2024, a small business workshop was conducted at Brownfield Hall. A total of 49 participants were attended. Cooperation with provincial sector department, UMEDA has an unwavering support to the municipality. Key initiatives include UMEDA, with stimulations of economic growth, public employment initiative, labor intensive programs such as the expanded public works. We had a program of Keep Moy River Clean, which was initiated by the council. Skills development and youth programs, youth development initiative, training, capacity building, workshops and community outreach, tourism development, formation of a local tourism association and community tourism organization. Land reform, farmers, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, local farmers received farming implements and agriculture inputs. Guguleti and Izibuga projects collectively employed over 500 people during the planting season. Various environmental awareness campaigns are executed, illegal dumping, cleaning up programs of 46 participants. Unemployment is extremely high in the Mpofana local municipality. Bulk infrastructure, maintenance of electrical infrastructure, as I've said that we've got a huge amount that we owe ESCOM, and we've done the investigation to see what's the cause of this. Cyvest condition assessment report, dilapidated electricity infrastructure, possible grid collapse, long period with no power, and total redesigns and rebuild necessary. It needs estimated of 450 million, and we've already written to
We
the...
have 2 minutes to go.
Ow. Okay. Let me report issues raised by the Auditor General and the 2023-2024 audit outcome. Going concern uncertainty, going concern assessment, and the following observation were made. Liabilities far exceeded assets by an amount of 390 million. Inability to settle short-term liabilities. Financial Recovery Committee. Payments plans have been signed with some service providers. Significant electricity losses. Applied for infrastructure funding assistance. Floods and disaster. Our municipalities at disaster prone from 2023 to 2024. 10 million disaster grant project completed.
Ivale,
Givale.
Ivale Mayor.
Ngiyabonga. Ngiyabongela.
Ivale, siqale siqhubeke. We're going to take questions. All right. We're starting this side now. Okay. That's fine. Please start. Martin.
No, ngiyabonga Khabazela. No, I see that you have improved from qualified to unqualified in the previous 3 years.
Hayi ngeke. Uzawudinga amakhulumane ngithi uzumela. Esente nje uzokuzwa.
Ngicabanga bengayivulile Khabazela. I was saying that and also your collection rate, I see that it's increasing. However, my concern, I see that you have your liabilities far exceeds your assets. What is your plan around that? That's my first question. My second question, how are you preparing your financial statements if when AG raised issues around the issues of indigent register, how has you been dealing with those people who are indigent? Have you been writing them off? What has been the current way of treating them? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation. You have you spent about 100% of your budget, but in terms of your service delivery, you're at 70%. Can you explain how does that work? You seem to be spending more than you are delivering. You have unauthorized expenditure of around 47 million, and there was no consequence management. So were there any investigations? And it was found that no one had flawed the processes. The last part is in relation to the water supply. You've got high shortages of water supply. What is the challenge and what are you doing to ensure that you deal with that challenge? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just find my place. Good morning, ma'am. The one question I'd wish to ask first is, the Auditor General has raised concerns around the going concern status of the municipality for a number of years now. What evidence exists? What evidence do you have that this status quo will change in the next audit cycle, or shall we prepare ourselves for this perpetual critical state of the municipality? Secondly, poor financial and management reports persist. What consequence management has been implemented to address this issue? And also, just also on consequence management, there is ongoing uncompetitive procurement process, as well as non-investigation of unauthorized expenditure. And in fact, the Auditor General's report notes that you ignored the Auditor General on this aspect. There was no response to the Auditor General's comment. Whose head, ma'am, do you feel should roll in regard to these shortcomings? And when do you think that is going to be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's a matter here, a little matter of the mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets achieved. As per paragraph 26 of the municipality's 24-25 audit report, Bofana reportedly achieved 70.58% of service delivery targets, and yet spent 100% of the budget. I would like some clarification, please, if you could throw some light there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. There are material losses on electricity to a percentage of about 58%. That is big, eh? If we have people who have not seen light to date. Then if the municipality is losing over 50% of the electricity, how are you planning to address this? Why are we losing so much electricity as a municipality? And it has been an issue for a number of years now. How are you planning to address this? Number two, the not investigating your FWE. I know that you said in your presentation you have a functional MPEG. The MPEG can be in place but not functional, because if you are not investigating, the sole mandate of MPEG is to investigate and hold those who are responsible accountable. So if it's in place, it doesn't mean it's in functional. Because if the reports are saying you are not investigating your FWE, you've incurred more, about 44 million in the current year. Then how do you justify this? Who is responsible here? Who has been held accountable for this? And also, for the issues of going concern, I want to ask the creditors, are you paying creditors on time? Do you pay SARS on time? Do you pay your electricity bill on time? Do you pay over your pension fund? Do you pay over your ESCOM bill if you have?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Thanks, Chair. I want to understand the reason why on MPEC, the chair of the MPEC is from the governing party, is from your own party. We don't want to be accountable to the council. That's why you don't want to appoint people or councillors who are not from your own party. That is number one. Number two, the issue of the Toby van der Leyen company. What can you tell this committee about it? Because the issue of electricity, I'm told that in the last council you wanted also to protect this company. Is it true or not true? If it's not true, did the company cover all wards that were supposed to be electrified in the municipality? And then the issue of 17 million that you got it from disaster, is it true that not all roads were built from that money? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just going to ask probably the mayor, because I was looking at the unfunded budget and also the current debt that the municipality has with in regards to ESCOM. Probably to brief us a little bit on what plans are they having, understanding that at some point the debt was 200% to annual budget. And it was before when you were still in section 1391C. As we are here now, are there any plans? Thank you.
Thank you. My apologies, Mayor. It is a two. May I ask you to introduce your team, but then you can set each one to answer the question, the relevant question, so anyone can answer. So we've got 6 minutes to deal with all these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sihlalo. Igama lami nguMaureen Thembi Magubane. I'm the current mayor at Mbofana Municipality. Eceleni kwami ngakwa left sino-councillor uZweli Dladla owu-speaker womkhandlu. Uthi ngasesandleni sami sokunxele ngibe no-CFO uNtando Duma. Uthi ngale kwakhe ngibe no-MM uHlulukwenza Dladla. Thank you, Speaker.
All right, let's get the responses. One is open.
Angibonge kakhulu sihlalo womhlangano. Ngicela nokuthi ke ama-officials angilekelele ukuphendula eminye imibuzo, but eminye no speaker ngiyacela ukuthi engabe sefike ezohlala nje. Ngicela ukuthi nje ngiqale lapha ezansi ukuthi ngokwe-electrical loss la esilahlekelwa kakhulu ugesi. Ngichazile ukuthi senze investigation, kwabonakala ukuthi i-infrastructure yethu isindala kakhulu, because besicabanga ukuthi ugesi uyantshontshwa. Then we've established a team ehamba ibheka ukuntshontsha kwagesi, sibavalele, and
ngoba sothi ukutolika koku
Oh,
musuhambe kakhulu.
oh, hayi. Ngiyaxolisa ke esihlalo.
Yeah.
Regarding electrical losses, we have established a team that is doing the revenue collection because we thought that we getting electricity.
To deal with some of the issues.
Thank you, Chair. I will deal with 3 or 4 questions. The first one is the one that deals.
In terms of electricity losses, I want to go back there. If you look at the collection rates, especially on electricity, it's above 90%, which means we are collecting what is due to the municipality or what the consumers are consuming. The main problem is what we don't even bill.
around disaster roads. With the first allocation of 10 million, it was 100% spent. We are sitting with about the defect and ability period, which is finalized at the end of February, and then that project will be fully closed. But with the recent disaster of 17 point something million that was received by Mpofana municipality, 5 roads were done and completed on time. Road number 5, there was serious issues of underground water, which have led to technical delays on the project, and then the contractor at a later stage neglected the project. However, we have got firm confirmation and acceleration plan that they are back on site this week, and they gave us an acceleration plan for them to complete around the 15th of February. We are hopeful that it will happen, and then we will be 100% spent on these roads as well. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Did you respond to that company story, company, what do you call it, You responded? Okay, I missed that. Okay, can you hold it at that for now? Any other question that's outside? No, right. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm not doing follow-up, but doing unanswered question.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mpofana. I just wanted to find out percentage of salary cost to your budget. What do you spend on salaries, your percentage to your operational budget? Then the same as the previous municipality, what is your performance bonus status looking like? Do you pay performance bonuses to your Section 56 managers and MMs? Again, the same story. Are you delivering the services that warrants and justifies performance bonuses? Then are any councillors or any officials owing the municipalities in rates and taxes? We know that that is illegal. You cannot, as a councillor or official, owe the municipality in rates. Then do you have a functional pound in your municipal area, and are all the upcoming farmers cattle branded? Because we know the foot and mouth is quite a disease that's taking South Africa by storm. Then, Chairperson, I want to stray off a little bit of the Auditor General and the finances. I am in the possession of a video that I will share to the Proctor group of a traffic cop last week, the 21st of January, a traffic cop that is employed by this municipality that assaulted learners on the way to school. I will share that to the group. Can the municipality please tell us? It is apparently Officer Vela Muchulu. I'm sure you are aware because it's circulating very wide on social media of this. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to ask two questions. One is that the Auditor General's report indicated that the supply chain management of the municipality was unfair and uncompetitive, and was also referred to awards to suppliers owned and managed by other state departments. Has any investigation been done on that? If not, why not? And what is the status at the moment? And will that be reappear in the Auditor General's report? Then on unauthorized expenditure of 47.25 million, overspending, and it's not being investigated as far as I know. While in the meantime as well, there is a mismatch between the budget that you spend and the service that you deliver. So you said you spend % of the budget, but only 75% of the services has been delivered. So I would like to know on this unauthorized expenditure, do you have an impact committee? Do you have an internal audit committee? Do you have a disciplinary board? And has all these processes been followed? And if not, why not? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Majoro, I'll just ask a few questions. Maybe they will be able to assist you in terms of answering. On your presentation, you spoke about ESCOM, your municipalities owing ESCOM a lot of money. What is the plan of paying that money? And then is there any departments that are owing the municipality, your municipality, yes, are they owing you? Is there any department that is owing you, like schools, hospitals in your area, and what have you done about it? I hear you speak about material expenditure. You just say MM is cleared by Auditor General. Can you elaborate to us what do you mean by that? And then how is your intelligence register in your municipality? And then how many employees do you have in your municipality? Is all your Section 56 manager filled, your positions, are they all filled? And is the municipality having water issues? If so, what is the issues and what is the plan of resolving those issues? Do you have water tankering in your municipality? Lastly, it will be the presentation done by the Cooperative MEC spoke about a lot of money going to security in municipalities. Is your municipality affected by that? Or the MEC have spoke about that. Most of the municipalities money won't go to security where maybe councillors get securities for protection or all of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's pass. Bring back, this one. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Just two questions. Your municipality is obviously in a very delicate position, and we know how land invasion and slums put pressure on any municipality. What has been the progress in trying to acquire land so that you have land for housing? And then secondly, we note in the report that there is an imminent grid collapse because of the electricity infrastructure that you are requesting be decommissioned, and you've made application for funding to replace this infrastructure. But you've also mentioned that repair or maintenance on this particular infrastructure that you have should have been done 15 to 20 years ago. And so I just want to find out, given the financial position you are in right now, there's been an unfunded budget over many years, you're unable to pay your short-term debts, you know, you've got a deficit of 86 million rand in terms of what you're owing to ESCOM, and your liability is 390 million rand. What plan do you have? What would you do differently? Should you have the budget to replace the electricity infrastructure? What is the plan to maintain it so that you don't land in the same position again in terms of your electricity infrastructure? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, all right. You guys getting inspired. Let's start with you, and then we will go to the repeat questions.
Okay. Thank you, Slalo. Ngibingelele kumasipala. Kunenkulumo lana ethi staff establishment, skills and qualifications. Kulama report, the full complement of senior management has the relevant expertise and experience in line with regulations. And then, in the footy report, the municipality has got going concern issues for more than 5 years. Leyo nkulumo iyaphiksana ukuthi uma kuwukuthi abantu bakumasipala abasebenza executive has got the relevant experience, has got the relevant expertise to run the municipality. How is the municipality failing then? I'm not sure what the nkulumo mhlambe kufuneka ingacela ukuthi iphendule ubani between MM no mayor. And then secondly, Chair, the municipal supply chain management regulations prohibit municipalities from awarding contracts to and accepting quotations from employees, councillors, and or state officials. In financial year 23-24, the municipality was found to have made awards to suppliers owned or managed by other state officials. Bengifiso was from uMasipala ukuthi what contracts were awarded to who, which state officials, and are any of those state officials part of the municipality? And then lastly, Chair, financial year 23-24 again, the municipality procurement process was found to be uncompetitive and unfair. Now, I would like the MM to answer there again. What does this mean, umaktiwa, the SCM procurement processes are uncompetitive and unfair? Should does it mean that?
Okay.
Or issue team,
Izwakele, thank you. So you have an unanswered question, or you want to do a new question? Please go ahead. You've got a minute.
Oh, no. Ngiyabonga Khabazela. Hayi ubungaphendulekile Khabazela. Bengibuze ngomba we-intelligence register. So bengifuna ukuthola mabethi abanayo bachaza ukuthi they are not providing any basic free services to our people in that municipality. And secondly, bengibuze ngento yokuthi your liabilities far exceed your assets. In context, in 2024-25, you made about 150 in revenue. Obviously, your revenue, I would assume we all know it excludes capital transfers. But your expenditure is 270. How do you cover the difference? Thank you.
Thank you. Please respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would also ask the officials to assist me with some of the questions, but I just want to go to the question of the farmers and the diseases that is occurred in the farming community. I think this morning there was a meeting that is held at the Farmers Hall where we are talking about how to assist the farmers on this situation. The water issues, I think for water issues, it's basically in Ward 4. But how are we going to assist, even though it's for the district, but there are some projects that are going on. I think there are 2 projects that are in Ward 4 for providing water services, the tap water to the communities. And I think they would do it in phases, because Ward 4 is very vast and it's scattered communities. But the water tankers are still giving our people water. For securities, I think the OMM and the CFO will answer those questions. Thank you. Can I give?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. The salary ratio as per Circular 71, we're at 27.62%. No bonuses have been paid, at least in the last 3 financial years. There are no councillors or officials that owe the municipality for more than 90 days. I think we've indicated that as at 30 June 2025, there was one councillor that owed, but it was less than 90 days, and that has since been settled in August last year. The issue of SCM, I think there are numerous findings that have been raised by AG, and we've responded to them. There is 6 of them that relates to SCM. We've developed an action plan that we've shared with the Provincial Treasury for their comments. We do believe that we are going to improve going forward. But with regard to the old UIFW, I think I've indicated that the investigation has been completed by MPEC. It has been reported that it has been tabled to council, I think this week or last week, Friday. It was then postponed, and it will be dealt with probably in the next meeting of council. We do have an audit committee that is functional. We also do have a disciplinary board. The issue of Section 56, yes, all the positions have been filled. Albeit some recently. I've recently joined the municipality from the 1st of July last year. In terms of the security expenditure, only the mayor and the speaker have guards in the municipality. In terms of my repairs and maintenance, we would greatly appreciate if we can be assisted in terms of the dilapidated infrastructure, because that is the only way we can deal with 48% of electricity losses. And if you look at the guidelines that we must adhere to in terms of repairs and maintenance, we ought to at least provide 8% of your PPE to maintain your infrastructure, particularly the electricity infrastructure. I think we'll have to abide by that going forward, because I think across the board in the municipalities, lessons have been learned. The issue of a going concern, I think it is linked to what I've said above, because the AG has to, we've made our own assessment and submitted, but the AG has to issue and make comment on that based on the fact that our liability far exceeds our assets. And the plan is obviously linked to what I've indicated, addressing the infrastructural challenges and the dilapidated electricity infrastructure. In terms of employees doing awards to the people that are in the service of the state, I think the issue is us having the mechanism to pick that up. But we do make all the employees and suppliers sign MPD forms, declaration forms. In the 2004-25 audit, we do not have such issues. There were such issues in 23-24. So what we've done, what has been done, has to a certain extent addressed that. The issue of expenditure that exceeds revenue, it is also linked to the electricity losses that the municipality continues to suffer. And as I indicated earlier on, the municipality is in the cul-de-sac with regard to that, and we have submitted a business plan to DMRE, and we've requested a few engagements with the structures above us. Thank you, Chair.
Did you respond to the issue of the cop, traffic cop, who assaulted a student?
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I will start with the allegations of a traffic cop assaulting a person. That has been brought to our attention. It's currently under investigation. The issue of the municipal pound, the municipality does not currently have a pound, but because of the obligations of 2006 Pound Act, we have decided to actually enter into an agreement with Bruce Matheson, I think. It's Bruce Matheson. He's actually running a pound somewhere next to Iketorich. So he's assisting around the issues of the stray animals around the Bofana municipality. The issues around acquisition of land for human settlements, we have approached a housing development agency in the main for two reasons. The first one was around the vacant sites that are in Bofana, which are currently being invaded. We requested that they assist in actually rolling out the services to those sites as part of their mandate. And the second one was the issue of requesting them to practice land acquisition, because Bofana is surrounded by privately owned farms and it's very difficult to have land for development. The last one is the issue of the ESCOM payment plan. A number of payment plans since 2019 have been made with ESCOM, but the payment plan will be made this month, signed. The following month, the municipality is unable to pay that payment plan. So we have actually engaged with ESCOM, and we have started a process of developing what is called distribution agency agreement with ESCOM. When we were on the verge of actually signing that, we got a correspondence from National Treasury requesting the municipality to halt the process. So currently we're having those challenges where we are allowing the National Treasury to give us a guide on that issue. But we believe that it will be virtually impossible for Bofana to be able to turn things around and be able to pay even the current account of ESCOM at this juncture. The departments owing Bofana, it's minimal if they are. It's very minimal. Cooperative Finance is assisting us to ensure that we collect from the sector departments within the province. Thank you so much.
Okay. So, let's just raise a question.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to find out, obviously assaulting learners, children, as an adult man, that is alleged, it's quite a serious offence. Is this cop suspended by this municipality pending this investigation? Because obviously it's very serious. Thank you.
Can you respond?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. This is a very serious allegations, and I think we only got to get some information on Friday when we departed from council, and then I've requested Director Community and Corporate Services to urgently investigate. So we should be moving ahead with that when we get back to the
answer
office.
is no. The answer is not suspended.
Not suspended, yes.
Yeah, all right. No, that's fine. That's. Sure.
Thank you, Stando. Thank you very much. I think one of the members cautioned earlier that the municipalities that, there are questions which go unanswered. One understands that sometimes, of course, there's a lot of questions, but one also understands at the same time that these questions are noted as they have been asked, because we don't just ask them for fun. Now, there was a question I asked, and it was very important, the mismatch between the budget spent and the targets, service delivery targets achieved. There was even an indication that the achievement was in the region of 70%, and yet the budget was spent 100%. So I would like that answer, Chair, because I really feel it's important sitting in the committee to understand that. Thank you.
Can you respond to that? And also, when that suspension is expected?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Let me start with the suspension. The suspension of this serious nature does not actually warrant the issuing of intention to suspend. So it's something that can be done right away.
Just say that again.
It will be done as soon as we get back to the office, Chairperson. Unfortunately, Chair, the senior manager, Director Cooperative, is here with us, so we will action it when we just leave here.
No, we're asking the question, if something has been happening for the past few days,
Then only when we ask, we then get told that no, you will deal with it. We're asking when, because it should have been dealt with. Okay, whilst you're busy consulting, can somebody respond to the question of Nkosi?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Around the issue of the mismatch, we had some arguments with the Auditor General around the comparison from the APR and the performance in terms of the budget. So I think the matter we will take this matter and we will investigate where the discrepancy is, because the budget cannot be spent 100%, as the work on the ground be less than that.
All right. Look, I think you need to note the concerns of the committee members in relation to the speed with which you deal with issues which are of serious concern. This issue of the assault is your direct responsibility, that we should have expected something should have happened as soon as this matter went out into the media. So this idea of waiting for long makes it difficult for us to see whether you have a challenge in actually acting on this matter. A number of issues have been raised by the Auditor General. You have said you are going to be submitting an audit, post-audit action plan to the Treasury. We would like to see that copy. And we hope that in the process, or we expect that you are going to address the following issues raised by the Auditor General: the going concern uncertainty, the uncompetitive or unfair procurement processes, the conflict of interest, the mismatch between budget spent and service delivery targets achieved, and that's the point Nkosi was raising. And quite often, this, you don't have bonuses, but this is often where we have a problem with the way some of the municipalities operate, issuing out bonuses, but they haven't spent as much, they have not achieved as what was expected on the one side. On the other side, we've got the budget spent more than the percentage of performance that is expected. And the next issue is the non-investigation of unauthorized expenditure. We have been asking the question about the functionality of the MPEC and the relevant committees. So we hope that should be addressed there. Material electricity losses, it's still very high. I do hear that you're trying your best, but from where we sit, you need to get back to the normal average of up to about 10% maximum. So we expect that when you make that report available, and hopefully that should be soon, I don't know how long, but we should receive it within the first 3 months. And so it would have obviously gone through to the provincial executive. Having said so, thank you very much. We'll be watching out how you deal with this other matter of the assault, as we believe that it should have been acted upon much earlier. At this point, thank you very much. We would like you to be excused, and then we're going to invite the next municipality. Umzumbe municipality, are you here? Thank you very much. Is Umzumbe municipality with us? There is no one from Umzumbe. Oh. Let's move to the next. Oh, it's taking so long to indicate you are present. Please come through. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. I've started counting. You've got 15 minutes to introduce yourselves and then give us a short presentation of 15 minutes
And then we'll take questions from the Mzumbe. Please introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity that is given to Mzumbe. My name is Ukansela Bonganyoswa. I am the mayor of Mzumbe municipality. With me in this delegation, I have the Speaker of Mzumbe. He's on my right by the name of Ukansela Usimpiwe Mthethwa. And on my left, I've got the municipal manager of Mzumbe. His name is Ushaka Cele Eche. And on my far left, I have the CFO. The CFO is Mrs. Engwa, and the Tolagele is the name. On my far right is Director Technical Services, Unogulunga Shezi. That is the delegation from Mzumbe, Chairperson. In as far as the presentation is concerned, Chair, maybe I'll start by indicating that Mzumbe is situated in the lower part of the KZN. We are within the district of Ugu. We have got the population of about 131,045 people as per census 2022 report, Chairperson. We have got 39 council seats, and of the 39 council seats, 20 are ward councillors and 19 are PR councillors. The executive committee has got 7 councillors, and the other portfolio committees have got 7 councillors as well. And the composition of MPEC has got 5 members who are coming from council members who are coming from various political parties within the council. I will start, Chairperson, with the short presentation because of time constraints, Chair. I think most of the issues we will be able to deal with when the session for the question and answer comes. Let me start with the audit report that we received for 2023-2024, Chair. We regressed and received the adverse audit opinion. Soon after having received the report, the audit action plan was developed and presented to the council for the council to monitor the implementation of the audit action plan with findings that had been raised by Auditor General in the 2023-2024 financial year. There were 11 audit findings that we received, and we do wish to indicate that over a period of 5 financial years, we received in 2020-2021 financial year, it was an unqualified audit opinion. 2021-2022, it's unqualified. And 2022-2023, we regressed to qualified audit opinion. And 2023-2024, we further regressed to adverse audit opinion, Chair. And in 2024, we improved, Chairperson, from that adverse, and at the moment we are sitting at unqualified audit opinion. In our report, we did show, Chair, the 11 audit queries that were raised by Auditor General, and we have, in terms of the progress status thus far, indicated that all of them were resolved. Because of time constraints, Chair, let me rush to matters that may have more value to this meeting. For instance, we are aware that there was an irregular expenditure I will start with the issue of UIFW, Chair. In terms of UIFW, it's only irregular expenditure that was incurred by the municipality at that particular point in time. There was nil waste, nil fruitless expenditure, nil unauthorized, and it's only the irregular that was incurred. The irregular that was incurred amounted to, amounted to 132 million and 132,11 million chairperson. Then we had to deal with that as a council after we have presented the very same report to the council. Maybe the important thing for me to indicate thus far is that what were the reasons that led to us having to regress from unqualified to the adverse that we finally got. Most of the issues that we found ourselves that led to us having to regress were political in nature, Chairperson, because it was around the sitting of the council committees. For instance, at the time we had a challenge of instability, political instability, Chair, that led to two councillors having to be dismissed by their political party, and with that having happened, 6 other councillors decided to resign from the council in solidarity to those councillors who had been dismissed after having undergone the processes of disciplinary actions within their political party. That made the council not to be able to have stability at that time. So that resulted in the non-sitting of MPEC as one of the committees that is very important for us to deal with this UIFW. The MPEC could not be able to sit because some of the councillors who had decided to resign were members of the MPEC. And secondly, the only functional committee at the time was the executive committee. Even the council could not be able to sit, and those were the challenges. And with those challenges, it resulted in us being unable to pass the budget in time. We couldn't be able to adopt the APR in time. We couldn't be able to adopt also in time the draft, the mid-year budget adjustment. So those challenges at the moment have been rectified. They were rectified by the fact that soon after the end of the financial year, the IEC conducted the by-elections in those particular wards wherein councillors had resigned, a certain councillor who had been dismissed because most of them were ward councillors. Once that has happened, then the composition of the EXCO changed. So in other words, the political landscape of the municipality did change. And now from that time, that was in August 2024, Chairperson, was just after the end of the 2023-2024 financial year. So we are indicating that. So let me go back to the report now to say, in terms of the debtors, Chairperson, we were at the time, by the end of that particular financial year, sitting at 43,649 million. Those are the debtors that were more than 90 days, and the collection rate at the time was 58%. Currently, we are now sitting at 15 million with regards to the irregular expenditure. So with the non-sitting of council, that resulted in some vacancies in the senior management. Because I think, Chair, the committee will recall that prior to all the processes of advertisement that has been done, the council has to pass or adopt a report that says from now onwards, let's say, do the advert and start the recruitment processes. All of those processes could not be be implemented at the time because of the challenges of the non-sitting of the council as a committee. After the rectification of those challenges have indicated politically, then all the senior management posts have been filled, and we are working very hard to turn around the situation. I think that is the reason why at the moment we are having the unqualified audit opinion for 24-2025. Maybe another part that I still need to report to Chairperson is the issue that was raised by AG of the low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. At the time, we were sitting at 1.6%, Chair, and at the moment, we have improved a little bit. We are now sitting at 2.5%. We are aware that we should be sitting at 8%, but the budget constraints only allowed us to cater for 2.5% thus far. And above that, Chair, we have allocated 10% of our MIG budget to O&M, especially to the projects that were done through MIG budget in the previous financial year, for those projects to be maintained and repaired properly. The data that I've spoken about, Chairperson, I do want to indicate that there are government departments that are owing us. At national level, we are being owed by Public Works, and at provincial level, it's the Health Department, Transport Department, Public Works at provincial level, Ingonyama Transport as well as ESCOM, that is owing us. But in terms of us owing other departments, we do want to indicate that in terms of the section, let me indicate first that there are about 4.8 million that is the creditors that we owe that are above 30 days. Much of that budget is for the SIU. Our municipality is being investigated by the SIU Chair on some of the projects that were implemented in the previous financial years. And at the time of instability, we engaged COCTA on several occasions, and the COCTA has supported us. We ended up receiving the ministerial representative who came to assist the municipality. He was with us for a period of 6 months, and eventually we were able to go back on our feet, and we hope we are trying our level best to turn around the situation. Also, as I've indicated, that we were under section 1391B of the Constitution, having placed because of that instability. I think, Chair, let me come to the conclusion so that I won't take much of the time allocated to me so that the chairperson will be able to lead us with questions. In terms of the reasons why irregular transgression occurred with irregular expenditure as the transgression happened, the much chunk of that budget was as a result of the vacancies on the senior management, because we couldn't be able to have senior management members who would form part of the bid adjudication committee. Then the acting municipal manager at the time would communicate with the neighboring municipality to assist us with their senior managers, and they did come to form the part of the budget adjustment, bid audit, Chair. I can see that the chairperson, my time is up, so let me conclude at that time, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Mayor. The time is up. I'm going to request members to come with comments and questions. Let me see if we've got hands. Okay. All right. Let me start. Let's start here and go that way, and then we'll get the response.
Thank you, Chair. I want to check the number, the vacancy rate within the municipality, and also the number of days for payment to creditors. How long does it take for the municipality to repay creditors? How much do you owe SARS, if there's any? How much do you owe pension fund, if there's any? How much do you owe ESCOM, if there's any? And also the adverse, because we're dealing with the financial year where you got the adverse opinion. Is as a result of poor financial statements from a consultant, and we are spending almost 1 million from that consultant for preparation of financial statement. Mayor, is there an indication of lack of capacity within the municipality to prepare financial statement? Because the expectation is that they should be prepared in-house. And also, if we are going to spend so much money that we are supposed to be redirected to service delivery, and then get such a substandard financial statements that are poor in that they even affect the opinion from Auditor General. Auditor General can't even use that set of financials to make an report, to make to express an opinion. So, are we still using that consultant? I would be interested also to know what are the plans around that, like moving from that consultant, because really the expectation will be to change the consultant. The water losses, how are you looking there? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. You stated that the 132 million rand in irregular expenditure had been dealt with. You said we dealt with it. Now, that's good news. I'd like to know, who did you find to be responsible for it, and what steps were taken about it? Also, you have some recurring findings, such as uncompetitive or unfair procurement processes. What has happened about these? What consequence management has happened in order to curtail this from repeating? In terms of low infrastructure maintenance and repairs, the AG has flagged it, and you have said that you are working on it, but it's only up to 2.6% at this point, and you mentioned a target of 8%. When can we expect that you will reach the target that is required of you? And finally, there are no responses to some of the audit findings that are raised, no responses from the municipality. What is the view of the municipality in regard to addressing the seriousness of issues raised by the Auditor General?
Thank you, Chair. Ngibingelele kwi-team esemzumbe. Chair, imzumbe in the financial year, I believe it's 23-24, they had uncompetitive or unfair procurement processes.
So try and bring it closer so we can...
Sorry, Chair. I think it's financial year 23-24. They had uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes. Bengicela mhlawumbe u-MM asichazela ngokuthi bekulungisile lokho. Ngoba it ends up looking like bagcina kunikezwa bangani izinto uma sekufanele kukhishwe izinto zemsebenzi. I think Chair, another one, the 23-24 and 24-25, the municipality had material findings relating to uncompetitive and unfair procurement process, or it's the same thing, sorry. Inadequate management of contracts. What are you doing about that? Have you looked at the ineffectiveness of that? And then there's protest in 115 in Umzumbe. I think in the recent there were protests outside the municipality. The problem lapho was service delivery was lacking. Kukomplena kakhulu ngokhansela wakhona Ward 15. There's water issues, there's bad roads, there's electricity problems. Abantu bakhona baze babhala emaphepheni ukuthi we need the municipality to give us someone who will stand in for ukhansela wakhona so that we can get service delivery that we need. Mhlawumbe bengicela umeya akhulume nathi ngaleyo nto ukuthi yini inkinga. And then ngicela ukudivate kancane Chair. Kunabantu ababulewe eZomba. Okay. Ngizobuya Chair.
Makuvele isikhathi.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the delegation from Umzumbe. I come from Reinkonyeni, so I know the living conditions of the people of Umzumbe. They are not really ideal. But let me start here. As I'm sitting here, I'm receiving a message that there are by-elections in Ward 13, and there are municipal cars with IFP members campaigning for the IFP in Umzumbe right now. And I hope that you, if you have received that report, you would have dealt with it, or you can advise how you are going to deal with it. Because there are pictures of people with branded IFP t-shirts in Ward 13 currently. Number two, I want to understand what was this inappropriate constitution of the BAC that is alleged by the AG. How was it constituted and how did it happen that it was constituted inappropriately? Number three, the inadequate contract management issue. I think it has been raised. Let me not waste more time on it. But I want to understand the instability in terms of the oversight committees caused by the resignation of councillors. How does that affect the municipality's ability to deliver or to account for what it has done for the money? Yes, there's an importance of the governance, responsibility of structures, but the officials have to account for where the money went and produce financials. The audit and the impacts do not produce financials. So if there's instability there, how does it become a justifiable reason why the officials are not able to deliver the financial statements and records? Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. I think my colleagues have covered me mostly. I just have one question. I want to check on your indigent register. I would assume that you maintain it yearly. However, I'm a bit worried on the number of households that you are providing access to free electricity. It's like 1,650 out of 22,000 customers, 22,558 customers. The percentage is too low. I just want to check the reason why. Why would that be, given that our people are unemployed and the government directs us to give them access to these basic free services? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to Zombe leadership. I just have one question. It will be directed to the mayor because I understand that the MM is fairly new. I want to understand, Mayor, regards to the SIU matters. That in relations to plan hire, the budget was 5 million, I'm told, but 30 million was spent. And the local fees, the budget was 800,000 and 14 million was spent, but on their personal things. There's a road by the name of Ngengezi that is not finished, 12 million was spent. There's a road called Ngazolo Road, the budget was 20 million, but there's no road. I understand there are separate processes whereby the SIU has zoomed in. But the fact of the matter is that now there is that parallel process that is taking place, of which is good, but the people does not have roads. So I want to know, how do you address that matter? And the last one, Chair, the adverse audit opinion that the municipality received. The AG is saying that one of the reasons is that there was a political instability and vacancies in key posts. So the question now, is there stability in the municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Please respond. We'll take another batch.
Chair, thank you very much. Let me start, and I will give the MM to respond to some of the questions that are technical of their nature. Let me start with the last question, the issue of stability in the municipality. Yes, I can confirm, Chair, that now the stability is, we have realized the stability in the municipality. We do have all the governance committees, and they are doing their work in terms of overseeing the work that the administration is doing. With the SIU part, yes, the SIU, as I've indicated in our presentation, that we do have the SIU that is continuing with the investigations. We have not yet, Chair, received the SIU report that talks to these projects that have been listed. However, we do want to indicate that in terms of the legal fees, yes, at the time we had budgeted 800,000, and because of that particular instability, those legal fees, there were a number of litigations that the municipality had to defend itself on at that particular point in time, that made the budget to balloon to the, in fact, what we know of in terms of the legal fees at the time was around 12 million. But I can hear that the Honorable Member Chair is saying it's about 14 million. I don't dispute that. It's just that, yes, we are aware of that. And what have we done with regards to that? I think the important part is for us to indicate that we have decided to have a panel of legal services so that we could be able to channel that, and we have a position of the legal services manager who at the time, before every transaction is made, that process goes through the legal services manager who understands the lawful fees that are supposed to be charged by the lawyers for the work that they would have done. In terms of the access road at Ward 3, we completed that road. It's just that I didn't clearly hear the question, Chair. You will bear with me later, maybe I will have to come back after a clarity.
The question was 20 million rand road, Ngazolo or something, but there was no road, but the money was spent.
No, there are two, Chair. I think that is Ngazolo, and the other one is Ngengezi. I think the Honorable Member Chair spoke of those two routes.
So what question do you say you didn't hear?
We are saying, Chair, in terms of Ngegesi access road, that is it, Ward 3 road is there, it's a tar road, it's there, and we completed it. So in terms of Ngazolo, the other one, Ngazolo access road is a multi-year project. When we got into the council in this term, there were a number of challenges that were identified with regards to the particular road. It's a very steep road. It has got it's a rocky area. So the council then decided to say, no, let's stop the implementation of this particular project at that particular point. The plan was to redirect the road to another area. Plans were made to that effect, and there were communications with the Department of Environment nationally so that they could be able to give us the EIA report with regards to the new project that we would have to implement. Then the work that has been done in that particular place, that is the previous term's plan, we then decided to say, with regards to the implementation of LED projects, that particular area is of vital importance for us to be able to implement the LED projects, and that particular road that was already constructed, we would be able to finalize that process, Chairperson, so that it won't be a wastage. Eventually, we are working towards that. We have not yet finalized that part, Chairperson. But with regards to the new plan, then we are hoping that we'll soon be getting the response from the National Environmental Management Department so that we could be able to go on with the implementation of the new designs that we have already done, Chairperson. That is Ngazolo Access Road, Chair. And the plant hire, I think the will respond to that. Though he's fairly new, but he has been with us since January 2025. Am I correct, Chair? From 2025, he has been with us since, no, it's December 2024. So he will be able to respond to that. And the indigent register, I will give it to the but I do know that we do have indigent register, and from time to time it is being reviewed. We are finalizing the process of its final review one, so that other than the one that we have, we could be able to include more people who are supposed to benefit from the indigent support, Chairperson.
Let's round up.
Okay, let me give the
Thank you, Mayor, President Chair, honorable members. We confirm that we have SIU investigation on site. They've been with us from October 2024 to date until the end of March 2026. When they started, they indicated that their bill will be about 14 million to the municipality, something that we could not afford. We wrote to the National Treasury pleading to be exempted. Then National Treasury wrote back to the municipality declining our request to be exempted. We had to prepare a payment plan to start paying what is owed to the SIU. I confirm that among creditors not paid within 30 days is SIU. There is a payment plan in place, and its first invoice will be paid as of the end of January. And we will honor the payment plan as discussed between ourselves and them. I'm not aware of creditors not paid within 30 days, but there are cases where by the time you intend paying for a particular service that has been rendered, you realize that the service provider in question has changed either the banking details or the account has been closed. What we are doing in such instances, we have said, let's have a paper trail confirming either if we haven't paid because we are investigating the service providers, we are not comfortable with the service that has been rendered, or in an event that when we have tried to pay and it bounced back because either the banking details have been changed, we are able to confirm with the service provider in question. Otherwise, there's never been a situation where we are not paying the service providers within 30 days because we don't have money at the bank. It is correct that we have used consultants for the preparation of the annual financial statement because at the time we did not have the CFO. After we have appointed the CFO and the municipality has indicated to her that going forward, because there is capacity now at the finance department, the compilation of the annual financial statements will be done in-house. Unfortunately, for the assets verification, we are still going to use the services of the service provider. We issued an audit, which is closing now in January. We'll have someone that will be with us for the next 3 years. But what we said on the advert, we want someone who will be able to transfer the skills to the assigned official, because after the 3 years, we intend doing the very same services internally as the municipality. So we have a clear program on both the annual financial statement and the assets, meaning these are the consultants within the finance which we will be doing away with in the near future.
Let's round up.
Chair.
Round up.
Thank you. It is also true that around the consequence management, or rather around the UIFW, we suffered because of the manner in which our bid adjudication committee was composed. That is the thing of the past now. We have since having 4 directors sitting in the bid adjudication committee, and the UIFW that is still under investigation were clear to say on the service, to the service provider who is assisting us, that his terms of reference are clearly indicating on the issue pertaining to the consequence management. Because there is no way then we can say we are writing off without putting to book those whom have somehow contributed in us receiving the UIFW. On the contract management, we confirmed that we had issues, but currently we are reporting that we have got project funds in place. We have a contract register in place, which is monitored, and issue around the contract register is a standing item in our management meeting. We are able to monitor those contracts, and we are pleased to report that going forward we won't have issues pertaining to the inadequate contract management. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's hold it on there. Let's take the next set of questions. Let's start with you and come this way.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just 3 issues that I want to touch on. We were with you, the KZN Cooperative Portfolio Committee were with you in July last year. And one of the issues we raised was Section 106 investigation that had been outstanding for 6 years. And perhaps you could touch on whether this has been concluded and what's been going on with that. Then the other major issue that I picked up here is according to your report, your impact committee is partially functional. Now, almost 7 months ago, this was an issue that the committee stressed on and requested that you get this committee functioning, fully functional, capacitated, and working. And so it's a little bit disappointing to see that it's still partially functional. Perhaps you can touch on that. And then thirdly, in light of the fact that there were government employees and councillors doing business with the municipality, irregular contracts and so on, we stressed on consequence management and the fact that you didn't have an internal disciplinary board, and we requested that you put that in place. I'm a little bit disappointed to see in your report that you've just put an advertisement out. Why has it taken the council such a long time to put something in place that is crucial? Thanks, Chair.
You. Next, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not going to ask about SIU. I just want to know about the missing funds. It was reported that 37 million was missing from the municipality account with no clear explanation. What happened to that issue? Second to that, there is a long-standing pattern of control in your municipality about the irregular appointment of the municipal manager with minimal qualification and corruption in tender process. Can you elaborate further for us and explain what is happening about that issue? And lastly, it's about the financial mismanagement 2025 Auditor General findings. Highlighted that the municipality functions without a proper municipal manager and CFO for a period of leading to a non-credible financial statement. Can you tell us how did you manage to resolve that issue? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Can I go?
Proceed, I'm sharing.
Okay, thank you. I got it. My first question is, what is the, according to the Auditor General's report 2024-25, the municipality only spent 1.6% on infrastructure maintenance and repair. I would like to know why is the reason that it's such a low percent, because the ideal percentage of your budget that should be spent on maintenance and infrastructure repair is 8%. Has it changed in the meantime, and what is your plans to increase that? Because if we let go on maintenance of infrastructure, in the end we have problems with water provision and potholes and electricity provision and all those things that we know. Then a lot of questions already been asked on the financial side, and there's a reference in the Auditor General report to the poor or the unfair procurement processes, as well as the poor contract management, as well as the inefficient usage of financial consultants. Now, I would like to know what was the amount that you paid the financial consultants in that term that you used them, and how is it possible that with financial consultants nothing has been picked up on all these issues? Or did they pick it up and report and you didn't do anything about it? And then also some questions were raised, but give us an outlay of what is your internal control systems and structures, because it seems to me that it's non-existing.
Round up.
And the last part is, you referred in an answer to a question about skills transfer how can you ensure us today that from these financial consultants, skills transfers happened? And if not, what are you doing to fill the vacancies if that is the reason that you are making use of consultants? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your percentage of salary spent on where your level is at? And then is there any councillors or any officials owing more than the 90 days as prescribed within law? And then performance bonuses, has anything been paid out to the Section 56/7 managers and your MM within the last 5 years? And I would be surprised if it has, because in the Auditor General report, it is reported that your weekly refuse removal is only at 15%, meaning that 85% you are not servicing. And that your flush toilets, for instance, is at 20.6%, which means that 80% don't yet have that function. So, yeah, those were my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the use of consultants, you are talking passionately about the transfer of skills. That is still imagined. Do you have those officials now that are going to benefit on this imagined transfer of skills? That's one. Then there is an issue of uncompetitive bidding. You commit that you are now going to follow supply chain management processes. The question is, why did you break them? Because it can't be just easy to say, I'm going to correct them now. Then you must also answer, why did you do them wrongly? And on the contract management, you are saying you are appealed to Treasury to assist you. Then the question is why? Because a municipality is a fully fledged organization. And then when this other organization that you are requesting or asking is refusing, and then you make an issue out of that. Because you still have to be yourselves as the municipality and also have the contract management. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I think you may respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start and give the MM an opportunity to respond to some other questions. With regards to Chair, Section 106, investigations, whether it has been concluded or not, we have not yet received the report. We want to believe that the process is still ongoing. We are still waiting for that report to come. MPEC not being fully functional, we are saying it's not fully functional because at the moment, though members have been appointed by council to fill that gap, they were trained towards the end of the last financial year. They have started the work because for the current financial year, or rather the last financial year, for the fact that we were able to get the unqualified audit opinion is because of some of the work that was done by the MPEC, now with the internal audit committee, as well as the audit committee that we will report to Chairperson. So the reason why we are saying partially is because we have not yet received many reports coming from them, but they have started the work. FDB, the MM will respond to that financial discipline report. But I can confirm that we have received, we have, as a council, received the plan from the municipal management plan, and advertisement has been done already. The process will take place soon, but as to why we haven't done it up until now, then the MM will respond to that, Chairperson. Honorable member, with due respect, I don't recall even a single day wherein we were having funds that were missing from our account as Umzumbe municipality. Yeah, with due respect, Chair. I think the honourable member will double check that on the report. The MM will then respond to irregular appointment. No. The irregular appointment of the MM, no, there's no such as well with us. That has never happened. The 1.6% in our presentation, Chair, we did indicate that we, at the time, had 1.6% budget for O&M. We have increased it to 2.5%. At the moment, we are working towards increasing. It's just that in terms of our budget, we could not be able to have more budget put as per the required norm. Also, I've indicated that over and above the 2% increase, I mean the 2% that we have also put aside 10% budget from the MIG that we have in order for us to be able to maintain all of the roads, all the infrastructure that was constructed using the MIG, and we have been allowed to do that by the law, as well as we have conducted our KZN COCTA, and we are well with that. The issue of provision of water, as much as the core function is with the district, not with us as a local municipality, we are aware that the district is working very hard at Umzumbe, assisting us. Sorry, Chair. We do get the assistance from OGO in terms of the provision of water. There are a number of boreholes that the district has constructed in a number of wards within our municipality. There is a certain level of improvement in terms of the provision of water. Well, with water losses, I think the district will be able to respond to those, because they do have a system that assists in terms of identifying the spillages that may come, as well as the water leaks within the district. So our ward committees as well do identify those within their ward, and councillors and report through the system that OKU has. So we are working with OKU with regards to that, and I hope there's no challenge. In the previous session, Chair, may I respond to only one issue? I think the issue from the visit with regards to the vehicle that have been seen driven by some, or rather ferrying some members of a certain political party. We received that information as we got into the meeting here. We have, through the MM, instructed the fleet officer to bring that vehicle. So we are working on that. Definitely we will be. With regards to Ward 15, we have been to that ward. It's a section within the ward that had a challenge. The councillor is not well. He has been not well for some time, and an arrangement has been made with the speaker that another councillor will stand in the meantime, so that work does continue and they are aware of where to get services. Thanks, Chair. I think I will request the MM just for 1 second, Chair. There are issues.
No, it's fine. Proceed, MM.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. May I request the CFO to cover one or two things probably which were not covered. Sambe Kuma responses ka Babu May. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's address the issue of the unfair procurement processes. Firstly, we indicate that the municipality did not have a CFO for the period of 2 years. However, now that there is a capacity in the municipality, one of the areas that was identified as the root cause for those unfair procurement processes was the absence of the procurement plan that is approved that will direct the municipality when the services will be required. We do now have the procurement plan in place so that we do advertise the competitive bid so that it will be open to everyone in terms of offering the services. So that is how we are managing that one. And we're indicating that in the 24-25, indeed the issues of the unfair procurement processes, we did not have that audit finding. In terms of the percentage, when we are paying the salaries, we are sitting at 54%. However, to ensure that we are rectifying that as a municipality, we are currently reviewing the organogram and also ensuring that the council is approving the placement policy so that we can use the capacity that is in the municipality in other directorates as opposed to taking the new people. So we are reviewing the organogram to ensure that we are attending to that finding. The payment to the contractors, the previous financial year, we were sitting at 63.3 million. And in the 24-25, it's 47.7 million. So that is an indication that there is a plan in place for the municipality to slowly reducing the use of the consultants. As we are getting the capacity in the municipality, we then reduce the use of the consultants. For example, in the one for the annual financial statements, in that financial year, because there was no CFO, the AFS were prepared by the consultant, but now, because there is the capacity, the municipality is then doing the AFS in-house. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you. Follow up. Honorable Madlala, is it a follow up or is it not?
Thank you, Chair. I think you rushed on the second when the mayor was explaining on the issue of the mobilization currently happening done by the IFP of Umzumbe vehicles, municipal vehicles. You said that you have instructed the fleet officer, and I could not hear the rest of your reaction as a municipality to that misconduct. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. That was a very unfortunate incident. As Babu Mayor has alluded to, as I'm here, the acting municipal manager investigating the matter, and it will be reported to me tomorrow morning. I've already asked manager legal services, who is sitting here behind me, that it's a matter that will need our urgent attention. I'm not aware who is currently driving the car, but I've issued a clear directive to say, please investigate the matter. In an event, it's an official who is driving the car in question, that person will be asked as to why he could not be suspended. Because we all know we are not allowed as the officials to give lift to the citizens within the communities. So as to how and why that happened, I cannot tell at this stage, but it's a matter that is receiving our attention effectively when we received the news. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Sorry? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, thank you for the responses, although you did not respond of councillors and officials owing the municipality. I want to know that, as well as the performance bonuses. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We are not aware of any councillor or official who is owing the municipality. Thank you.
I think the other issue was around bonuses. No, in the past 5 years, that was the question. No, in the financial year 2020-2021, because the audit report, the audit outcome was unqualified audit opinion, as well as 2021-2022 chairperson. Yes, there were bonuses that were paid with regards to the performance bonuses, Chair, that were paid with regards to the performance on those 2 financial years. In 2022-2023, there was no bonus because we regressed. Also in 2023-2024, there were no bonus that was paid. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We're closing.
No, ngiyabonga Khabazela. Ayangibuzi Khabazela. Ngifuna uhlambe simlekelele simlungise. I do not think it's a correct statement to say he is not aware. He's the MM. He's supposed to be. I'm saying, asingcela simlekelele MM. I do not think it's a correct statement to say if he's responsible as the accounting officer to say he's not aware if there are any councillors who are owing the municipality. Can he give a proper answer to say there are no councillors who are owing the municipality or not? He's an accounting officer. He is supposed to know that. Thank you.
Who owe the municipality?
No, I'm saying the question was, the question would have been, are there any councillors who are owing the municipality? Now the MM is saying, we are not aware. But I'm saying that that would be a wrong answer. You must just say there are none or there are. I'm not sure if it makes sense. Because it sounds to me
no, that's fine.
As if he's saying that I don't know.
When members want to debate, we will open a space for them. No. We're not going that way now. You're going to give us a proper report of councillors who owe the municipality. So your answer will not be you are not aware. Your answer will be they are or they are not. So we need that report to come to us. Okay? Because it sounds very much like a political answer. In case there is, I'm still right. In case there isn't, I'm still correct. Okay? So that's what's raising a debate here. And I'm coming to rescue you to say you are not a politician, so you're going to give us a proper report. And therefore, you are not going to get into a debate about it. And there will not be a debate about it. So that will come to us. Obviously, it will go through the MECs as well, so we all know what your answer was like. I think at this point, let me ask that we round this up. We need you to, again, address the issues that were raised by the Auditor General, and that address will have to reach us via MECs. The first issue is to ensure that we don't have any regression in the audit opinion, and that you address the issue of consultants so that we do not have, again, an ineffective use of consultants. Then you have to address the uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, inadequate contract management, as well as the issue of low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. All of these matters were raised by the Auditor General we would like them to be brought to be addressed. And so together with those will be the issue of the councillors who owe municipalities. We always follow up the issue of bonuses, because when there is inadequate service delivery, we cannot expect that the municipal officials would actually reward themselves as such. Having said so, I also think it's important. I see you did address the issue, but let me leave it to you as mayor and all the political leaders that the political instability that you had was unnecessary. It was wrong to actually have the leaders who are supposed to manage and support the municipality become the cause of the instability. Whatever the political reasons were for it, the place for political disagreements, infighting, factions is not in the municipality. People can do what they want to do about their factions and their conflicts outside the municipality, but we would like to see municipalities being managed in a very non-partisan and apolitical manner that is focused on service delivery. It wouldn't really matter whether the municipality is led by ANC, EFF, AK or MK party or DA or any other party. What matters is that there is a mayor who's got a constitutional responsibility. What matters is that there is a speaker who's got an authority over those councillors. What matters is that you've got a clear administrative line that needs to be respected so that the work of the municipality is not compromised. Service delivery is primarily the focus of why we're in the municipalities. So there is no explanation or excuse that can be accepted for people paralyzing the municipality because of political differences. Whether they are intra-party, inter-party, or across all parties, there's no explanation that can ever be acceptable. So we're making that point now because we hope you don't ever get back there because at the end of it, it's our people who will actually be shortchanged. And so with that, we would like you to make sure that going forward, there's never again a basis of instability that is caused by political leadership. Thank you very much. We excuse you at this point and would like to take a lunch break. So we will be back after 30 minutes. So we'll be back at 10 to 3. Thank you very much. Lunch break, all the members. Thank you. 10 to 3. May we invite Nkosi Langalbalele local municipality? Are they here with us? Doesn't look like. Nkosi Langalbalele municipality? They are not here. Okay, let's move on. Sorry? Slow motion. Just to indicate that people are here helps, eh? So at least we know you are here. Welcome, Nkosi Langalbalele, local municipality. Please take the mic. You've got 15 minutes to introduce yourself. You are appearing in front of 3 portfolio committees from the National Assembly, Portfolio Committee of COCTA, SCOPA, and the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. Then you also have the provincial legislature represented by the Speaker, as well as members of the legislature. We've also got the MECs who are here with us, MEC for Finance and MEC for COCTA, who at this point is also got to join the briefing on the disaster management. That's why some of the members have gone out to that meeting. So you have 15 minutes to table issues of your municipality, and then we go for questions. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you and the members of the committee, MECs, Speaker, and the members of SCOPA. My name is Duduzi Mieza, the Mayor of Nkosi Langalbalele local municipality.
Greetings, Chair, Mrs. Speaker, members of the committee, members of SCOPA. My name is Sembiso Mtembu, the municipal manager of Nkosi Langalbalele.
Greetings, Chair, honorable members, MECs. My name is Busiso Katebe, CFO, Nkosi Langalbalele.
Thank you. Greetings to the Chair, the MECs, the Speaker, the members of the committee, SCOPA members. My name is Hans Chotu, the General Manager, Corporate Services.
Can't hear you. You must put your mic very close to your mouth.
My name is Hans Chotu, the General Manager, Corporate Services.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please, Chair, allow me to go straight to the issues raised by the Auditor General. I won't go through to the background. I'll shoot direct to the issues raised by Auditor General.
Can you just clarify something? We didn't hear all the introductions, so let's just quickly just repeat who is here. Yourself is fine.
Myself. My name is
the others.
We said.
No, I'm saying just indicate who else who is here. They introduce themselves, but the sound.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Municipal Manager, Sembiso Mtembu, and our CFO, Sbusiso Hatebe, and the General Manager, Hans Chotu.
So we don't have a speaker?
No, Chair. Today we had a function Metric Excellence Awards, so we delegated a speaker and a deputy mayor to continue with that event.
Okay.
Thank you,
It
Chair.
would have helped us if you just offered that up front, then
Okay.
Okay, now that we are at it, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I said, please allow me to shoot direct to the raised by Auditor General. The first one, conflict of interest. The municipality has an adopted supply chain policy which is reviewed annually. The policy was developed in accordance with MFMA supply chain regulations and is being implemented to comply with regulations. The local municipality relies primarily on the MBD4 declaration of interest and the Central Supply Database, CSD, as the prescribed and authorized sources for determining whether a service provider is in the service of the state in accordance with the Municipal Finance Management Act, MFMA, and the Application Supply Chain Management, SCM, regulations. The form is where a service provider declares on the MB4 forms that they are not employed by the state and where not contradictory information is reflected on the CSD. The municipality has no alternative statutory database, integrated third-party system, or legislated investigative mechanism available to independently verify the employment status of the service provider. In addition, due to resources constraints and the absence of centralized national verification platform covering all public sector institutions, the municipality is not in a position to conduct manual verification across provincial and national government entities. In this context, Chair, the municipality accepts the information submitted through the MB4 declaration and CSD on the basis of a presumption of correctness in the absence of evidence to the contrary. Based on this presumption, the municipality concludes that such service providers are not in the service of the state and are therefore eligible to participate in the procurement process. Corrective measures, Chair. Currently, the municipality relies on MBD4 forms for the declaration of interest and also implement findings by Auditor General who use a computer assisted auditing technique to identify any service provider, directors or any associates, spouses, children, if they are not in the service of the state. In the declaration by suppliers, the following certificates has been made. I accept that in addition to cancellation of a contract, action may be taken against me should this declaration prove to be false. Consequence management. Any service provider that has been identified that its directors or associates are in the employ of the state, their services will be terminated and will no longer be used in future unless the acceptable period has been lapsed after resignation of the state, entity or government. The identified service providers are reported to Council and MPEG for further investigation and consequent management. Then the second item that was raised by Auditor General, high financial consultant price tag. Inkosi ilangalibale local municipality operates within a complex institutionally environment shaped by the 2016 amalgamation of the former Umjezi and the Imbabazane local municipalities. The merger occurred without a comprehensive handover since most HODs from former Umjezi resigned before initial merger, especially the CFO. The expected handover of financial records, assets, registers, contracts or institutional knowledge, resulting in long-standing challenges relating to data integrity, asset management, financial reporting and compliance with generally recognized accounting practice. These legacy issues continue to affect the governance, audit, readiness and financial reporting process over several subsequent financial years. This biggest municipality of the two, being Umjezi municipality and qualified audit opinion, while Imbabazane municipality had unqualified audit opinion in 2015-2016 financial year. Against this background, it appeared that there was no credible baseline for development of credible sets of annual financial statement. The municipality experienced persistent adverse audit outcome, including disclaimers, primarily linked to weaknesses in asset management, account receivable, supporting documentation, financial statement preparation and audit file completeness. The technically complexity and elevated risk profile of the financial reporting environment, particularly within the financial reporting department and asset management unit, necessitated the appointment of specialized financial reporting consultant after merger and as well as during the 2023-2024 financial year, due to complexity of issues emanating from merger. Provincial treasury provided support through service provider to prepare credible annual financial statement. The service provider was accommodated with the municipality and was reporting monthly as per the engagement letter with provincial treasurer. It was then during the submission month of AFS that the service provider from provincial treasurer withdrew their services and could not submit AFS as per legislated time frame. During this period, 2023-2024, the municipality incurred expenditure of 26.8 million on financial reporting consultants. The appointment of these consultants was aimed in stabilizing the financial reporting environment, address historical audit findings arising from the post-merger legacy challenges, supporting the preparation of annual financial statement in compliance with GREP and MFMA requirements, and assisting management in implementing corrective action to the improved audit outcome. Then the corrective measures. The municipality during 2022-2023 financial year had to put two terms the financial system service provider, which had also impact on the receivable as it could not issue out statement. Incorrect age analysis was provided. This led to the termination of their services, thus leading to the appointment of the new service provider and take on balance were incorrect on data's module, which is still currently the measure. This intervention contributed to a measurable improvement in audit performance, with the municipality progressing from disclaimer of audit opinion to a qualified audit opinion in the 2023-2024 financial year. This improvement represents a significant milestone in the municipality audit recovery treasury and reflect progress in addressing entrenched historical deficiencies.
You got to begin to round up. You've got 3 minutes.
Okay, Chair. Notwithstanding this improvement, the municipality identified governance and oversight weakness that affect the overall effectiveness and cost efficiency of the contracted engagement. Chair, because of time, let me go to consequent management. KwaZulu-Natal local municipalities remained committed to sound financially government institutionally capacity building and sustained audit improvement while addressing the long-term impact of historical, structural and systemic challenges. Once funding allowed the further full appointment on the proposed vacancies for asset and fleet management unit as well as financial reporting unit. Poor statement, internal audit and audit committee. During the 2023-2024 financial year, KwaZulu-Natal local municipality experienced challenges that affected the overall effectiveness of the internal audit unit and the audit committee with implication for the robustness of assurance oversight and governance process during the period under review. Contribution factors included capacity limitations within the internal audit unit, which constrained the full execution of the approved risk-based internal audit plan, as well as gaps in the alignment between the internal audit activities, the municipality risk register and management action plan. In addition, period of stability within the government structure affected continuity and the optimal functioning of oversight arrangement. Then the consequent management chair, additional initiative focus strengthening the monitoring of the management in the implementation of internal audit and audit committee recommendation, as well as enhancing reports, land and engagement between internal audit and the audit committee, senior management and the council, improve accountability and oversight. Then the last one, chair, low budget for infrastructure, repairs and maintenance. During the 2023-2024 financial year, KwaZulu-Natal municipality allocated approximately 2.5% of the capital budget toward infrastructure repairs and maintenance. Then let me go straight to corrective measures. The municipality has demonstrated a commitment to strengthening repairs and maintenance funding over the medium term under the 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 medium term revenue and expenditure framework. The measures.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Let's hold it at that. Let's have the members raise questions. What you didn't cover, you'll cover the questions. Thank you very much. May I invite members for questions? Okay. Please, when we ask for questions, let's get everyone to focus so we don't have to. No, there's no hand there. It's, yeah, you start with. Yes, let me start.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. My first question is going to the fact that in the 2023 Auditor General report, it was highlighted that eThekwini, since 2020, sorry. In the 2023 Auditor General report, it was highlighted that 24.37 million was spent on awards to other departments or people that is working or employees of the municipality in 13 contracts. I would like to know, has that been fixed? And has that been investigated? And was there any consequence management due to this contract awarded? Because that was a conflict of interest. And then the financial consultants, you paid, according to the Auditor General, 26.88 million rand for the financial consultants, and you improved the audit outcome. But that was, and the reason why you had to spend on the consultants is because of the poor state of the internal audit committee as well as the audit committee. So I would like to know what is the state of the audit committee and the impact and the disciplinary board, all those internal systems that is there to help you.
Thank you. Take the next question.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Nkosi Langalibalele. There we go. So I wanted to find out from you, what is your percentage of budget that you spent on salaries per month? What is the percentage of that? And then, is there any councillors or officials that's owing the municipality in rates and taxes more than 90 days, which is prescribed by law? That is not allowed. And then performance bonuses, have you paid out in the last 5 years any performance bonuses to your MM or his Section 56 managers directly accountable to him? And then I know there was a dispute between yourself and Utukela District Municipality regarding an 80 million, something with water. I'd like you to unpack a little bit more on that if possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, right, Honorable Mayor, are you happy with your composition? Is it a good reflection of our constitution, of our laws of this country? This is not thanks to us as this committee. This impressive. I'm not even interested to know which political party are you from as a municipality, but I think your political party must look into these issues and address them accordingly. You know, this is not thanks to us. I don't think even the president, even the premier, even the MEC is happy about this composition. So I hope next time maybe when you come before us, we'll see, ladies. This kind of said in Tom is Baisel and Art. So man amatu daganj anbugeki madoda hlala ayihle nje sibuka la. Sathemba ukuthi in future when they come here we'll see something different. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Hayi bazwile. Bazophendula. Let's have the next question. Cooperative.
Ngiyabonga, Chairperson. Greetings to ihostela lase KwaZulu-Natal. Ilanga libalele local municipality holo umeya phambili. Good conflict of interest raised by the AG. Ni awada abantu abama officials ni benza nabo umsebenzi 24.37 million mm. Please clarify that with us. And then okwesibili, can you confirm, Mayor, because the speaker is not here, why are you not sitting physical? Why are you still meeting on virtual? COVID is long gone, and you are not meeting physical for the past 3 years. what could be informed at for the council for not meeting in person to deal with the issues that are very important? Mayor, 2 hours now we must use imali yomkhandlu. 2 busy khayini lento zemgidi. Try mayor in a function ebizwa ngenkomishi thizeni kodlalela inkomishi. Can you please clarify that? Why are you doing that? Inkomishi, 2 abazobeka inkomishi badlalela inkomishi. I don't know, you clarify it. And then to most of the posts, you are not advertising it. Mthatha nje abangani nithi wena was kufanele le post le. So people of ilanga libalele bathi they don't know the procedures and advertisement of the post. Can you please clarify? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this municipality, as per the report here, uses a financial consultant. Yeah, it uses a financial consultant for financial statements, and they paid an amount of about 26.8 million. So, Chair, that's a lot of money for a qualified opinion. I see here it's improved. This is not improved. It's supposed to be a clean audit. So, really, are we getting good value for money, for paying so much? And also, Chair, the oversight committees that are supposed to be assisting the municipality and the accounting officer, they are not in place. Your MPEG, you have MPEG, functional, investigating. You've admitted that you don't have internal control units that is functional, and audit a committee that is functional. Then if you are looking at seeing good results and improvements, then you cannot not have these committees functional, because they assist in the running of the municipality. Chair, I want to ask the number of days for creditors that are owed by the municipality. How many days does it take the municipality to repay the creditors? And what is the vacancy rate? And if you are you paying any performance bonuses? And what is the recoverability of your debtors?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My first question has to do with the low maintenance and repairs budget. And I just wonder, what evidence can you give us that under maintenance, although it's improved, it's still below the National Treasury norms? What evidence can you provide us that it is not just shifting a problem now, or using that money to plug a problem now, yet leaving infrastructure to become an even bigger problem in the future? The other thing that I wish to ask is, you've said that in the matter of conflict of interest, you are now working with the Auditor General and you submit your databases, your database to that office. What has your experience been of working with the Auditor General? Are you getting the assistance you need? Is it difficult? Is it easy? And what is your permanent plan for the future in this regard? Because you state all the hindrances that you have. How are you planning to overcome them going into the future? And then lastly, in reducing consultants, how many people have you got that are trained? And what other achievements amongst the many that you list there can you share with us that show that you are serious about reducing expenditure on consultants? Thank you, Chair.
Ngibonge Chair. Ngibingelele kuyithimba laseNkosi ilanga libalele. Chair, mhlawumbe ku mayor bengacela udirector nje umbuzo wami oqala ukuthi mayor iwinter team has seen up to around a 34% population decline in the past couple of, say, 2, 3, 4 years. Babalekelana abantu eWinterton ngaphansi kobuholi bakho. Angizwa? Oh, ngithi iWinterton has seen a population decline of up to 34% in the past 5 years. Ngithi abantu ke uma kubabaleka kanjalo ngoba abaningi bayabaleka eWinterton. Babalekiswa yini under ubuholi bakho mebe ngibuza lokho. Okwesibili, mhlawumbe uMM uzosikhanyisela. Kunama crisis amaningi abekwe noma accused ngawo ukuthi number 1, there's severe corruption in masipala wenu. Number 2, there's a proper governance crisis. Number 3, there's a proper financial crisis. So bengithi mhlawumbe ku-MM ngiyacela awusikhanyisele ukuthi uma kunama crisis afana nalawo o kuwena oholayo lapho ithini i-resolution yalezo inkinga lezo. And then just lastly, Mayor, you've got too many protests according to abantu base ndaweni yakho. Uzulungisa kanjani leyo nkulumo Mayor ngiyabonga.
Sibonge, sibese sibingelela kwithimba elimele umasipala. Oqala nje mhlambe ngawumbuzo oqondile othi kulonyaka wesabelo mali odlulile mhlambe izinto nje ezimbili eningasitshela zona hayi incazelo enizenzile ukushintsha impilo zabantu baselangalibalela eningathi nje lezi singayikhomba ziyabathinta abantu nokushintsha impilo yabo khona. Okwesibili kuthiwa kunemali engango 53.53 million in unauthorized expenditure ngo 2024 ibalwa kuyona leyo period before 2024-2025 18 point something million of irregular expenditure. Umuntu ufisa ukwazi la in terms of consequence management, if there have been investigations and if there have been outcomes to those investigations. Was anyone charged? Has anyone been fired because of that? Ngicela ukubuza lokho kuphela ngiyabonga.
No, umuntu abonge sihlalo. Cha ukuthi umuntu uzaqala la. Ngifuna ukuchecka la kwithimba lomkhandlu. Ngiyabuka la ukuthi kuno 5 million enawuluza through issue ye notice fraud. Ngicabanga ukuthi ke nidile nawo umsebenzi ngonyaka odlule, but ngifuna ukuthola ukuthi la ungaba khona enikwenzile ukuthi nizama ukuthi ni recover enye yaleyo mali through the issue of fraudulent totaling renewals. I think it totaled about 5 million. Secondly, ngifuna ukuchecka la kunombiko la uthi kune report ka provincial treasury ekhuluma nge-corruption close to 83 million. Are you aware of that report? And lastly, angikudlulise ngiyokuphoxeka Mayor. Ngiyabonga la nakwenkundleni zokuxhumana kunalapho kuthiwa uMayor kwabakhona ukuphixizisana nomunye we-staff members senu wagcina umthinta ngezandla. Ngicabanga ukuthi into okufunakala lezo seyigweme, especially with people who are living with disability. And lastly, Chair, I just want to also check which financial consultant are you using to prepare your financial statements? And given its poor project management that has also been highlighted by AG, what steps have you taken to report these particular people? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's get some responses.
Thank you very much, Chair. But please, Chair, allow me some question. The management, they'll answer those questions. But the first question, the issue of conflicts of interest. maybe we need to improve our system because we only rely on the information given by that particular service provider, whether it's true or it's not true. But I think CFO, we need to improve our system because we only find that the report by Auditor General, we only get those information. So I think we need to improve our system. However, as the political head of Nkosilangan Balele, we have to emphasize that service providers picked by AG must reported to council by relevant portfolio so that the council refer to the MPEG chair. Then the question by Dadewethu Mamkhaliphi Mhlonishwa le ye council ehlala visual, I think sizokushintsha lokho. Siyakuvuma i-council yethu awahlale physically COVID kade yaphoze yaphela, but sizozama ukuthi silokhuze sikushintsha. The second question, I don't know whether sports, Mayoral Cup. No, Mayoral Cup, program ekhona funded futhi evunywe wona wonke amakhansela asemkhandlwini inkosi
Imali.
I think in the last it's 500,000 the budget for Mayoral Cup. Thanks, Chair. Then the question Mhlonishwa regarding abantu base Winterton ababalekayo, I think the person mhlambe ongamphendula kahle ubaba uMlotshwa ngoba mina umkhandlu wami awukho eWinterton, ubaba uMlotshwa oseWinterton umkhandlu wasoKhahlambe. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Mayor. Greetings to the chairpersons and honorable members and Mrs. I will answer some of the questions, then most of the financial questions I will leave with the CFO because he's here. Let me start by the question of posts. The posts are not being advertised. I could guarantee that posts are advertised, even including very small posts. The contract posts are also being advertised. But in terms of our policy, we have a policy that dictates that if it's a contractual post, we advertise through internal, there's an internal advert. Then the other posts are advertised externally, which we do that. On the issues of on the matter of Uthugela versus Nkosilangan Balele, yes, it's true that there is that matter that is going on. However, up to the extent that the COPTA in the province, they have actually tried to mediate so that we'll find an amicable solution in trying to pay each other. So we are in that process of trying to finalize those matters. On the issue of
Just say that again. What's happening between Uthugela? You say, what is the problem?
But the problem is that Tuela is owing us, and Tuela they are not paying Kosila Malbale. So there has been that ongoing conflict. So I was saying, Honorable Chair, that the quota in the province, they have intervened in trying to make sure that there is an amicable solution so that we'll be able to settle that matter. On a slow percentage in terms of repairs and maintenance, yes, it's true that we are not in line with what has been recommended. However, as a committee will be aware that we have moved from the unfunded budget to a funded budget. So the margin where we have moved from the unfunded budget to a funded budget is very limited, to the extent that we are trying to increase our percentage because we are trying to assist on that to move. Then there was specific questions directed to me on severe corruption, which I am not aware of a direct corruption. But on issues of financial crisis, as I have alluded, that we have a very thin line between funded and unfunded budget. So we have to make controls in place because we use our credit policies to try and encourage people to pay, so that we are not going to be diverted from funded budgets to have the unfunded budget. Then I think other matters are financial matters, which I will then ask the CFO to respond on it. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. I'll start with services in the service of the state. We've reported that we rely on MBD forms where a service provider declares that it doesn't have an interest and is not in the service of the state. But on the issues where when AG comes, they will then request our database and then put it onto their CAT system. Then that is when they will
improve your voice.
That is when they will
Also
then.
and you mustn't use so much of acronyms that don't sound familiar. So just redo your input again, so that we can understand some of the acronyms you have used.
Okay, no thanks. I was saying, Auditor General normally they will take a database and then use their system to detect our service providers who are in the service of the state from other state departments, also including a municipality. Then once that they've detected and then given us a report, and what normally happens, you will find that the report will include people that are on the database but we have not used as a municipality. And then those that we have already used as a municipality, then we'll use that report from AG to terminate if it's a long-term contract. But if those 3 codes, we'll then stop issuing a request for information or accepting any quotation from them. That's how we normally do deal with those. We've also, because we were not able to make them account, we then amended our MPD forms to make sure that when they sign, they will certify that we can also charge them if they have proven that they've falsely declared the interest. On the issue of salaries spent on budget, percentage is around 31% on a monthly basis for our salaries. And councillors owing the municipalities 90 days and above, yes, we do have those councillors which owes the municipality, I think they range around 4 or 5 of them. The issue together, I think MM dealt with East and the composition of former GMs. I'm not sure if MM will deal with that. But as it stands, we have 5 general managers, including CFO, where there are 4 male and 2 females as part of the management. On the issue of 26.8 million paid for annual financial statements. I think on our report we stated the challenge that we're having. Actually, this is not only for preparation part of it. We had a financial system which has costed us as a municipality, where we were always having those disclaimers because of the credibility of the financial system. So we terminated the system in 2022, 2023. And so in 2023, 2024, we had to have them also on site, so that when we were preparing MIFS, they were also part. And so we had, on the technical IT side, we have those service purpose consultants that were specifically to assist with the data and also respond to AG or on any issues that relate to system prior moving to another system. So that also was part of the 26.8. I think also as part of 26.8, there was the issue which we had, fixed asset register, which we've been having a challenge. I think we've also noted that as part of the report. So we had also consultants trying to develop a credible fixed asset register. On the side of creditors' payment days, we try to pay all creditors within 30 days, but on a worst situation, we go as far as if it happens, 60 days, or above 30, 32 days to 50. But normally we pay within 30 days. But it does happen that when we have issues with an invoice, then it will delay, but never reached as far as 2 months. Recoverability of debtors, yes, debt collection here too, it's around 60%, 61%, but recoverability days is about 170 days, so it's around there. Evidence of 2.5 showing that we're not taking money to other services. I think MM also raised an issue of we were having unfunded budget since emerger up until 2023, 24. That was the first year where we managed to have a funded budget, but that was only through cutting of a budget to make sure our budget is funded. So we had to cut on everything so that we were able to meet the funding of our budget. But on an annual basis, we make sure that we put something to increase on maintenance, because I think previously what assisted us was a disaster grant which assisted the municipality when we were maintaining most of our roads and infrastructure. That also assisted the municipality. In reducing of the consultants, we've developed a strategy which is called a reduction strategy on use of the consultants. And on that one, what we've done also, I think during 2023-24, we were able to appoint an employee who were to deal with only financial statements. We had to also in the same year, 2023, there were employees that were appointed just to deal with the reducing of AMA consultant. That's where then currently we were saying we'll be able to get rid or reduce, but as we have not finalized the issue of the credible FAR, so on the side of preparing AFS, we are reducing, but on the side of the FAR, we still have part B use of the consultants. Okay, I think last one was which consultants we were using. We had Ubonagu Consulting previously. I think they were Babafitana during the year, and then there was also Nkosi Pekazimul consultants. Those were the consultants that we've been using to assist in the development of the FAR, as well as FAR being a fixed asset register, as well as annual financial statements. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, round up. You're done.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I think on an organizational structure, on a senior organizational structure of a municipality, we have 5 senior managers. Out of those 5, 3 are females. 2 are females, which is general manager of our planning, general manager of our community. It's unfortunate that they are not here for the honorable member to have. However, one omission was made on a method, on an issue that was raised to say, what are you doing for the people of KwaZulu-Natal and Barrel? There are programs, others are LED programs, others are sports programs, and then on infrastructure programs, we have programs either to maintain and repair some of the roads, other programs emanate from disaster and grants that we receive. There are so many programs which we can allude to. I wanted to add that. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
All right, members, anything outstanding? Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. So very quickly, the CFO said yes, he thinks about 4 or 5 possibly councillors are owing the municipality, and then what? Have you got a payment agreement in place? Are they paying back the money? Do officials owe? You didn't answer that part. So, we need to not just say yes or no, we need to say and then the next thing, please. Performance bonuses, I don't know if I missed it, but I don't think it was touched on. Then something else that has come through, Chairperson, is that do you have councillors that have bodyguards without risk assessments? Does all your councillors who have bodyguards have the proper risk assessments done by SAPS? That's the other thing I wanted to know. And then also, there was a Section 106 report or investigation by the MEC, I think, in 2024. Did your council block that? That's also some information that we have gotten. Thank you, Chair.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just one correction. In the original presentation, it was said that Provincial Treasury withdrew in supporting the annual financial statements. I think that's a misstatement. The last time we assisted the municipality with annual financial statements was in 17-18, where we had to withdraw our Treasury team because one of your staff members threatened them with snakes.
What happened?
Kabazela, in 17-18, Treasury was assisting the municipality with their annual financial statements. And we withdrew the staff because they were threatened with snakes. So we certainly haven't assisted with annual financial statements. What we did assist in the 23-24 year is in your revenue and debt collection. Treasury did assist there. Just a correction, thank you.
Round up comments, respond to the issues.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think there's one question which needed clarity on my side. The issue of the payment arrangement. There are staff also that owes the municipality, so we've made a payment arrangement and it's being deducted from their salaries on a monthly basis.
And officials?
Councillors and staff.
And staff, okay.
Yeah.
All right, proceed.
Oh, no, there are no councillors with bodyguards as far as I know. There are no councillors, only office bearers have bodyguards. The Honourable Mayor is asking me to respond on the issue of the snake. I would like to confirm and concur with MEC that there was a assistance from Provincial Treasurer, I think in 2016-17 financial year, and when they withdrew, then they posed an issue of someone came with a snake in their offices. So then that's how they withdrew. Yes, there was an issue of the snake.
So what action did you take on that? You can't have officials of government withdrawing because of misconduct of someone and then we make it as a joke.
What happened, I remember there was an investigation. No, I'm not sure of the final outcome, but there was an investigation and that snake was moving. That person caught a snake and then put it in a bottle. And then he was showing people around that this is what I found in my house. Then he came with it. It was a small snake in a bottle. And so, unfortunate from Treasury, then they saw that as a threat. And so they withdrew.
But you think, let's just be serious now. You think if you show me something and if you threaten me, I can't make the distinction? Now I'm asking you, you are explaining it to me, and I'm asking you now. If I came to you, people have got all sorts of fears and phobias and their interpretation of attitudes. So what MEC is saying, there was misconduct of your staff that actually threatened. Now, missed the joke. If there was a simple thing to say, I'm showing you a snake, between showing someone a snake and threatening someone with a snake, there are two things. I just think that you're taking it lightly and someone was actually, misbehaving. Because if it wasn't misbehavior, then the staff would not have withdrawn. Now we don't mind what is it that was used to threaten the member. You can threaten with a fist. If they decide to withdraw, the issue is serious because it was a fear that something was going to happen. And things do happen. So why do you want to make it like they just didn't want to enjoy the joke about the snake, when in fact they were actually feeling threatened? So why do you take it lightly? Because the consequence of it was that the staff did withdraw actually.
Thanks, Chair. I think what happened, as I've said, there was an investigation which continued, though I'm saying I can't remember of the outcome. But what I did, because that employee was in the finance, I recommended that whilst there's still investigation, we moved that employee from finance to another department. That's so that we won't have the same. So that's how we dealt with it, but whilst pending an official investigation through HR procedure. But from the finance side, recommended, in the meantime, whilst there's this issue, we moved that employee from finance to another section.
Is there another response? Chairperson, Mayor, so talk to us about the 500,000.
No, thanks, Chair. In Nkosilangan Balele, we have 24 wards. So, in all wards, they are benefiting on that 500,000. I don't know if CFO, you can explain how much team they got per ward, but they each and every ward they got something on that 500,000.
They get what?
CFO, if you can give us.
No.
Okay.
So, Mayor can't then be saying, we just want to understand what's the budget of this municipality?
It's 800 million.
800 million?
Yes.
And then this is 500,000?
Yes.
And what does it do? What does it do? The 500,000, what does it do? What do you buy on it?
Chair, as Nkosilangan Balele, abantu abaningi abasha, so bayakwazi ukuthi ene basizakale kulokho uma kudlala iMayoral Cup.
No, don't do that. I'm asking you, 500,000, what are you paying for? Don't say to me people do benefit.
Okay.
I'm asking you, what are you paying for?
The teams for all wards. As I said, we have 24 wards in Nkosilangan Balele.
Yeah. No, I didn't stop you from talking. You haven't explained what are you paying for. You must explain what you are paying for. I haven't stopped you. I'm waiting. I'm listening.
Yes, as I said, Chair, we are paying the teams.
You are paying for the team?
Yes.
What we're asking you, are you buying Coke? Are you buying water? What are you paying for? That's what we're asking.
Chair, if they play, they get something in all wards. They get something in all wards.
They get a pay?
Money.
They get paid?
Yes.
How much do they get paid?
That's what I was asking as CFO to remind me how much each team.
Okay, if you divide by 24, that's about 20,000 each. So what are you paying them for? You pay 20,000 rands for one team to play. What are you paying them for?
Sport development.
Excuse me?
Sport development, because we are developing.
Okay, but when you give them the money, you give them money to do what?
Oh, Chair, now I understand. We are not just giving them, we buy them even soccer kits and netball kits in all wards. That's why that 500,000 is allocated in all wards.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think we need a proper report on this. We need a proper expenditure report to show exactly what was purchased, who it was purchased for, who are the vendors. We need a detailed report, Chairperson. This thing will not work today, unfortunately. This mayor doesn't know his own mayoral cup.
Honorable Mayor, there is a concern raised by the AG with regard to low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. And the AG also requested whether you could indicate whether this allocation has improved against what actually we have just indicated to us as this committee, that we have allocated 500,000 for sports. Against this concern raised by the AG, is there any seriousness on your part in terms of addressing concerns raised by the Auditor General? Thank you.
Please respond. What the AG is saying, you didn't put enough money for the infrastructure. So if we want to translate it, you were short of 500,000 on infrastructure, and what did you do with it? You went to play football. That's what it sounds like. So please respond. Yes, Mukadi.
Madam Chair, can I respond on behalf of His Worship?
Excuse me?
Can I respond on behalf of His Worship?
No. He's going to respond on his behalf. You will respond on your own. Let's do that separate.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Ume, when he was responding before, he said all councillors agreed on the cup of the nation. But yesterday, on a WhatsApp group of councillors, all councillors who are not belonging to your political party were questioning this thing. One, they're saying on that WhatsApp, I'm sure as a mayor we are there as a council. If not, I'm sure the councillors are aware. They were questioning this thing of the cup. They are not aware. So what do you mean when you said that all councillors agreed? Because that WhatsApp, 1:30, someone wrote, no, we don't know what is happening here. Let alone the 20,000 that you are saying, all what's benefited. They don't know anything about the cup. They don't know anything about the budget of this cup, Mayor.
Maybe to give a clarity on that one, as I said, we have 24 wards. The CAP starts on the ward level. So it can't be, the councillor said they don't know about the mayoral CAP, because the mayoral CAP starts on the ward level, on the cluster, then Masego Finance, basically, so a mayoral CAP iqala on a ward level, but you
don't respond like that. Okay. You don't respond like that. If I say to you, I think all these members know about it, I can't say so because they might have seen me doing it. I can only say so if they were the ones who took a resolution and voted the budget for it. So that's what you must explain to us. Here's a resolution, and we are going to put it in the report now. Who was there? Who were the councillors who voted for it, and so on. And then you can also explain who is objecting. If you don't know, then we'll find that out. All right. So let's get your response, and I will come back to the municipal manager. But you understand the question is not only that, but there's also a question of prioritizing on the underspending on budget on infrastructure maintenance.
Yes, Chair. No, it was a council resolution. So surprised and shocked if there is a councillor who said they don't know about the mayoral CAP, because there is a resolution, a council resolution, who approve all the programs.
Finish. If you are done, it's fine. Let's move to the. You haven't responded about the underspend. I'm talking about Auditor General says you had a low budget for infrastructure maintenance and repairs. And we're asking you that because we see some money has gone somewhere else. We'll deal with that. You respond, we'll come back to them. Whatever about the budget for infrastructure maintenance. Mayor, will you respond?
On the issue of budgets for maintenance, I think, Chair, alluded that yes, i-budget yethu ayivumi. Mhlambe ke okuzomela ukuthi sikwenze ukuthi sikubuke ukuthi mhlambe amanye ama-programs.
Just keep to English, we won't be able to translate.
Maybe if the committee can advise us if they can say no, maybe some of the programs we need to cut. So we need to cut some of the programs so that we can able to have that maintenance.
So which committee must advise you?
This committee.
This one. This COCTA and SCOPA must advise you on how to do the budget. We're not asking you that. We're asking you, you've used money for something, and yet there's a serious report from the AG. What we don't understand is why would you have wanted to spend money on something else when there's something that's been reported as a serious shortfall by the Auditor General. Sompa?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted the mayor to come clear to us because we are dodging the bullet. All of us here at this committee, we in the group, we are having somebody who screenshot the conversation of the group of councillors in your municipality. Those councillors saying they don't know what you are saying about the ward, 500,000 paying for soccer netball, what. And you say this thing have passed through the council. So please be honest with us. Because this thing will catch up with you tomorrow because everybody's watching as we speak. We are not asking things because of, we just want to ask. We are asking because people are sending us information that we need to investigate on their behalf what is happening in your municipality. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm honest, as I said, all the programs approved by the council. As I said, there is a council resolution for all the programs because we can't just have the program which is not part of the what to call it, an SDPIP. So all the programs is the part of the SDPIP which are approved by the council.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to appraise the committee that as we have moved from the unfunded budget to a funded budget, surely the allocation was very minimal. And as the year is progressing, we are improving on funding the maintenance of the infrastructure. Because we are addressing through our credit collection policy. So I wanted to emphasize that previously when we have an unfunded budget, we were at a very negative status. Now we are in a positive status with a gradual improvement towards that. I wanted to emphasize that, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
I haven't quite heard what you're saying, but have you responded to the issue of a low budget infrastructure for repairs and maintenance?
Can come again, Chair?
The Auditor General says you have a low budget for infrastructure repairs and maintenance. Now, I don't understand what you're saying.
No, I'm saying...
We're asking you the question that here is a need identified by the Auditor General. What makes you decide to prioritize 20,000 rands per ward?
Yes, Chair. You are correct to say the Auditor General has said there is a need to improve on infrastructure repairs and maintenance. So when we'll be drafting the next budget, we'll take into consideration all the input that the Auditor General have raised in drafting our next budget as an institution. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
So when did you get this last budget, this last Auditor General's report? Wouldn't you have been able to amend your budget in the process? This one that you're discussing now is 22, 23, 24. So you've gone for almost a whole year. So what's going to make you change now?
Chair, I was trying to allude on those factual issues to say that from the unfunded budget to a funded budget, that's only then we could tap to other resources to make sure that we're able to fund the repairs and maintenance of our infrastructure. And I'm saying if we were to look at for the past 3 years backwards, we will see that there is a gradual improvement.
You would concede that, in fact, this allocating more money for the sporting, the Mayor's Cup, is not priority as compared to maintenance of infrastructure. You are not prepared to concede that. You're not prepared to concede that spending money on the Mayor's Cup is less of a priority than spending money in infrastructure maintenance and repair. Because that's why we're asking, you are not conceding that you can see that. Seems to us we are the ones who are just causing problems for you.
Chair, when we're drafting the budget, the issue of sports was also part of the budget. However, on the basis of the AG being emphatic in terms of let us improve on repairs and maintenance, will then have to improve on that and then say on other activities where can you cut so that we can improve on that.
We're not talking about the rest, we're not looking at the whole of your budget. We just want to ask you a question. Can you not concede that in the light of the Auditor General raising the problem of low budget for infrastructure maintenance and repair, it's actually more of a priority than the Mayor's Cup? And if you don't see that as the issue, it's what's causing the problem for us, because we don't understand why you are not able to concede that, in fact, that's not priority. The priority is infrastructure, which is what's on the Auditor General's report.
Chair, I'm saying exactly what the Chair is saying.
You must concede directly. There's no way you can play around with it. Either you can see it, or you are not going to see it, you're going to continue with it.
Chair, that's what I'm saying.
Hold on, just come in. No, it's a very simple issue. You concede or you don't concede. If you insist, no, you want to come with the Mayor's Cup, then that's what you're insisting, and that's what your argument is all about. Just pass the thing. Go, start, you can start.
Thank you, Chair. I think that maybe if one goes to the root, Mayor and the team, it is the heart of the problem is at the time when the budget was made. Because although still a committee like this one will still question the discretion as has been raised here of choosing between the two things of low budgeting on the infrastructure via the CAP, the Mayor's CAP. But also now in view of what has been raised by one of the members, that they knew nothing about it, and the Mayor, Mr. Mayor, you insist that there was indeed a resolution. It would be very helpful then if we see that resolution, now, number one. I think that's the first thing. Secondly, I think you also were pressurized by the time in getting into the turnaround plan. I don't know, I don't remember hearing it. That in view now, in the face of all that has been presented, what is the team sitting there? What has it seen as a turnaround strategy? I think there is, I heard you mention you were just starting to get into it. But I think really, Chair, that this one of the budget, one might argue to say 500K would have been a drop in the ocean against the infrastructure thing, but still it must be questioned, especially when colleagues are claiming that they knew nothing about it. So the resolution must maybe be produced. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I just want to check in relation to this mayoral cup in the final. There are also allegations that the municipality would have paid plus minus 100,000 on artists. I just want to check, is that true? And as an information, I just want to, in what the AG was saying, for instance, the municipality would have issued a notice a couple of days ago that on the 27th, which is Tuesday and Wednesday on the 28th, they won't be collecting waste refuse because their truck is having some breakdown. I'm saying the municipality would have issued a public notice for waste collection that they won't be collecting waste refuse as we are sitting here because their truck has broken down. I'm speaking that to the issue of maintenance. They will not be collecting it today and tomorrow for particular communities. And the second one was the issue that there are allegations that they spent plus minus 100,000 on artists for finals in that mayoral awards. Thank you.
Okay, let's close this issue.
In the interest of time, let me ask one. The name of the consultant that they're using for financial statements, because they pay so much money on that consultant for preparations. So thank you so much.
Response, please.
Chair,
You'll have your own time to tell us what you're telling him. Finish and then give to the mayor to tell us what he wanted you to say. He must say it himself. No, you finish. You proceed. No, you proceed. You proceed, MN. You proceed.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. On a track that is not collecting waste, vis-a-vis the mayoral cup, I think that's where we repair trucks. It's different votes from where we draw the money for the mayoral cup. I think I wanted to comment on that. I think the CFO did indicate the consultants that we are contracted with, or that we were contracted with for AFS, which was in KwaZulu consulting. I think we did indicate that. I think those are the outstanding matters.
I didn't get your first response about the cup and the truck.
No, I'm saying the maintenance of trucks and all vehicles are done on a separate vote, and the mayoral cup is done on a separate vote. The other vote could not affect the other vote.
You're not getting it, eh? You're just not getting it. Who put the money in different votes?
It's when we are doing budget. We are allowed by M-Score to do it in that way.
No.
Oh, Chair.
No, Mr. Mayor. No. This thing of whispering before us is not proper, because you don't tell us what you are talking about. It's not right. Mr. Mayor, it's not about actually choosing the moral cup. It's about priorities and the needs. So the Auditor General raised a concern. And the next question that I should ask you, have you improved? Can you convince the AG that you have improved? It's not about actually what you are going to do now, because this is 2023, 2024. And this committee should ask you, as we're now asking you, have you improved on what actually the AG raised? Have you improved? That's what we want to know in this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Ubani usobholenyiwe on WhatsApp? When? So are you agreeing that you were part and parcel of the WhatsApp that were complaining about this issue of the car property? The councillors does not know. Because when you are there in the WhatsApp group, and your name is Sobholenyiwe, yeah, you must not come and lie to the parliament, Mayor. We have a responsibility to lead. Apparently, Chair, is not only ICAP, it's also Imgidi. How much can Imgidi cost? What is the budget of Imgidi every time?
No, I think, Chair, as what Shenge raised, he said if we can maybe provide that resolution first. I'm going to your question. Now, you said the councillors, they don't know. As I said, the mayoral cap starts on a ward level. So it can't be correct if there is a councillor who said they don't know about the mayoral cap, while the mayoral cap starts on a ward level.
No, that's fine. Let's close this issue.
Okay, I want to close by saying, Chair.
No, we do have a way to close it. Let's say the last comment and then close it. Yeah.
Can I be last comment?
Okay, make your comment because you insist.
All right. No, earlier on, Chair, I asked why the meeting of the council is not convened 3 years ago. The last time you convened it physically was 3 years ago. That is the real reason. And then you agree, I'm happy that you agreed with us that you are going to correct that. But now we are exposed as a mayor, which is the reason why you're convening the council meeting on virtual while there's no COVID is the ilemkube. So go and correct it. But I want to say that I think the province must zoom into this municipality chair. Councillors are not given committees. There are councillors who does not have committees as we speak. It's 2026 now. 2021, there are councillors who are just roaming the streets in this municipality. So there's a lot of problems under your guidance, Mayor. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Last comment? Okay, Sampa.
Chair, I just want to give you, the mayor, just an advice. You see, when you there is a question posed to you. If you are an honest person and you have nothing to hide, you just go straight to the point to say, I don't know about Mikiti, I have no budget about it, nothing else. But since you've been questioned, you go around Pietermaritzburg, Devon, and come back, Klerksdorp, and then want to say you have answered. You are lying, Mayor. You are dishonest to this committee. I agree with Kalipi to say, really the province MEC of Copta, you need to zoom in the coffers of that. Even forensic investigation can be done to just take how honest it is that this management is doing in that municipality. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. The issue is simple. Mayor, you set the priorities of the municipality. You are the political head. You are currently spending 2%
on infrastructure maintenance out of 800 million. That's about 16 million. So you need to tell us, other than a soccer tournament, what on earth are you spending the other 98% on? And how is that more of a priority than infrastructure maintenance? If you can balance that book, the committee can let you go. But you have to show 2% out of 800 million, 16 million per annum. There is no way you look after the infrastructure of your municipality. So can you give us an example? Or can you tell us, what's the other 98% spent on? Because if it's 500,000 on a soccer tournament that you can't explain adequately, it becomes very worrying what the rest is spent on. But 16 million is ridiculous. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Let's close this issue. You will submit to the MEC's report about this mayoral cup, so we understand. So we understand what is happening in there. But in this whole discussion, we wanted to focus on the issues raised by the Auditor General. The first of those is a low budget for infrastructure, repairs and maintenance. Now the reason why we're asking you more and more questions on this, and I must say, your explanation is completely incomprehensible, and I don't expect it from a municipal manager. The issue is simple. You have a low budget for infrastructure, repairs and maintenance, and the Auditor General wants you to improve that budget. Now, the way you are arguing with us, you are arguing that, in fact, you will not change that. You will want to insist on the mayoral cap because it's a separate vote, because it was voted by all the councillors and all of that. And we're saying you cannot neglect a core of service delivery and argue the way you are arguing. So we need you to go and correct that. The next issues, of course, raised by the Auditor General is the poor state of internal audit and audit committee that needs to be addressed. The issue of high financial consultants price tag that has to be dealt with. The amount is very high. We need to get to a point of your own internal sustainability, internal skills to replace the consultant. And then, of course, the other one is to deal with the issue of the conflict of interest. But you shouldn't give us an impression that when you're dealing with a poor municipality, that you are having a difficulty in understanding the priorities, even as the Auditor General raises the issue with you. And that is what's dragging this whole discussion. So you will submit that report to the MECs together with the post-audit action plan that shows us that you have taken into account all these matters. Thank you very much. We would like to excuse you at this point. Thank you. At this point, I would like to invite the next municipality. We invite eThekwini Metro. Mayor, are you alone? Oh. Yes, proceed, no problem, Mayor. I just saw one person standing up, that's why. Welcome, Mayor, Speaker, and your whole delegation. You're welcome. I'll give you 20 minutes to introduce your team and take us through your presentation, and then we'll go into an engagement. So, please introduce everyone, or they can introduce themselves, and then we'll proceed from there. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, MSs, Finance and Cooperative, greetings. Let me take this opportunity, Chair, to introduce the delegation. I'll start with the Speaker, Council, Councillor Tabani Nyawoso on my immediate right, and on my far right is Councillor Sinegugu Sishange, Chief Whip of Council, and I'll then move to introduce the City Manager, whom I will request to introduce the entire delegation from administration, City Manager. City Manager is Musa Mbele, our City Manager. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Greetings to the leadership in accordance with the protocol that we've already highlighted. My name is Musa Mbele, I'm the City Manager. On my left-hand side is Dr. Sandile Mnguni, our Chief Financial Officer. Then I've got Mr. Ethnic Msweli, who is the Executive Director responsible for technical services. And I've got Mr. Bomusa Zondo, who is the Chief Strategy Officer. They are forming part of the team that is accompanying the leadership from the city. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. And Ntokozo Konko, our advisor to the mayor. Thank you very much. Chair, we really welcome this oversight, which is part of strengthening accountability and accelerating service delivery. We do acknowledge issues that have been raised, but I want to assure the colleagues on my right, left, and yourself, Chair, that we are decisively dealing with issues in the city. What was primary for the leadership, me in particular, was to ensure that there is stability in the city, both administratively and politically. And I want to show you that in the city we have been able to achieve that, because it is when there's stability that you can be able to start to remove harmful substances from the system, detoxify the system, and then replace or restore systems, and strengthen accountability, and ensure effective oversight. And I must say that we are in that direction to achieve all of that. And we are a city with sound finances, and we are one of the few municipalities in the country that does not own, that do not own the utilities money. We don't owe them. Don't owe ESCOM even a single cent. We don't owe water, utogela water, even a single cent. However, we're being owed for example, there is engagement with province and national, because part of the debt we are sitting with is money owed by national and provincial departments. They owe us 1.86 billion rand, but we are in discussions with both the province, and they are really helpful in trying to resolve the issue of debt. Ingonyama Transport is also owing us MEC for Cooperative, and we appealed to COPTA and both national and provincial to actually assist us in that respect. I think it's a problem that is generally known. And we, on the unfunded mandates, we carry on an annual basis an unfunded mandate of 1.6 billion rand. That's an unfunded mandate. Is being paid from our internal budget, and because we would not, walk away from the services that is being provided. Otherwise, there would be a collapse in the services. There are discussions with various departments that ought to be carrying those functions because they are competencies, they are provincial functions, but we have to deal with it at a provincial level. And on the disaster management, we are a city that has been badly affected by floods since 2019, and right through to 2020, 21, 22, and even just last year, where we had 2 floods in February and again 2 floods in March. So the disaster damage in the city numbers around 10 billion rand, but only about 1.7 billion rand of that 10 billion rand was approved, was received from central government, and that money was used. And but the damage you must put up front that is in that region, in excess of 10 billion rand, but we received 1.7 billion rand. And so I must say that that affects, when obviously there are floods and they happen with the regularity that they are happening in the city, and it makes it difficult for the city to cope in terms of sorting out the infrastructure. It explains why we are in court on the issue of sewage and coastal water quality. It's not our choice, Minister, but it's our infrastructure which gets damaged now and again. We try to improve our infrastructure, but even before we recover, we get more floods, but we are surviving all of that. And so I'm not going to talk much on that. And maybe the last 2 points before I ask the city manager to take us through the prepared presentation. It's non-revenue water and electricity losses. As you know, we are a city that has most informal settlements in the country, close to 600 informal settlements. And these informal settlements have to supply with water. That is water that we're not recovering money from, unfortunately. And we also a metro that has most rural communities, and we supply the rural communities with water, and there is very little being recovered from the rural space. And we also have, of course, illegal connections that we are dealing with the city. And we also tanker water. So again, that tankered water is calculated as a loss because there's no revenue on it. So there's no revenue coming from the water we supply to the rural areas. Well, there's less revenue, but generally there's nothing, very little we get from the water we supply to the rural areas. to the informal settlements, and as it were. So in other words, we're a city that subsidizes, take money from those who can pay. I think we must admit to that, and then subsidize those that cannot pay. So that is generally the situation. So the water loss, this non-revenue water, is alarmingly high, and we're working on reducing the rate, and the city manager will give details on that if you require some details. Yes, on the electricity loss, is due to illegal connections that as a city we are dealing with. And besides illegal connection, there is electricity that you lose in transmission. So I think we need to include that loss as well, and as it were. But as to, there was an issue of debt billing that was raised. On the revenue side, let me just talk about our capacity to generate our revenue. We raised 93% of our revenue, between 93 and 95% of our target, and we are on target as a city. And that's the reason why we are able to close our books nicely without any, deficit. And as to the dealing with billing, high billings, high bills, we have introduced an app, yes, a mobile app. And with this mobile app, you can be billed for what you consumed in that month. All you need to do, Kabazela, Chair, is to go to your meter, you record, you take a photo, you upload the photo, you send it to us, and on the 6th day of every month, and you then get billed for that. Then does away with the situation where people were actually billed every third month. That's a situation that the colleagues who worked in the city were accustomed to, and it got worse when the post office faced a collapse. Because when the post office, since the July 2021, and that was the only means of communicating our bills to our people. So when it collapsed, we had to struggle, but we are introducing new means of communicating with people, and we are being successful. It's e-ways, some we harvest emails, some we will now be sending them via SMS. We are working with a service provider who will assist us to send bills to residents via SMS. And I think the team will give you the numbers, how far we are succeeding on that. But we're ensuring that at least we read 88% of water meters every month, and we are succeeding in that regard, so that people get at least in excess of 88%, they get correct reading, because we go on site and read the thing. The 12% would be numbers of people that we can't access. We can't access their properties for a number of reasons, but the team would speak to that. The same thing on the electricity side, the number is 87%, and that is being read on a monthly basis. Our target on both is 90%, but we are getting there. So I thought, colleagues, leaders, honorable members, I should raise those issues in actually opening up for the city manager to touch on the other issues, and which are more technical. Over to you, city manager.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I will speak to some high-level issues on the report, because the report has been circulated. So in the interest of time, Chairperson, I'm going to start I'm going to stop at slide or page number 26. So the remainder will just be for information for the members to engage the city on those issues that are raised there. Just a quick glance, which really will begin to reflect why some of the decisions were taken by the city. It's important to firstly highlight the fact that the population of the city has been steadily increasing. We are now sitting at 4.2 million people, when the infrastructure that we have, the large part of it was designed in the early 60s for a particular number of people. And the fiscus and all efforts that have been done in the last 30 years have been insufficient to be able to deliver that level of infrastructure that would cater for the population growth that we are facing. This is as a result of the impact of rapid urbanization. What has compounded the situation in our metro is the impact of the disasters, the floods that have been hitting our city in succession over the last 5 years, and they have wiped out our infrastructure. So consistently, we are playing a catch-up. We've got our own challenges as well that relate to customer services, the gaps in the budget, and of course the issues of vandalism. We've got over 4,000 people on the streets of Durban as homeless people, and that number is increasing on an ongoing basis. There was a specific request to highlight on the political leadership and administration. We are happy to highlight the fact that this is a very stable municipality, in a sense that we've got all the legislated committees that the municipality must have. So we've got the Section 79 committees, Section 42. We've got a total number of 222 municipal council vacancies. I'm calling them vacancies because 4 of those councillors are not there. We've lost them in the process of doing a business during this term. Administratively, we've got all the committees that are supposed to be there, and they are all working so well. If you zoom in to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, you will realize that it is also functioning very well. It is occupied by the non-executive members of council, are part of that particular committee, and the members of that committee do not serve on any of the council committees, so as to avoid a conflict of interest. This committee comprises of 11 members, as you can see down there, 5 ANC, 3 DA, 1 Action SA, 1 EFF, and 1 Inkatha Freedom Party. To further reflect on their functionality, there have been a whopping 229 reports that have been tabled before that particular committee in the last financial year, 24-25. And there have been interviews of officials about 226 times, and 7 hearings and 2 briefings. That alone reflects that level of activity insofar as our Municipal Public Accounts Committee is concerned. You look at the positions of the executive managers, all our positions are filled. And if you look at the qualifications, we've got 2 PhDs. One of the PhD holder is a chartered accountant by the name of Dr. Mguni on my right-hand side, and we've got the engineers in keeping with what the staff regulations basically stipulated. I'm just going to glance over very quickly on some of the parts that the mayor has really highlighted about our state of finances. The critical indicator of financial health and good financial governance in any of the municipality, beyond the 18 instruments that National Treasury has developed, the audit opinion counts a lot, and I'm sure that is well known. The credit rating of the municipality by the international rating agencies also counts, but also more importantly, what is the pronunciation by the National Treasury about the fundability, credibility of our budget? Do we really get to be sent back to be told that our budget is not fundable? Let us go and cut there. So those things are very critical when you want to assess the metros of this particular size. We are very happy to report, Chairperson, that since inception, really, but we are focusing on the past 5 years, including 24-25, we have received unqualified audit opinion, particularly in 24-25, with no material misstatements. And what is important also, Chairperson, is that our entities, the Durban Marine Theme Park, commonly known as Ushaga Marine, and the International Convention Center, have also received clean audit. And with the International Convention Center for the last 10 years, they've been receiving this particular clean audit. What is also critical, Chairperson, is that our collection rate has been hovering around 94% over the last 3 financial years, which reflects a very stable collection ability by our municipality. The percentage of the wage bill to the total operating budget of the municipality is sitting at 25.16, which is still within the percentage of the normative standard of 30%. That is as at the case of December 2025. But Mayor has already highlighted the fact that we don't owe any of the any of the utilities any money. We are also honest about the fact that our councillors and officials, numbering 4,347 employees and councillors, owe the municipality about 94%. During the engagement with the committee, we'll be able to, 94 million, we will be able to share the steps that we have taken and why this figure is still remaining at close to 100 million rands. It's important also to highlight the fact that we have a huge unfunded or underfunded mandate. We are performing some of the functions that should be performed by the national and the provincial government, but mainly the provincial government. It costs this city nearly 2 billion rands per year. Your clinics, your museum, and all those things, yes. So these things really are a big cost. We've been trying to ensure that we deal with them, but what we've finally decided to do is to write the letters to those government departments and tell them that we are soon going to expect you to take some responsibility about the mandates that belong to you. We've notified them because we want to take this money and focus it on our core municipal business. We are very much bleeding insofar as the disaster grant is concerned, in a sense that the damage that we've experienced since April 2019 amounts to about 10 billion rands. We made an application of 4.5 billion rands because the rest we were going to also see if we couldn't deal with it using our own budget. I'm very sad to report, Chairperson, that so far we've only received 1.7 billion, which is a far cry from what we thought we were going to get, which is the 39% of the total budget that was requested. So we are basically saying this means that our budget, we really have to sometimes ensure that we split it very thinly to cover all parts of what needs to be done. Zooming into what the committee has raised specifically, on material irregularities at dashboard, we are keeping a dashboard that reflects that since financial year 2021 to 2021 to 2024-2025, we have received a total number of 17 of those material irregularities, and some of them have been closed in the number of about 5. Others still require further actions, and some of them there's been actions that have already been taken. From page 11, Honorable Chairperson, through to page 15 is a detail of what those material irregularities pertain, but we will engage at the committee on each of them during the discussion. Then there are specific oversight issues that the committee has raised. The committee has specifically said that there is a problem of irregular expenditure. So now they wanted to know.
You've now got 3 minutes to round up.
Yes, so they wanted to know what the causes of that are, and we have since highlighted that most of them are as a result of the supply chain management. About 70% of those, Chairperson, have been linked to supply chain management, and we will be able to explain there's something called local content. The corrective steps that are there, they range from fixing that particular local content. Some of them relate to, in terms of the corrective measures, Chairperson, some of them relate to the conflict of interest and how we are dealing with consequence management, expenditure management, and dealing with the issues of the performance information. If you look at the infrastructure and project delivery, there is a material irregularity on Namibia at stop 8. The information is there given. We will be able to respond when the committee wants some further details. The issue of the conflict of interest, Chairperson, we have responded by automating our supply chain management policy so that it helps us deal with the issues of non-declaration. The large part of it is linked to false declaration, which are being investigated by the City Integrity and Investigating Unit. On the issue of the billing inaccuracies, Chairperson, we are happy to report that, yes, that is a big challenge. It is out in the media, but it is through a plethora of reasons which we are trying to address. As the Mayor has said, that we have also engaged a new billing system to be able to improve on the billing process, but further details are there. The water and electricity losses, we are part of the trading services turnaround plans or trading services reforms by National Treasury. We have established what we call a non-revenue water, and the decline in the non-revenue water is also a reflection of those particular efforts that we have dealt with. And Chairperson, on the issue of the non-compliance with the environmental management, His Worship has also reflected on that. We are complying. Some of the issues that are in the court order, Chairperson, are the issues that we dealt with the last time we were there. And I would like to end my presentation there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's get the comments, questions from members. We'll start here.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Mayor, right Mayor. Honorable Mayor, on the 15th of October 2023, your eThekwini news flash actually told your residents that city suspends officials linked to housing projects. And we are all happy about that because we were told by yourselves that you had suspended those actually that in your view you thought or you suspected to be involved in corruption. But nothing happened after that. So junior staff members were suspended and none of your senior management that was actually suspended. As a result of that, the Mercury also questioned that, I think that was the Mercury of the 2023-1109, if not mistaken, also questioned that issue that actually the junior staff members were taking the blame in 17 million housing probe. We would like actually to get more clarity as this committee with regard to that. Number two, there's an issue of a staff member, Hlengiwe Ngwenza, who was dismissed. I think the MM will be able to assist us with regard to that. And there's an allegation that that staff member was dismissed without actually the municipality
having followed processes until to the end. While actually there was still a case, the staff member actually received the dismissal letter. So I'd like actually, especially the municipal manager, to actually clarify that matter to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. All protocols observed. Mayor, all the officials, members of the Portfolio Committee. I was sitting and listening, and my notes tells me differently. The picture that's been painted is a very rosy picture, but the investigation or the research tells me a different story. I want to take you back to the housing project in Inanda of 2021, the Namibia Stop 8. And then in September 2024, the auditors found that only 29 of the 343 promised units were built. All right, and that the project cost had increased by 43.7 million. And the project completion date had been revised to December 2024. Now, since then, I haven't been to KZN or to Durban or to eThekwini to follow up on that. I'd like you to give us a feedback on that one, please. And then I was listening to the water and the electricity issues. In 2023-24, the Metro disclosed the normal water and electricity losses to be 1.99 billion and 1.72 billion respectively. These have increased in 2024-2025 to 2.1 billion and 1.19 billion respectively. Now, and this is stated in paragraphs 18 and 19 of the Metro's 24-25 audit report. The Portfolio Committee previously raised this matter during its October 2024 oversight to the Metro, and I would like to know, are you telling us that this has been totally reversed now and things are going great? Then irregular expenditure. The Metro has been among the top 3 biggest contributors to irregular expenditure to the value of 5.52 billion in 2020-2021. And in the audit report of 2024-2025, some of the irregular expenditure was not investigated to determine if anybody was responsible for that. Did anything change or come out on there? And then I'd just like an update on the delay in appointing key personnel, which resulted in the project delays. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, eThekwini. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, does the MEC, maybe that is here, or the MM, not consider eThekwini to be financially distressed, given that the latest Section 71 report shows only 14 days cash on hand and 21 days if you count in the grants? Then what steps is COCTA then taking to stabilize eThekwini's cash flow and increase its cash coverage to sustainable levels? Then your outstanding municipal debt is reportedly at about 40 billion rand. What is the plan to recover this debt, including from the government departments? You spoke about that earlier. What is your debt collection rate also? I would like to know that. Then what provincial intervention is underway possibly to fix the chronic billing errors and the backlog in meter readings? Because we do understand that this is a problem. I know the mayor said there's an app that has been developed, but I don't think it's working to the levels you'd like it to be working. Then how much percentage-wise of your capital budget are you spending on maintenance when infrastructure in eThekwini is visibly deteriorating? I don't know if I missed that while I was out. Then your non-revenue water stands at 60.9% as of the latest report. What urgent measures are being implemented to reduce these water losses? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to the question that Honourable Taibosh asked about the irregular expenditure. In your report, you said you gave us all the reasons why the irregular expenditure was there, but you didn't give us the breakdown of the consequence management, the investigations, and what follows out of that. And then I want to go to the water losses. And you said you are part of the trading services plan of National Treasury. And I want to refer to a question that Honourable Van Zyl asked about provincial intervention. But I remember back in 2024, 25, 24, when we were here, there was a proposal that eThekwini has to be put under a Section 139 intervention that was circumvented by the Presidential Task Team. Now, I would like to know, since the Presidential Task Team intervened and come to assistance up till now, can we, Chairperson, give a report on what specifically improved when it comes to the water and electricity losses, the wastewater treatment plants that you didn't have licenses for, and there was lots of problems. There was 4 stations that was mentioned, Kingsbury, Megabeni, Umkomasi and Mpumalanga, that you didn't have a license to do the wastewater treatment for that. How did it improve? And then lastly, the High Court order that you referred to and said there's a report on that, but can this committee also get the implementation plan that the High Court ordered you about the wastewater, or about E. coli and the results of your tests and all those things? Because all these things has an influence, a direct influence on each and every resident in eThekwini, and that coupled to the debt and the cash flow, I can't see how these, I agree, there's a rosy picture, but I can't see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to eThekwini leadership. I have a few questions. You've mentioned that the highest number of informal settlements are in eThekwini, which is accurate. You have a large number of informal settlements which are impacted very badly whenever there is a disaster. My question relating to this is, how has it escalated to this under your watch? Surely there is a land invasion unit, you have law enforcement officers. Why have people been allowed to repeatedly build on dangerous floodplains and banks, areas where they should not be building, where their lives are being put at risk? And then secondly, when it comes to your non-revenue water loss, it's been mentioned that it was 60.9. That's an extremely high number. Please confirm if that is correct. When we invited the Amgeni Uchikela Water Board to the Copter Portfolio Committee, one of the things was mentioned to us was that they had provided 50 million rand to eThekwini in order to deal with this non-revenue water loss, try and find solutions to curbing this water loss. But I think since the presentation that we've had, this water loss has actually increased. So that's a problem that I need you to respond to. And then when it comes to the illegal connections, you've mentioned in your report that water and electricity losses are at an all-time high. So there's been an increase from 2023, 2024, from 1.9 billion and 1.72 billion respectively to 2.1 and 1.9 for water and electricity. That's extremely high. Now, in your report,
You tell us that there are illegal connections, aging infrastructure, but you are not telling us what is your plan to deal with illegal connections in terms of electricity and water. We cannot be spending money as a municipality. You cannot be spending money to continuously replace transformers, replace the infrastructure, but not dealing with the substantive problem, the matter of the illegal connections. And then there's a very sore point that a lot of residents actually bypass eThekwini and come to us at the provincial level because they have no avenue to engage with you. And this is with regards, I'll round up, with regards to billing. I want to know what is your dispute mechanism, how many disputes you've had, and how are you dealing with them? How many have you dealt with? Are you giving a response to residents that have lodged disputes? Thank you, Chair.
Mayor, you could respond to that set.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I will just take a few and leave the rest, the most difficult ones, to the city manager as well as the CFO and my colleagues on the right. Well, we admit that the water losses as well as electricity losses are high by any standards. It's a problem. And like we said, it's largely due to aging infrastructure as well. And I think there was a time when the city, I think as a country, we focus on extending services to people that were not connected to services before. And in the process, neglected maintenance of the infrastructure. And that is now catching up with us. I mean, you see it in ESCOM, it's happening, and they knew a long time ago that without maintaining that infrastructure, many years down the line, it will come back to haunt you. I think we're facing that situation. What also compounds the problem in our city, it's migration. I think there was a question about people coming to the city. In fact, we can't, well, look, we are the only metro in KZN. We have internal migration that happens within the city, people moving from the rural space to urban centers, and when they are in the urban centers, they build those informal, they house themselves in informal settlements. And also migration that comes from outside the city to the city, as it were. Of course, people are looking for greener pastures, you can't take them away. And that we have so many informal settlements, and when we have land invasion, this is historical. I'm sure some dates back many years, these informal settlements. And sometimes I blame how our laws are being interpreted. And because nowadays it's very difficult to evict a person. And the courts have actually interpreted to mean that you can't take the law into your own hands. There must be no self-help. Whenever there's a problem, you approach the court and they start the whole process and all of that. So, but even as you get that court order, that you must evict them, you must then tell the court where are you going to house those people. You are faced with a double-edged sword. That is, people who are, sometimes they go into formal settlements to jump the queue so that they then plead agency, that they must be considered as urgent and to build houses when you also have a long list of people standing waiting for houses to be delivered to them. I think that's a big challenge in the city. And but if you ask me, the trading reforms that the city manager has spoken about, and we are participating fully in the electricity, in the water and sanitation, and in the solid waste. Participating fully, we're far advanced to a point that even Treasury has given us a financial incentive as one of the municipalities that are really ahead of the pack insofar as that thing is concerned. We have established a non-revenue water, the city manager spoke about it, a non-revenue water committee that is seized with the responsibility. We are fixing our infrastructure. But as I said earlier on, in the city, the water again, in the city, you fix the infrastructure, you get floods, they damage the floods, then you get the same problem again. You're back to square one. So I don't want to say we're fighting a losing battle, because it's an act of God. Do not say it's a losing battle. But the reality is that each time when we try to recover out of the situation, we get hit not once, not twice, many times, several times. That's a situation we face as a city. So when there are floods, you must know that infrastructure underground, both at water infrastructure as well as sanitation infrastructure will be disrupted. The colleague in the sanitation was briefing me how they are able to monitor where our households are discharging, not into the system, but into the rivers. This is how they monitor it. They will tell you before, for example, floods 2022. This is how much this wastewater treatment plant. This is how much was receiving. Tell you in mega liters of water. But after the floods, we are receiving so much. But you don't see this flowing into the streets. It means that pipes that got disturbed and underground that are now not discharging into our infrastructure, but they are discharging elsewhere. As a city now, we must then look for where this network is, fix it, and then be able to deal with this problem. But I must say that in areas where lower mega liters of water were received after the floods, became received the highest attention, that we started zooming in and solving that problem. And we are now seeing going into our infrastructure. And that's the reason why we were able to open 23 of our bathing beaches in the city, and we were testing water quality. We do it twice a week. So to do it every second week, but in the season, festive season, when it started, I said to the team, we must do it every week, test our water, and the results, we don't hide them. We post them on the website. We also post them on the beach front as well. And on the debt issue, because it's been raised, indeed the debt is high. The team is going to talk to the causes of the escalation of debt, but the question is, what are we doing about it? And like you know, it will entice people to pay. We have actually introduced a special debt relief program that is running, and for the last 3 months, ending 31st of January, that if you, for anything you owe us, right? And water, electricity, and rates, anytime until the 31st of January 2025. You come to us with your 50%, we write off your 50%. However, the elephant is in the room, which I'm yet to address, where people say, but we can't avail ourselves for this 50% because we are still disputing the amount that is on our bill. And so I want this process to conclude, the CFO to come back to my finance committee and tell me how well we did on this debt relief program, and then sit down and then say, there are people who they've wanted to come forward, but for the reason that they were still disputing their bills, because they're too high. Even if you wanted to be halved, but it was still going to be too high. And that is a matter that I'm going to be seized with. Please, don't touch on that. Leave it with us. We're attending to it. Once we've found a cure, right? A cure, we'll then announce it to the public. But it's definitely going to be a cure to that. And so the team will speak to the recovery plan. On part of try, I was raising, besides this, a carrot. A carrot is a special debt, but there's also a stick. A stick handing people over to lawyers who are owing the city. Disconnecting people who are owing the city. We are disconnecting them, basically forcing them to come running to us. That's basically what those are measures, amongst other measures, that we have employed to try and deal with this thing. Yes, there was a question that the city is financially distressed. That's not my reading. It's not my reading, but the technical people are going to tell you what the situation looks like. And I heard that people were saying our cash in hand. Yeah, our cash on hand was low, and but the CFO will be able to deal with that aspect. And on the irregular expenditure, and consequence management, I saw the AG office at the back. We are working very well with the AG office. We meet with them each time. I ask them for assistance each time when I need assistance. I think they can confirm that on the consequence management, we are improving. We are applying consequence management. We are disciplining people. We are suspending people. We are also firing people. And sometimes it's not nice to fire a person, but I would want to leave it in that. If a sample has determined that there is a problem of irregularity, we investigate the population to see how wide the irregularity in that population is, and then we start to address that problem. However,
we can't hear you.
Chair, this high irregular expenditure, let me explain how it came about, 70% of it. And see, we were deemed not to have complied with local content. There was service delivery, there was value for money, the charges. There was value for money, but for the fact that we did not comply with local content, at that time, I think the laws have been changed that deal with local content, have been changed. But for the fact that we did not comply with it, we are being penalized. And we wanted to procure equipment overseas, and of course, because you can only get it from overseas, and but there were some discussion with National Treasury for some exemption or some discussion. The CFO will touch on that, and that because of pressure, we had to act, Chair. Sometimes the delays put us under extreme pressure in the city. And we then therefore this expenditure was deemed irregular. And, but the last contract is until when? December this year. So for as long as this contract subsists, it means that it will still be reflected as a irregular expenditure. But we're not incurring any new irregular expenditure as far as that aspect is concerned, because it's a historical problem. But
Let's move on, Mayor, because I've got a limited time for all of you.
yes, maybe quickly, let me just ask the team to deal with the technical aspect. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, I beg your indulgence to request the CFO to deal with issues that are financial management related.
That's fine, proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm going to zoom straight to the issue that was raised by the honorable member pertaining to Mrs. Gwenza's disciplinary process, which led to her dismissal. Very briefly, Mrs. Gwenza was charged for gross misconduct and dereliction of duties. And there are very details which include allowing employees to work overtime without the authority of the head of the unit. She failed to act on the instruction of the acting head to approve the turnaround plans. She attended the course without prior authorization. This is a very senior person, by the way, in the employ of the municipality at the deputy head level. Continuous communication in a tone that is derogatory, provocative, and refusing to take reasonable and lawful instruction from her superior. She was charged following the labor relations protocols in terms of the legislation. They kept on delaying the sitting of the disciplinary process, up to the point where her representative was also attending another disciplinary process. He was dismissed. She wrote a letter to the chairperson of the disciplinary panel saying that she can't continue. She is waiting for the reinstatement of the dismissed representative. Even to date, that dismissed representative has not been reinstated. There could be no reason, because the evidence was overwhelming for his dismissal. Then the chairperson of the disciplinary panel, who has all the powers in terms of the law and collective bargaining provisions, took a decision that this case is being deliberately delayed. It has delayed for very long, and therefore he's taking a sanction based on the evidence presented before him to dismiss her. That's how she was dismissed. Then she took the matter to court. The matter is also being dealt with parallel at the bargaining council, and thereby sub judice for any further details that may be required. But her case followed all the provisions of the law. It is probably incorrect, well, not even probably, it is incorrect that she never was given an opportunity. She attempted to interfere with the processes where it just became impossible for the disciplinary hearing to continue without cooperation. Then the second issue is the issue that really pertains to water and electricity issues. So His Worship has tried to do that. I apologize, Honorable Member, if I sounded like I'm presenting a rosy picture. We have massive challenges. What I was trying to show was that we have a plan. Some of those plans have led to some changes. Some of them are still being implemented with the hope that in some months or even years to come, the situation will improve. But the picture is not entirely rosy. And we will further give more information insofar as the issues of the non-revenue water, adding to what His Worship has specifically raised. The CFO will also speak to a perception maybe that says we are financially distressed and something be done. We will try to motivate why we don't think so, insofar as eThekwini is concerned. He will also speak to the percentage expenditure on the maintenance budget vis-a-vis the norm, which is 8%, and why we are under that particular norm, and what is the plan in place to ensure that we reach and exceed that minimum normative standard of 8%. The proposal for section 154 and how it has coincided with a presidential eThekwini working group. Those two programs are working in tandem. Because it was a presidential determination that he intervenes in eThekwini, so we had to ensure that we work with a provincial program to support eThekwini under the auspices of 154. There was never a section 139, honorable member. As we speak now, we still do have a member seconded to eThekwini in terms of 154. He works with the team that is part of the provincial eThekwini working group. The High Court order, we welcome the determination by the court, but what has appeared during the deliberations in those court proceedings, we made a very sterling and strong case that most of the things that are being spoken about, we have a plan, and we are implementing that particular plan. So the action plan that we are required to produce, which we'll produce by the 18th of February, is beginning to highlight some of the things that we are already doing. Partnership with Umgeni Water to be able to deal with the 10 most polluting wastewater treatment plants in the city is materializing. We are working with them. The issue of declaring the status of water air pollution on a weekly basis, contrary to the norm that says we must do it fortnightly. This is all pursuant to transparency. We are even engaging the hotels. We are sharing with them which beaches are open, which ones are closed, so that they are able to tell their patrons which beaches they must go for in case they missed information. We publicize those in our websites as well for everybody to be able to see. But over and above that, we don't test alone. We test with a private institution called Talbot. We test with the University of Technology, the DUT, so as to verify that we are not misleading people in case there's any inclination towards that particular belief. So all these things that are in the action plan are the things that we were already doing. The wastewater treatment works, which was ravaged by the floods, is what we are dealing with as well, as part of the work that we are doing to deal with the situation. That's why we have no problem to comply with the court order. Then when it comes to consequence management and the breakdown, His Worship has spoken to that, but we are more than happy to avail the statistics of who has been disciplined, which discipline is still pending, who has been since dismissed by name, the employee number, the position they held. That information we can be able to furnish the honorable members with. And it's not, Chairperson, a question of us only disciplining junior people. We also discipline very senior people, executive directors who also done that, because we want to send a clear message that there must be discipline in the institution. There is no room for people to embark upon nefarious activities, and that is what we've been doing. Then when you look at the issue of the large number of informal settlement, I don't intend to spend a lot of time there. Or maybe this particular point, before the CFO talks about the non-revenue water. The non-revenue water, by nature, does not refer to the water that is gushing and running on the streets. It refers to the water for which we get no revenue. The water that you supply to the indigent population, you receive no revenue for that. And the numbers I've spoken about the 4.2 million population growth, is indicative of the fact that we are becoming a poorer metro in comparison to the other two metros of our size, Johannesburg and Cape Town. More indigent people are coming into our city, which has a direct causal relationship of increasing the non-revenue water. And the issues of vandalism, the informal settlements that one member has spoken about. All those people have no capacity to pay for water. So that we classify, in addition to the issues related to billing inaccuracies, the leaks and all those problems. So it's a much bigger, complex problem that we are trying to resolve whilst we ensure that our people get services at a rate that is constitutionally compliant. Then the issue from the report itself, it does reflect that as at December 2025, the billing for water and electricity was done on the basis of 88% water meters being read and 87% electricity meters being read. The norm, honorable member, is above 90%. So in certain cases, we are 13% below and 12% below, but we are pushing hard to ensure that the meters are read so that we don't estimate leading to inaccuracies. But the more you read the meters, you are in a better position to be able to bill. And these are the attempts that we have put in place to deal with a very problematic situation of the losses. Then lastly, before I hand over to the CFO,
You've been threatening 5 times to hand over to the CFO. Round up and move on.
It's the last one now, Chairperson.
Okay.
The Namibia Stock 8. This project was started around 2008, if my memory serves me well. That was before my time in the city. But what has happened is that due to poor planning on our part, I'm admitting that there is no rosy picture. The team may have erred by allowing the appointment of the contractor ahead of dealing with all site issues. What are these site issues? Because the project is an in-situ upgrade. So you found people who were already settled there, so you want to upgrade by ensuring that you relocate certain people, you make way for services, you make way for things like roads and so on. But before they've done that particular process, they already had appointed the contractor. So now when they started now to say, Mr. Mbele, you have to relocate, Mr. Mbele digs his heel and says, no, I'm not going unless the city pays me $1 million for a structure that costs less than 50,000. And they refused. Now, those problems continued. The project delayed, and the consultants had to charge for standing time. So those are the issues that were pending out there. So the AG is dealing with it in terms of material irregularity to ascertain if there was any carelessness with an intention to ensure that there is recovery. Over to you, Sir.
Okay, you will wait. Let me see that there were questions that they wanted to redirect.
No, thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up on the question of comparison in terms of your answers. So you were able to act swiftly on the issue of Kapila Gwenza. But in 2023, you told your residents that you suspended employees or you were dealing with corruption in 2023 that involved 17 million. So we'd like actually in your report to tell this committee how many senior staff members that were charged in terms of that allegation of staff members that actually were suspended in 2023. I'm referring to senior management because
In terms of the information that we have, you only suspended junior staff members, not senior managers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, while the MM gave the feedback, I wanted to say, you tell us about the consequence management, but I specifically wanted to know how many investigations and how many people, and later on in the presentation you offered to say that you can give the full report to the committee, and Chair, through you, I would like us to request that and keep that in mind so that we can have a full breakdown of all the investigations about irregular, unauthorized expenditure and all other allegations of corruption in the municipality. So we have to get a report on the impact. Is it working? Did they investigate? Has it been referred to council? Did council voted on it? And is it that further the whole process? And how many has been referred for criminal investigation if it was necessary, and how many was disciplinary, the whole tutti? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The issue about the presidential task team has not been addressed. That's been left off or out. The debt collection rate you've still not responded to, and also the cash on hand being financially distressed. You only have, according to your latest Section 71 report, it seems like you only have 14 days cash on hand. Thank you.
Thank you. So you were complaining about getting, you were asking for 4.4 billion in terms of disaster recovery, and you got 1-point-something million. My question to you is, of that 1-point-something million last year, how much did you actually spend to take care of the people that was affected by disaster? Thanks.
All right, please include those in your response. You can hand over to the CFO, you can come back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, greetings to the members of National Parliament and the Provincial Legislature and the colleagues, all protocol observed. I'm going to start with the issue of the 2023. First of all, I must acknowledge that our preventative controls let us down, and it was due to collusion between our staff and those service providers that were paid 17 million. However, our detective controls were able to assist us because during the reconciliations, we were able to pick up that there are these payments that were made that should not have been made. Immediately what we then did, a preliminary investigation was conducted, and we were able to identify people that played a role in terms of that process. These payments, most of them are linked to the sessions. So some of those sessions were found to be fictitious. So as soon as people were identified, those that played the role, we then suspended. Investigation was then, detailed investigation was then conducted by CIIU, and it was concluded, based on that investigation, we've opened the case with the subs. The Hawks are currently investigating the matter. And the investigation report from CIU also recommended that certain employees should be disciplined. Employees were disciplined, 2 of them dismissed, and 1 resigned during the process. But what have we done in order to ensure that we prevent these things going forward? We've now reviewed the process of sessions. There's a register that we maintained and is signed at executive level. Every time there's a new session, it's signed at that level. And when you release payment, we go back to that register to confirm that those sessions are actually valid. And then coming to the issue of irregular expenditure, yes, I concur, the irregular expenditure has been increasing, but as already covered by Ubaba Mayor, a big part of it, over 70%, relates to the local content. The local content was a requirement in terms of the 2017 PPFA regulations. As you might remember, at some stage there was a constitutional court ruling which indicated that those regulations were not fully complying with our constitution. So as a result of that, the National Treasury introduced 2022 regulations. We are now fully complying with those regulations. However, the legacy contract are still with us. As already confirmed, the last contract will be expiring in December this year. But in order to ensure that we prevent further irregular expenditures, we've improved our SCM policy. We've also introduced the SCM checklist to ensure that before we award, all the non-compliance are picked up. And at the same time, the value chain of the SCM process has been automated. All procurement below 750 is transparent, is automated. The awards are made by the system. We are now in a process of concluding the tender process. By 1st July this year, we will be able to say all tenders are now adjudicated through that automated process. Regarding the investigation, as at end of June 2024, there was a balance that was outstanding, which at that time was not investigated and condoned by MPEC. But I must confirm that during the last financial year, MPEC has been working hard, meeting almost every second week in order to assist us with investigation. However, the challenge though, some of the irregular expenditures, they require detailed investigation. In those cases, those instances are referred to CIU for detailed investigation and then reporting to SAPS if necessary. So slowly we are dealing with the backlogs that were there. So we do acknowledge there was a challenge there. And then with respect to financial distress, I think this municipality from where I'm sitting is not financially distressed. Why I'm saying that, if you look at our budget that was approved in May by Council, that budget is about 70 billion. Out of the 70 billion, 7 billion relates to our CAPEX program. That CAPEX program, how it's funded, 2 billion is our own reserves, and then 2 billion is borrowings, and then the balance is money is coming from provincial government in terms of human settlement grant, and also from national. So with respect to CAPEX alone, we've not taken that 2 billion loan as we speak, but as far as the project that are linked to that loan, we've already spent close to 700 million. So that money, we're planning to take it towards the end of the financial year. The reason being, we don't want to take the money, pay interest whilst the project are still being implemented, but we want to take the money towards the end of the financial year. Why those numbers were low as at December or as at November? Our collection was a challenge initially. As at end of October, we were sitting at about 88%. But if you look at the budget, the funded budget that was approved by Council, is based on the assumption that we will collect 93% in terms of our debtors. So if we're at 8%, it means there was a shortfall of about 5% in terms of our collection. So now I'm happy to report that our collection as at the end of December is sitting at 93%, despite the fact that we're expecting provincial government. I will plead with Honorable MEC Treasury or Finance to assist the Tegwini in terms of liquidating the 1.4 billion debt, because that is part of the budget. And if it does not come through, then it might impact on what the Honorable Member was raising with us. But as I've said, as at the end of December, the collection is at 93%, and we believe that we'll be able to maintain or increase this 93% to at least 95, 96%, because in the previous year, we achieved 95%.
Well,
so
once you start smuggling those points, it means you run out of answers.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to move on.
Okay.
Can we hold it at that and take the next members? You now want to start lobbying. This is not a platform for lobbying, so they don't have to respond to you, these MSCs. I'm sure the mayor will write to them privately. Can we have the next set of questions? We'll start from this side.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to eThekwini, led by the mayor and the team. Some of the questions, Chair, have been covered by my colleagues, but I must start by saying that we have to start from you, start with you. We are Bamba calls, we are responder on WhatsApp. With your senior managers, we are and outside the country needs responder bar. We are responder no babum swing. So as challenges I was so happy with December when one of your managers, Dr. Ndlo, was even making a follow-up with leadership on what we have raised. Is it sorted? We like that kind of leadership, especially at Metro. And I think Babu Mayor, you also stated the fact that we have, eThekwini is the only Metro in KZN. So therefore, it's no more go Metro it. So that's why I'm also engaged as engaged personally, but it's for Metro it uhlale o Metro it. So the billing system and Babu Mayor is trying to elaborate on the non-revenue aspect of it. But the fact of the matter, Mayor, I know we have also raised this matter in this committee before. We as Babum Soili always fight with him on that issue. That issue emanated from the AG's report. What AG Tina Batekwini Benis Chachagangan. Then says a Sabambi meeting with the officials, including Ubabum Soil, and saying, no, but if AG says so, you can't therefore punish the ordinary citizens of eThekwini. So you were giving me my bill, and then I was complying, I was paying what was billed for me from your MM's office. So I comply, I whatever that I'm billed with. Then AG comes and said, no. In fact, these people, we are billing them less. And then high. So I think we raised here, Chair. And then I think the leadership of eThekwini must also take us through with how did they resolve it. Because these bills that Bob Mayor and the MM is talking about is still not resolved. About Basanama bills are high and it's frustrating. That is the background. Lena Malik, Bob Mayor, please, if you can also share with us your strategy, how to address it. Because Labaga Batalama urban areas, your advice. Uthola ukuthi ibill yakhe isinkulu kanti eClermont akumalik siyafiwa. So ke kusho ukuthi ke eClermont ngoba bakhokhi akhona amamitha anazo strategy futhi kuchongo la ihlala khona manje lapha eNew babu speak safuna ukhokhela abantu baseClermont. So therefore akufuneke basipapanisha abantu in that way. So the issue of corruption with Metropolis, if the leadership can take us through Chairperson, because it's all over Facebook. I think 3 hours ago, there's a detailed report about how corruption is happening under Metropolis. We're not saying it's true, but I think the leadership must take us through what is happening, because this is not the first time when this issue of Metropolis surfaces. Please take us through. What is the challenge on DSW? In such a way that it's clean. So there are some challenges that are happening.
Round up.
We spoke about it earlier on here. We are saying to MEC must also zoom into that effect. Kufa bantu eThekwini ama water tankers afika kanzima in some of the areas. Afika kanzima kuze kufe bantu kubangwa amanzi. I know Baba Msweli, as we engage on numerous occasions to say they are fixing the issue of the infrastructure. I'm happy that he's also a head of infrastructure now, but now there is a problem of water. How to solve it? Community le. Angifuna ukuyibiza ngaleli gama engathi liyahlambalasa nje. Le community lehlala emgwaqeni. Ithini strategy to deal with that, because iyanda leya community. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Next member.
Thank you, Chair. Section 32 of MFMA says you have a role to prevent UIFWE. So, Chair, I would like to know What is it that you have done to prevent your FWE from occurring? How have you charged those who have been not complying with the regulations? Because you have a responsibility also to charge them if they are not complying with the regulations. Number two, the issue of water tanks. I want to know how many water tanks that the municipality is using, how much are you spending on the water tanks, and raise the issue also of the fact that particularly on those communities where majority of the people are indigent, those people are not getting water. Abanye abantu bawezwa ngendaba amanzi. And it's been years now. It's been years. Somewhat awazi amanzi. Noma eqhamuka nje besho my colleague here ayalwela. Abanye they are being punished ngawo lama water tank because they are being controlled by councillors of these wards. Ukuthi awangayi in this area, why in this area? Awangayi in this area, why in this area? Where there is infrastructure that is actually running, but water has been reduced in those areas. Abantu baseNtshanga abawazi amanzi, abantu baseZwelibuva abawazi amanzi, abantu baseHammersdale abawazi amanzi. Ikhona infrastructure that is running. So please take us through also on the issue of illegal immigrants, agcwele lapha eThekwini, who also rely on these limited resources. How are you dealing with the issue of the instituting these bylaws to ensure that you take these people out? Siyashodela already. Umasipala ukwazi ukumumatha already laba esinabo. You've just made a presentation ukuthi inamba esinazo zingaphezulu kwamandla esingakwazi ukuthi sinikeze abantu amanzi ngawo. Siphinde sizocindezelwa yilabantu bangaphandle aba undocumented, who are unaccounted for, who rely on our services as well. Now umbuzo uthi ke maphi ke ama bylaws no ishumisha kanjani ukwenza sure to deal with these people. And the issue of the billing, layer billing also, it speaks to the credibility of your revenue. It also speaks to the credibility of your debtors.
Okay, thank you. Let's also avoid repeating. I know we have got different styles. The issue of billing has been raised, so just to highlight it so that we can deal with the specifics. Next question.
Gobe, ngiyathokoza. Sebingelele nonkosi nethimba lakho. I just would like to know, nonkosi, just 2 or 3 things. How generally is your relationship with Salga, with Cocta, and with the province? Of course, at the end of the day, with the sole intention of delivery of service. Because when we travel around, sometimes it's non-existent or it's very broken. And then secondly, I would like to know the percentage of the wage bill via the revenue of eThekwini. And then also the extent of loans to staff and councillors, if any, because you find it very prevalent. And then lastly, I really would like to know, how much is owed to yourselves by Ingonyama Trust?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor and your team. Obabum makes a point to they're not trying to paint a rosy picture in spite of the presentation. But I think for me, the biggest indictment, the biggest single indictment is that we have the once mighty eThekwini municipality here before this committee today. And hopefully things can begin to change and this kind of performance will not be associated with eThekwini, regardless of mitigating circumstances. Now, the Auditor General cites repeated conflicts of interest, in spite of recommendations that a simple cross-check with payroll could prevent this. And also states that this indicates a failure of control rather than a system. My question is, why was basic payroll verification not implemented earlier? And who is accountable should this non-compliance continue? I went on an oversight visit to the new Club Med development up in Badito. And I was saddened to hear there that they considered eThekwini, but the biggest reason why they went to Badito is the water quality in eThekwini. And water and the beach is the biggest thing that brings them to South Africa in the first place. Now, several wastewater treatment works continue to operate without valid licenses and pose a serious public health risk. What assurance can the municipality provide that non-compliance will not persist into another financial year? And what interim safeguards are in place whilst we wait for this process to take hold? And the Auditor General also found that the Council and Mayor did not adequately monitor audit action plans or enforce timelines. Now, I'd like to ask, what has fundamentally changed then within the municipality in how political leadership enforces accountability, Mayor? And how will failures to implement AG recommendations be dealt with into the future? Thank you.
Ngibonge Gcwabe, ngibingelele kwithimba laseThekwini. Babume, ngiyaxolisa ukuphazamisa. Idolobha lakho lingcolile, babume. I-city center, ukholi kwami ngapha ukhulume ngamalokishi angcolile. Kungcole ngisho i-city center. Yabona lapha ngakho-point kuyinkinga kakhulu. Mhlawumbe mina ngiyacela awusikhanyisele ukuthi ithini into lapho, athini ama-plans akho okulungisa leyo nto. Siyazi ukuthi it's got a lot to do with igenge leya ngaphandle nayo engayiphethe kahle, nalaba bantu laba abangenayo amakhaya bayahlupha nabo. Kodwa there must be a plan there.
Ungalahleki kakhulu ngomageko uzosilahla sonke.
Gcwabe, ngezwakala. Mayor, there are councillors in the city of Thekwini that have been charged with a lot of varying charges, from assault to corruption, but they remain employed under the seat. I'm not sure what Leon Kulumo Funukudile na kanjani, because it's got a lot of political connotations to it. How are you planning on dealing with some issues that have got these charged officials and charged political office bearers? What actions will you take to ensure that councillors accused of serious crimes are suspended and or removed from the office pending investigations and or trial? That's one. The next one. There are serious allegations of collusion between service providers and abantu abasebenza kwamasipala. I think that one would be for the municipal manager. Abantu bakho, they are being accused kakhulu of colluding with ama-service providers. Uzulungisa kanjani loo nto, there are staffing shortages, in the water and electricity department. How does eThekwini municipality justify these persistent staffing shortages in these departments? And how have these staffing shortages in the water and electricity department affected the service delivery to residents? And I speak to this because Lana, there's an issue of around a 58% vacancy rate lab. And Zulu Mayor earlier on was crying about the critical maintenance not being performed on municipal infrastructure.
Let's round up.
There's an economic base section lab where 10,000 informal businesses are recorded to be around Durban. Of those informal businesses, how many are locally owned and how many are owned by foreigners and how many are owned by illegal foreigners?
Okay.
Ngiyabonga, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and just take on a few points. I have quite a lot. I'm a resident of Ethekwini, so I live there. I've got a lot of frustrations, but let me just start with a few first. The payment of service providers. Yesterday there was a toying of plumbers or contractors outside FMB because they are alleging that they have not been paid. Can you just take us through what's the story with that? But also just couple that with the outstanding payments of contractors that were doing pit toilets. It's a project that dates as far back as 2019. Allegedly, there's a council resolution that they should have been paid a long time ago, but over 50 of them have not been paid allegedly. This speaks to Ward 54, Ward 43, Ward 55, Ward 41, Ward 11. It's quite a number of wards where these toilets contractors were operating. They allege that they have not been paid till today. When you deal with the issue of when you submit to us a report, you don't have to answer that now. When you give to us a report on the disciplinary hearings, also just include the court cases related to IR matters that the city has dealt with, and how many of them has the city won. Because there is an allegation that some people get purged frivolously and the city loses cases, but we need some factual evidence to conclude if there is a fact. There is an issue of the alleged allegations around sexual harassment that was towards the city manager by a DCM. I'm interested in the process flow of handling that matter. As far as I'm aware, it's been concluded, but allegations are that, one, the city manager was not suspended despite those serious allegations. Number two, a subordinate of the city manager in legal services was tasked to appoint a legal firm to investigate the city manager. You can confirm if that is true or not, but I would find that very odd. There is also an allegation relating to the CFO that you've got your wife working indirectly under you in the same cluster, appointed in the same cluster that you are responsible for. If you can just also advise if that is accurate and is being promoted to report to the head that reports to you. I just need to confirm if that is true. And what will be the conflicts of interest thereof. There is an issue relating to the funded vacancies. The last time I checked, there were over 4,000 funded vacancies in each municipality, and they were not even at senior management level.
Round up.
Yes. They were not even at senior management level. These were posts relating to GAs, senior clerks, and all of that. And if you can advise, what is the state of the funded vacancies currently? And why are there no means to expedite it given the high unemployment rate in Ethekwini? Let me pause there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
No, ngiyabonga Khabazana. Ngiyaqala ucishe kube covered. No, umuntu abulise umkhandlu waseThekwini. No, nama ngizoba mude Khabazana. I think one, I just want to check in line with the way in which you issue business licenses, especially to the informal economy. I see a lot eThekwini mawuhamba lapha nje uyabona especially lapha ngaphandle banama tuck shop kakhulu lapha kade edolobheni. I want to check, do you give them informal and formal trading licenses given obviously the applicable act in South Africa? I wanted to check that first. Secondly, I want to check in the implementation of your bylaws. We must first appreciate that. I think there was a year, I think it should have been last year or so, there was a year, man. Ethekwini as a city was really not looking good. I think you have really improved well. When you look around South Beach and everywhere now, there is a serious improvement that is visible that you can see. But I want to ask a special part one as a CS community, community because I'm asking this because I want to ask in terms of your bylaw implementation plan. How does it get to a point whereby and it's unsafe, and what is your plan to deal with such instances, because that's how criminality is brought. And lastly, there have been concerns, especially around young people, have been raising this thing as with eThekwini municipality in instance. So I just want to ask if perhaps would it be true or people are just, there have been this thing that in eThekwini, especially laba bomdabu assembly, there is just a chain of command yakhona uyakwazi ukuthi afike be-intern yakho uma umuntu omnyama uthi uyaphaphamaka kusasa usekuphephe. Is this true? Because I believe that it's important that, especially for young people that have been raising these things, we must ask for them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have got 4 very specific questions. I've asked the Mayor and the MM to please just take specific notes because I really would like specific answers. I'd like to greet you. You are my neighbours. We live in the same suburb as me in Durban. Like my colleagues here, I'm very passionate about eThekwini, and I've been around a long time. In fact, I was a councillor there in 2013. So my first point is, in 2013, the council contemplated the purchase of an SAP accounting system to be the revenue management system at a cost of 150 million rand. Mike Sutcliffe at the time said, no, we will find our own solution. It ended up costing 1 billion rand. And Mayor Kaba, you know it doesn't work. In fact, the other day, there was an article where you said, we are making improvements. So clearly that's a concession that it doesn't work. My question to you is, what is the assurance here on the 27th of January 2026 that in a year's time or 2 years' time, we're not going to have spent another 1 billion and still have a system that does not really work properly? That's my question to you as the political head of the municipality. The second question is, 1.53 billion rand was allocated by National Treasury. It was the Municipal Disaster Management Grant in March 2023. 1.53 billion. Mid-year last year, there was a huge complaint that a lot of grants had not been spent. I would just like to have you've got your CFO here. You know my expectation from a scope point of view. You should have the figures at your fingertips. How much money has been spent of that 1.53 billion in terms of restoring infrastructure in eThekwini? I ask because Chelinyama, where 11 cottages in Ward 15, where 11 cottages were washed away, is still waiting for the city to come and dig out the last 4 people that died. 10 people died in that. 4 people in 2026 are still somewhere there. So please give me a correct, accurate answer of how much of the 1.53 billion has been spent on actual disaster infrastructure recovery and repair. Then we get on to revenue water. Sorry, before that, the action plan from the courts, we all know that's a common cause. When will you complete that action plan? Maybe that's a question for you. You say the action plan is there, we are already doing some of it. Give us an estimate that we know what the action plan is, we're already doing some of it, we will achieve the end of that action plan by such and such a date. I'm asking you to give the people of eThekwini today an assurance that you have got a plan and it will end at that time. All right? Then, finally, the issue of water revenue, non-revenue.
Let's round up.
Yes, I'm going to round up. This is very important. Please, I've been waiting since 8 o'clock to do this.
No, we don't debate that. We round up.
Okay. eThekwini purchased approximately 1.1 million kilolitres a day from Moyamgani. That costs around about approximately 11 rand a kilolitre. That works out to 12.1 million rand a day. We lose 59% of that. That works out to 7.1 million rand a day. If you times that by 365, we are losing in non-revenue water 2.5 billion rand a year. Now, the problem is you're going to say that non-revenue, it's still also indigent water, but there are no meters at standpipes. So you can't tell me of the 2.5 billion that you're losing, which is non-revenue to indigent and which is just lost.
You've gone past the time, sorry.
Chairperson, you are being so irregular. I'm making a very important point here. The infrastructure of eThekwini requires a 2% investment in the value of the infrastructure here.
So
We're
this
losing
meeting must
2.5
wait
million a
until
year.
when you argue with me, every member here has been given 2.5 minutes. You are at 4.5. We're 4
You didn't
minutes.
tell
4.5.
you didn't tell me that.
No, no.
Okay, Chairperson, I can see what's happening. You're covering for your municipality. I understand.
No, you're out of order. Listen,
Well,
you're
you can say what you
Chair,
want.
on a point
You are
of
out
order.
of order. You are out of order.
Chair.
Look at the watch, okay? Don't misbehave,
Chair.
right? And you're not going to get a privilege here. You are going to stick to the rules, okay?
Chair,
This
on a
member-
point of order.
No, just wait. Let me deal with the member.
I am raising
No,
a point
wait.
of order.
You will get your time.
Chairperson,
You are going to get your time.
you are
I'm
not,
saying to
you are biased.
you are out of order. Wait, I'm going to give you
You
your
are
opportunity.
also out of order, Chair.
I'm just explaining this. You have had 4.5 minutes. Every member has been stopped at 2.5 minutes. At the most, they would have had 3 minutes. And I have to be fair to everybody, okay? So you can't argue like that to me. If you want to follow up, you can follow up when we get the time. If there's no time, we're going to cut. And the honorable members are the ones who keep sending messages that we must keep to the time. Now, if I want you to stick to the time, you want to create a political argument. It doesn't exist. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes for everybody. Yes, your point of order.
Chairperson, the point of order is the program is scheduled until 7 o'clock, 1900 hours. We still have 35 minutes. The other point of order is, when we were
So
with
what's
the
the point of
previous...
order? What is the point of order on
The
that?
point of order is we're not running out of town at the moment.
No, that's not the
And
point.
the other point of order...
No, that's not.
And the
That's
other
out
point
of order.
Chair,
That is out of order.
when we had the previous municipality, we spent a lot of time, over and over and over. Lots of people could ask
No,
questions.
if you want to chair this meeting, you can do so.
No,
Let
Chair,
me tell
I am
you-
a member of this meeting.
If he wants to come back, he can do so. But you can't stop me from stopping.
And Chairperson,
Everybody's got the
you-
time. I
you
have the
cannot
time
protect
here.
certain
No,
municipalities.
I've got the time. Please obey. We have got the time here.
I don't have to obey anybody. I'm a member of this.
Chair, I think
Just-
to remind each other that we only elected one chair in this committee. And as members of this committee, we do have confidence in you. It can't be that when we have sticked into the rules of how are we going to run the meeting and then someone want to clown in this meeting. We are all adults, we
I'm
have
sick and tired of
responsibility.
this.
If you are sick and tired, you know what to do.
Chair,
You can
you
go-
know what to do. Did you recognize Honorable Dereko? No,
you-
you didn't,
Out of
but she
order.
started speaking.
If you want to,
as
if you
always.
are out, if you are sick and tired, go complain to the speaker.
I will.
I'm going to maintain order in this meeting, and there's no privilege. So when I said stop, you stop. You are at 2.5 minutes. At that time, you were at 2.5 minutes.
I'm not a
And
child.
no,
and
just.
nobody in
We're not
this,
going to waste time with this.
Nobody in this committee
No.
deserves to be treated like a child. Thank you.
There is no member who can contest. If I say two time is up, you can't contest it. I'm counting here. You can't. Just settle down.
Because you determined this program on your own. Is that the reason?
Chair, you have made the ruling. Can we please stick to your ruling?
We're proceeding. We're proceeding. And let me say to you, members, the reason why I've got a stop order is because everybody must get the same opportunity. When I did this team, this side, they went through, they had the time, I gave them time limits, they came back second time. The same members were making noise. We're not going to have that. Let's proceed. If we've got time, we can come back, but don't insist. We've got a time limit here that I've set for you. So no one's going to have a privilege here. Let's continue. Please give us your response. We haven't come to the end of the meeting. Even if we went past it, if there's need to extend, we will do so. Okay? Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The issue of the councillors that have been charged, the Speaker requests to be able to start with this one, and through you, can I hand it over to him?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Greeting to you and all our Hlonishwa. Thank you very much. Yes, I can confirm that I am aware of only 2 councillors who have been charged, who are attending the court. But unfortunately, in terms of the regulations, Schedule 7 in the Municipal Structures Act, we don't have authority as council to deal with councillors who have been criminally charged. Our code of conduct only limit us in dealing with councillors that have misbehaved within the municipality or council. Those councillors are being processed by SAPS and the justice system. We don't have authority over such councillors, but I am aware of those councillors, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The billing system has been probably raised 3 times in the second round, so I'm going to request the CFO to deal with that because the responses will interface. Honorable Member Mkhalipi, the leaks are a big concern. We have a program which we call War on Leaks, where we have mobilized the communities to also assist in reporting those through a dedicated WhatsApp group. The challenge that we've had in the city was the poor response from our own officials. In certain instances, they would respond a couple of days after the leak was first raised, and we've decided to instill discipline through consequence management. We literally discipline them for wasteful expenditure, because from the time they heard about the leak to the time where they fixed it, we count the leak rate by checking the velocity of the leak, and then we multiply that by the number of the liters that we assume may have been wasted over a particular period of time. Now there is improvement, but not necessarily 100%. The metropolis corruption, it's always been spoken about in the social media, and we really are saying to people, can you please come forward with evidence so that we can be able to open a case if it's something that requires a case to be opened and be able to deal with it. But if it is a hearsay matter, it becomes very difficult. But we still really are saying we would welcome people coming and complaining with conclusive evidence to us. And we have also appointed a new executive director by the name of Begim Kize. He will also put a very close eye to that situation. The DSW, the challenge with a DSW, we do acknowledge that, and also this honorable member is also being raised in a number of platforms by very high influential people about the state of improvement, but we do acknowledge we are not 100% there. We would like to really continue to focus on the townships in particular. In the CBD, we do understand that it is in that particular block between West Smith, that particular one where there is a concentration of the informal traders. We are trying to deal with that. The water tankers, what the member calls air mats, we really would like to zoom into that because we have a combination of how we are responding. We are not only providing water tankers, which is a very expensive process. We have bought our own as the city, but we are also identifying boreholes for us to be able to deal to mitigate the issue where we can't reticulate water. So these are some of the programs that we have put in place. The community of homelessness has also come out 3 times. I think, honorable members, this is a problem that you cannot just march metropolis, take them and dump those people somewhere. You need an integrated response. There are organizations that represent or that are the advocates of these people, organizations like the Dennis Haley Center and so on. So we have to come up with a solution, which we are starting to do now in terms of the stakeholder mobilization. We are building a home out in South, in Ilovo, called Esakitemba. It's only going to accommodate a fraction of those people, but we want to replicate it in the west, in the north, to ensure that at least those that want to be integrated with their families, they get the medical care, they're exposed to opportunities for training so that they are integrated properly with the community. A large majority of them as well, we have since discovered, are foreigners. And basically, we then want to be able to deport those. Some are also fugitives from the law and so on. So that is part of the program. The part about Section 32 of the MFMA, what's this question about? Oh, yes.
If you want them to say something, give them the mic so that we can finish. But we can't wait for you to finish whispering to each other. If you miss something, pass it to him to talk.
Apologies, Chairperson. I'm going to request the CFO to respond to that. Then, in terms of the water tankers and how many are we, and how much money are we spending on that, we will come back to that. We still want to confirm with the team behind. The situation of Inchanga, Honourable Member, we are very much aware of it, but without telling a very long story, the national department, which is the authority responsible for water bodies in the country, they generally set a limit to what can be extracted from the system. Now, in that particular part of the world, which really are affected by a George Dale Reservoir, that particular limit has been on an ongoing issue there, particularly because they were trying to prevent communities up in the stream from being deprived of water. So we do an intermittent supply of water, but it cannot be as it is the case in the formal establishments like Hammersdale and stuff like that. So it is, we are working very hard to also identify some alternative sources of water. In dealing with illegal immigrants, it requires the whole of government response. It requires Home Affairs, it requires Metro Police, it requires social development, which some of them are non-core mandates to the city. We are working very hard every time. We arrest them, we take them through to South African police. However, we find that they are released by the next day because the Lindelas, it takes time to be able to take them there. So we do have those particular challenges, but under the Presidential Etegwini Working Group, we are working together as the whole of government to find a lasting solution to this problem of illegal immigrants. The billing the CFO will deal with. The relationship between SALGA and COCTA is very good, particularly with COCTA. As I say that we get this particular support all the time, whether we are employing senior executives, COCTA support us about ensuring that we don't miss some of the aspects of following the law. And as I'm saying that we have a 154 support that is resident within the city, we do have that particular good relationship. With SALGA, it's also fairly good. They are fighting some of the cases with us, such as the wage upper limits for senior managers. The percentage of the wage bill versus revenue, CFO will take that. How much is owed by Ingonyama Transport, Shenge, CFO will take that. The conflict of interest, he will also take that. Let me speak to the Club Med situation. I must highlight that I work with them on the catalytic projects all the time. And one of the things they've raised was that they've been working on that site for the last 25 years. And the reason why they chose that particular site is because it is still pretty pristine. It's closer to the Big Five Nature Reserve up in the north. So they wanted something that is exotic, natural, unclouded by massive development. That is the only reason they said to us they didn't choose eThekwini. I didn't think it was about the quality of water. Our mayor really has been doing everything, pushing project transparency, ensuring that we account to our respective portfolio committee and setting the tone from the top. In fact, in my performance contract, I have targets that relate to me dealing with issues that Auditor General has raised, and I've passed that on to the senior executive. So the city is setting the right tone, particularly the mayor, insofar as the issues that are raised by Auditor General are concerned. The issue of the city being dirty, we've dealt with that. I want to, the charged officials or the officials that have serious allegations against them that have not been charged. As far as I'm concerned, we have charged all those where allegations have been brought against us. But I must also say, honorable members, we've got a bigger problem of social media delinquents where they can just pick a person and say he has done A, B, C, D, E without really providing any evidence to enable us to act. The CFO here, his wife, yes, she works in the city, but she was employed before the CFO came. And even the issues of a promotion, we will have to draw the solid lines to prove that he influenced her promotion and stuff like that. And where I'm sitting, we've never received anything of that particular nature. And the point about the persistent staffing shortages, the 58% that was spoken about, we engaged AG on this point. It was inclusive of the posts that were in the organogram, but were not funded. Whilst we were dealing with the restructuring, those posts, we will ultimately remove them. I'm happy to report that we've got the highest concentration of professional engineers, 128, more than any other municipality, but the 50% of them are in water and sanitation. So we've made that a particular point. Informal businesses owned by foreigners, I haven't got that particular split. We can favor the committee with those ones. CFO will talk on the plumbers and the outstanding payment for contractors. Sexual harassment
So
against the
what's the issue about illegal foreigners? What don't you have?
What they were saying was that how many
spaza shops,
informal business. Yes, how many informal businesses are owned by the illegal foreigners vessels?
That's fine. Proceed.
The local people. I'm going to request the mayor to answer the sexual harassment against me because I can't be self-prophesying. I've spoken to the vacancies, spoken about the homeless people. I'm not going to comment on the Asians and their behavior in the workplace. I think I haven't experienced something of that nature. I rather engage the member further if it is required or if it is a complaint. The self-accounting system, the CFO, will respond the amount of money that was paid by National Treasury to us, the 153, how much we've spent and how are we dealing with it. The action plan, Honorable Member Browser said, we are going to be completing it according to the court order's determination by the 18th of February. This is a direct response. We are pulling out from any potential expenditure to be able to generate the 2 billion rands that we are hoping in 3 years' time we'll be able to spend the 3 billion rands and be able to comply with the court order and determination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. The responses are as follows. As far as the queries that we get on a day-to-day basis, on average, we're getting 800, and we deal with about 85% of those within 7 days. Some of them are complex, where sometimes we have to send plumbers to verify meters and test them. And then with respect to our non-revenue water, as at end of June last year, last financial year, we're at 58%. We're now at 52%. That is due to various initiatives as per the turnaround plans that are being initiated. And those initiatives include the replacement of meters, upgrading of our infrastructure, and so forth. And then regarding our billing system, the main challenges as far as billing system are concerned is the issue of the estimate. And as already indicated by Babu Mayor, there's an app that we are using in order to ensure that on a monthly basis, we capture the accurate actual readings. But at the same time, we've capacitated ourselves to ensure that our meter reading is close to 90% on a monthly basis for both electricity and water. Regarding the system itself, the system is billing accurately. The challenge, as I've said, normally is your input when you investigate those queries. The other main challenge is with respect to the leaks that sometimes you'll find within private properties. What the council has done recently, they've approved a policy where people can be able to, once they've fixed the leaks, they can be able to come with an application form to us so that those are written off, provided there is plumber's report. How we dealt with the 6 kiloliters, the legacy issues, those that could not afford, what really happened there, before we used to have a policy which says those people that are staying in properties below 250,000 should be given free 6 kiloliters. However, because we're not using one system for managing the 6 kiloliters, we're using two systems. When the valuation roll was reviewed, the values of properties increased, and the other system remained with the lower values. So as a result, we could not bill those people accurately. But when the matter was picked up by the AG, as the honourable member indicated, we then issued bill for indigent. We provided them with a write-off in terms of those. However, in the following financial year, we then lifted the 250 limit to 350 to ensure that those that were just outside the 250 are also benefiting. As far as the prevention of UIFW or unauthorized irregular fruitless, there is a UIFW reduction strategy that was approved by Council. As part of the strategy, some of the initiatives that we are implementing have already indicated the automation. The quotation process has been automated, the tendering has been automated, the issue of the conflict of interest. Our system is now linked to CS National Treasury System. We are able to pick up those, but as the city manager indicated, we do have a challenge as far as false declaration. With respect to that, those things are being investigated for consequence management. Regarding our wage bill, we are about our salary bill is about 26% of our total operating budget, which is within the norm, as the city manager indicated. We don't have any loans to staff, but in terms of our loan book, is about 9.7 billion, the monies that we get from our banks and other DFIs. With respect to the payroll, we acknowledge there were challenges as far as the payroll controls. However, from the 1st of March, there is a new system that we are implementing. That's why we frozen the appointment processes from November to December, because we are preparing to implement that new system, which will then eliminate some of the gaps that we had picked up during the review. The collusion between service providers and our staff, there are declarations that are required from our staff, and also, as I've said, there is automation of various controls to ensure that that collusion, that manual intervention is eliminated from the processes. Regarding the plumbers, yes, the plumbers, I met them yesterday. They came to our building. They complained about non-payment. We were supposed to pay them last week Friday, but because not all the supporting documentation was available, some were paid, some were not paid. So those that were not paid then came to our office, but I've engaged them, and as a result of that, they did not come back today, because I gave them the progress in terms of what really happened. And then coming to the RMS, the system that we are currently using was, I think, council resolution is dating back to 2004. There was that option between SEP and our own. We decided to go with our own. We spend, in terms of capex, we spend about 780 million. The rest of the money is related to operating. They are over 1 billion, you are correct. But as I speak, there is a program approved by council in terms of automation and improving our system, because as you can imagine, that system is 2004 system. We need to move with times. So we are currently busy implementing a new system. The budget for that system is about 260 million. However, the contractual arrangement compared to the 2004 arrangement is milestones based. So the service providers must deliver, and then we pay them on delivery. But in the past, it was time based. As a result, the cost escalated. Started at 150, as we've correctly indicated, to about close to 800 million. And then I think based on that contractual arrangement, we should not be able to get to $1 billion. With respect to the water tankers, we're no longer hiring water tankers. Past 2 financial years, council resolved to buy its own water tankers. Last year it was 100. The year before it was 99. We are now deploying our own water tankers. It's about 263 of them in total that we have. We're deploying in various areas depending on the demand.
Okay, whilst you're looking at that, we're going to just check the members if there's anything that needs to be revised or to be added upon.
Chair, just one piece.
I'll give you an opportunity. We'll get all the other members, we'll all come back, but just round up so that you can come back.
Just want to say on the sexual allegation case, and as the mayor acted in terms of the disciplinary regulations for senior managers, that upon receiving a complaint, I must then take it to council. Council appointed council mandated me to appoint an independent.
Bring it closer to your mouth, we can hear.
Yeah. Council appointed me or delegated to me to appoint an independent investigator. I appointed the independent investigator. He's an advocate of High Court. He also acting as a judge, especially in labor court. He was given 30 days in terms of the law within which to finish the investigations. And upon finishing the investigation, he submitted a report to me. I took it to council. Council accepted that report and it cleared the city manager of the allegations. Thank you so much.
Sorry, what was the allegation?
On sexual harassment.
Okay.
Correct.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Now, Mayor, we have an issue with this incorrect billing. I just want to take you to a matter that me and you have discussed over a while. It relates to Professor Reddy, who, because of this billing going up, has put up a second meter to actually check if your meter is correct. And in the one instance, you were indicating that your readings increased between October and February 2024. Between October 2024 and February, it sounded, at that time it was normal, and after that it went from 300 kiloliters to 900 kiloliters. And he said this is amount that's enough to fill a number of Olympic-sized swimming pools. Now, the problem is, when we raised the matter, what your team did, they came back and said they went to test the meter, if the meter was correct or faulty, but came back and said the meter was correct. The problem is that he's got a second meter that he's checking, and he's got a variance at that. Now, I'm worried that something has gone wrong here. So now I'm saying we need to find another way of verifying this matter. The matter was referred to the minister, and the minister came back with the information that you gave us, which is not different. So, but we know that the matter is not resolved. So I would like you to deal with that matter as a matter that it's not just a matter of saying we've checked this and that's the end, because no one can explain the large volumes that are actually being charged. So I would like you to look back at that matter again. The issues that have been raised here, there's one problem. You keep raising the fact that you've got the highest informal settlement in the province, but in reality is, do we have a long-term plan to eliminate? And that is what we would like you to address us on. Now, please note that you'll come back with a response to that. I'm going to give each members here 1.5 minutes to deal with the issues that are not properly answered, or there's a follow-up. Let's start with Honorable Mkhalipi.
No, thanks, Chair. Mayor and the team, the issue of water, the takeaway, and the issue of the DSW, I didn't hear you properly how to address that, because it's a huge concern. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would just like the municipal manager to possibly indulge us here. The water and electricity losses that we are talking about here, Financial year 2023-2024, 1.99 billion and 1.72 billion respectively. 2024-2025, 2.1 billion and 1.91 billion. And then I'm alluding to that, Chair, because you are speaking now to an issue where there's a billing crisis, where the billing is haywire. Now, I want to ask the municipal manager, with MM, could this billing issue of the large variances in the billing issue and that everyone is complaining about, especially with the water losses, not be connected to this problem that you have of this exorbitant water losses that the municipality is experiencing? Because the 2 billion rand per annum water losses, that's a lot, that's too much. And I would like to believe that a lot of the issues that the people are experiencing in as far as water losses are concerned emanate from that. And now the people have been asking us that, is the municipality not trying to cover their water losses by billing innocent people who have not done anything? Please indulge us on that, MM. And then lastly, rounding up, Chair, what issues are perpetuating the non-issuance of title deeds to the residents in Trenance Park, Waterloo, Mount Moriah, Phoenix, and surrounding areas in Durban?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just follow up with one of the matters. I just follow up now with this principal and said this matter still has not been resolved. It's a Durban South primary issue relating to the water bill. In December, their December bill doubled. They normally pay around 22 to 26,000. And in January, they received a bill of 56,000 when the schools were closed. So I've tried to ventilate this issue to the municipality. At some point, I think I got occupied with that. I just want you guys to follow up on it, because I don't think also it's accurate. They don't think it's accurate, because it can't be that when schools are closed, the bill doubles to 56,000. It's a public school, they don't afford literally to pay. Government is not putting through SNTs on time and all of that. The question that was not answered relates to the funded, or I may have not had, the funded vacancies currently. I said the last time I checked, around 4,000 or so on average, and this does not relate to senior posts, your general posts. I want to understand how many funded vacancies does the municipality have? And what has always puzzled me is, why is the municipality not putting an interim intervention plan to ensure that these posts are filled within a particular time frame? Because there's high unemployment, and if you speak about 4,000 households that could get a breadwinner, that would be helpful. The last two quick follow-up questions relates to, thanks for the response on the sexual harassment matter. I just wanted to understand the process flow. So you're saying that the subordinate of the CM was never involved, which is the head legal as alleged. I note your response, and thank you for that. And in terms of the wife of the CFO,
Round up.
Yeah, I'm rounding up, Chair.
No debate, please, round up.
Okay, so you are saying that she was appointed before the CFO joined. I know that the CFO was once with the municipality before which joining? The first time when he was with the municipality, or the second time when he joined as the CFO?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't hear the answer on the municipal disaster management grant. The 1.53 billion received in March 2023.
Sorry.
How much has been spent?
Just pull your thing a bit closer.
My apologies, Chair. Then the point I was trying to make is very simple, and I'm trying to be helpful. When you evaluate how much maintenance you need to do on your water reticulation system, you first need to value it, and then you need to assign 2% of your budget to the maintenance of that. So the question is, I wasn't able to finish. Have you valued the water reticulation system of Etigrini, which will be able to determine how much that 2% is? And then I'm arguing that if we spent that money, we wouldn't be losing the 2.5 billion rand a year. And I'm very, very grateful that you've reduced it to 52, but that's the argument I'm making. Let's spend money to save money in the long term. I'm sure you're aware, but we need to do that evaluation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I check with eThekwini, before maybe I raise this issue, can I confirm that the two ladies at the back there are part of a delegation? May I confirm that? Those two ladies at the back, are they part of a delegation? Okay. No, I just wanted to check in terms of your organogram, because I'm worried about your composition. So how's your, in terms of senior management, if we could just clarify in terms of gender equity, how many women in terms of your composition, in terms of senior management and the second layer and so forth, because I'm worried about the composition as a Chegwini. Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay, that's the last time. We're going to be getting the response and then closing. Okay, please. You got 1.5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to follow up, my questions on the disputes was not answered. And I see that a number of members are raising various specific issues. And I think if you had a proper dispute system in place and people got responses, then we wouldn't have so many issues that are outstanding that people would raise. I think that the public needs to understand what mechanism you have in place and whether they will be able to get some sort of response, because there's too many issues and disputes that have been lodged for a number of years and have had no response. So I think that is something fair that we are asking of the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. May we have the responses?
Yes, no, thank you very much. And I must say that the debt relief incorporated a dispute resolution mechanism as part of that. And in the first debt relief, I was integrally
Your mic is a
involved.
bit distant.
Thank you very much. In the first relief early in the year, because we had to reintroduce it because of the take-up was too low. I was part of that process where we took our staff right down to halls, different halls, Sizakala centers, that if you, here we have a relief, but if you are still disputing your bill, there is the person to go to who must look at your matter. And the good thing is that at that time, you would have all the services provided. And if you don't receive joy from this one, you move to the next one, you'll be referred to the next person and so forth. And of course, not all issues were resolved. I think there's one that the chair has actually raised. Not all issues were resolved, but that then remains for our team to isolate and then develop a specific response to some of these matters. The issue that the chair is raising will fall into that one. And there's another one that was raised about the school doubling the bill. So sometimes we are quick to say the bill has doubled. And forget that before you look at your bill, that's what I normally do. I go to my meter. I knew that my meter last month, this was the record. This month, this is the record. And I monitor my meter. And I can tell you when there's a spike. If there's a spike, there's going to be a spike in the bill. Now, instead of people also going to check their meters, they simply just complain about the spike. And they only get satisfied when we take them to their meter and then give them the rundown of how their meter has been performing over time. And you'll be surprised, most of the school principals don't know where the meters of the schools are. You go to a school, you ask principal, show me where the water meter is. He doesn't know, but he's complaining about high bills. I'll leave it at that. And maybe the next point that I wanted to raise, and when I said the matter, I think there's a question of their subordinate, whether the subordinate were involved. Of course, when it comes to signing documents appointing a service provider, I will not get involved. It will be, I will be assisted by a member of staff to do that job. But the whole process was supervised myself, and I handled it, except insofar as it relates now to entering into procurement processes, as it were. And the issue keeps coming back on the cleanliness. I think there's a question, there's a comment that says, "Etegweni ngcolile." You show me the area that is dirty, you would say, give you my number. As you leave, send me the message, I'll go there just to see it myself. And I'm not saying we are squeaky, I'm not sure if it's a term, squeaky clean. I'm not saying that. There will be pockets where you'll find problems, but we are like a saint who keeps trying. We are really trying our best to resolve the problem. There's a question that was raised by Honorable Mkalipi on water and DSW and how we are addressing that problem. Maybe let's come back to you in writing because we thought we were dealing with that issue. For example, on the water, the non-revenue water, colleagues keep going back to it. I think the best way of satisfying this committee as a chairperson is when, for example, we say we have metered all water that goes to KwaXimba, and then come back and say KwaXimba cost us this much. Of the water that we are giving them, this is how much revenue we are getting from them. And we meter all the rural water that was the bulk water was supplying to rural areas. And the team is working on that metering program. The same thing with the informal settlement. We must meter them, even if we know we will not get any money from it. It will also assist to monitor if, say, at night there was a flow of water. We can then go back and say, if water was flowing at night, it means that there's a leak somewhere, and we are then able to intervene. So those are the steps we are taking, colleagues. There is money now available to meter all those places, and we're also replacing household meters that are 50 years and above. And because they are also failing, we're also replacing industrial meters that are 5 years and above, because they are also failing. Those are the steps we have taken to address this problem. And there's a huge pipe that we are building at 1.2 billion rand. It crosses from Reservoir Hills to Westville to Queenstown to Umlazi to Folweni, Chatsworth, and so forth. It services 1.2 million people. It's 1.2 billion rand. And I went there, I checked it, the progress. As if that pipe we are able to deliver it on time. I will come back. When I come back here, I will be telling you a different story. We are replacing a 70-year-old pipe, concrete pipe, and it had a lifespan of 50 years, but we stretched it beyond that, but we are working on it. It was a function of resources. So that's a southern aqueduct. We have also fixed the northern aqueduct as well. So we're now addressing the reticulation from our aqueduct to the household. We are replacing valves. There's a program to replace valves, so that because some valves are also failing us. But the elephant in the room is that water we are being kept to the agreed upon water level, but at least we're having a discussion with water. I thought I should, do you have a plan to eliminate informal settlement? There are shack lots, shack lots. There are shack lots. And people who are making money out of this business. Even when you remove people, Kabazet, you take them, you deliver them to a newly built house. Then the following day, there's a new person in that shack. Even if you destroy it, and at night they will rebuild the shack. Sometimes it's got to be, and unless themselves, yes, people want to be assisted, but there are people who are mining shacks for money. So it doesn't matter how much you do about the people who are on shacks right now. You remove them. But the shacks never disappear. I'm sure you know stories. We build houses, but the numbers keep growing. Well, like I said, people are attracted to the city, and they end up in shacks, and there's nothing we can do with it, except that we must keep trying. In fact, we are not, in Durban, we are dealing with a moving target. Because people keep coming. Every day we get new people coming to the city. Where do they stay? They stay in those shacks. The majority go into those shacks. So for as long as the city does well, it will remain attractive to new people. I'm not saying we're doing that well, but as long as we do something, people will remain attractive to the city. And I thought that the team would deal with the vacant funded post and so on. That is the only matter, Chair.
I didn't hear your last issue.
A vacant funded post. There was a question about it.
That's fine. Let them deal with it. And whilst I add that, please deal with the issue of the payment of the contractors who did the pit toilets in 2019. Sure. Include that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll request the CFO to start because most issues falls under him. Thank you.
Thank you. With respect to the water losses reported as an end of June 2024, that number is influenced by the estimate. So as we indicated earlier on, we are between 10 to 12% in terms of estimated account. So if our actual reading was lower in July, confirming for June, it means our water loss that is reported as 1.9 billion is then higher than expected. However, as already indicated by Babu Mayor, there are various initiatives that are being implemented, but there is an impact as far as that is concerned. The 1.53 billion, bulk of it over 1 billion related to the roads engineering, and then the balance was for human settlement and also water and sanitation, the pipes. We spent the full amount. That's why we were saying earlier on if COCTA can assist us with more, so that we can also deal with the court order that we received in December. Regarding the pit toilet, that matter was dealt with in line with our processes. However, after we had made some payments, we then received more claims. Whilst those claims were being investigated, we were informed that SIU is also looking into the matter. So we put our own investigation on hold until we hear from SIU. The overall vacancy rate is about 13.3%. I think the city manager will talk to the other matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CFO. I just want to latch very briefly on the point that His Worship has raised pertaining to the solution at Chairperson. We are engaging National Department of Human Settlements with a view to change the approach. In cities like eThekwini, where there is scarcity of land suitable for projects like human settlements, it is important that we need to start looking at densification. So we are looking at building high up and ensure that we achieve those densification levels so that our people don't end up in places like Etafuleni where they have to spend 40% of their disposable income traveling to their areas of employment. So we want to pilot it in a place like the Dakota Beach where there is already residual infrastructure from some of the factories that have closed down. So we are pushing this very hard because it is also about integrating our communities. It is also in keeping with our spatial development framework. And that is what we believe should be the solution going forward. Serviced sites with some basic planning and building control requirements, we are also looking at that so that we move away from providing houses on the periphery of the city. The issue of the non-issuance of title deeds, there are many reasons why that is the case. But the main ones relate to the issues of the deceased estate, where the families do not agree about who should be the heir to that particular estate. And that is responsible for a huge chunk. But then you have those that are affected by town planning issues, where people have gone and built extensions and the services also have been impacted. So we have a program that we are implementing to try to ensure that we trace these people as far as we possibly can do. We go to the radio stations, we write to the print media to try to invite people so that we hand over those particular title deeds to them. Then the issue of the funded vacancies in the municipality, I think the CFO has specifically spoken to that. We've got 24,750 employees in the city. Those positions that are vacant amount to about 3,400. They are funded. That honorable member represents 12.2%. According to the National Treasury norms, the norm is 12% of the total post, where it is advisable that you can keep some of them funded but not filled. Why would you keep some posts funded but not filled? There could be a number of reasons. One of them is that there is no immediate need for that particular position, or you are still doing productivity analysis, or you have just done the restructuring and you have not completed some of the levels, and therefore you want to wait and see instead of allocating that particular budget. That's why National Treasury allows a norm of 12%. And the last point is that government is not through employment of staff. That is not the way to solve job challenges. Local government has a responsibility to provide a conducive environment for local economic development, which will lead to job creation. So we can't solve the unemployment crisis by swelling the rents of government institutions. So that's why it is important that we are considering. Otherwise, we will bankrupt the municipality, Honorable Chair. I think the dispute mechanism on bills, did you, please?
Yeah, no, my apologies for that. There is a credit control policy. In terms of that credit control policy, there is a dispute mechanism. If a consumer has got a query on the bill, he is expected to, or she is expected to complete a dispute form, and he or she must indicate as to which amount is being disputed and the reason. The matter then is investigated. As I've said earlier on, we've got 7 days to deal with the matter. However, if it's complex, it takes longer than 7 days. Thank you.
Just one last thing, Chair, from the Honorable Member about the gender composition in the senior management. At Executive Director level, including the city manager, we've got 9 positions, only 2 of which are occupied by females. This is one area where we are not proud notwithstanding us having done well in the levels below, but at senior executive levels, we have failed woefully to be able to balance those particular targets, and there are many reasons for that. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, that doesn't end there. It ends when you tell us how you're going to address it.
Yes, I can, Chairperson. I was just mindful of time.
No, I didn't say there's a time problem. I say you must respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you. One of the things that we are doing, we've got a skills development program where we are targeting the employment of females in those particular positions. One example that comes to mind is in the area of building control and engineering. If you look at the levels below, today in eThekwini, the first African engineer in eThekwini is a female. Because of being aware that we need to be able to do that. The first African supply chain head, well, it's the second one, is the female. But insofar as the building control is concerned, we have identified those that we can take from tertiary institutions, incubate for 24 months to become the building inspectors, and we try by all means to push and ensure that we accommodate them when employment is concerned. Even when a promotion comes, we look from that particular core so that we ensure that over time we balance it out.
Okay. You know, your program is fine, but your argument is not correct. You cannot tell me that when you were appointed, and a few years before you were appointed, there would have been no female who has got the level of qualification equal to yours and equal to those who are senior colleagues of yours. So it cannot be that you still want to go to kindergarten, build them up, and then ultimately introduce them. Something was wrong in your recruitment process. That's what the fault is. It's not whether you've actually got some who are at tertiary level institution who are being trained as engineers, getting cum laude in the university, and therefore they'll be parachuted up. That's not the issue. The issue is that at this point, there are people who actually are of the requisite skills who are female. So I don't think that the solution you're bringing is a solution for this level. It's an ongoing program of supporting gender parity in the institution. But what you are explaining is somewhere down at that level management and lower. But it's not about this senior level. I think you need to go and look into it. I don't think we want to debate it. I'm just simply saying that your response is not accurate in relation to what you are solving as a problem. Because it creates an impression that you looked all over, you couldn't even recruit one, you couldn't find one. So I think when we deal with it, you must understand that the policy imperatives are actually serious to implement. You cannot come back and give an explanation that is not accurate, because it's not correct that you could have gone around and found no one. You can go around anywhere. There are top female managers with different levels of competency. So I think we mustn't be given an answer that creates an impression that we don't know what we're talking about. So it does need to be addressed, and I think we need to be at that point and not create an impression that, well, we've tried our best, there are no women. If you said that in 1993, 94, we could be excused, even though that was an excuse. So I'm saying your response is not helpful as such. Let's bring this matter to a closure, colleagues. Firstly, there's been a request here from the committees that we must get a list of the investigations that you have undertaken, both from point of view of general corruption that you pick up as well as UIFW, and therefore give us information about what has been acted upon, what are the consequence management, what has been dealt with in internal disciplinary process, and what has been dealt with in criminal justice system. When you've done that, you'll obviously share it and it must go via the provincial leadership. The MM says he has no idea what is the situation with the business permits for illegal immigrants. That was a question. You're going to have to investigate that and give us an answer so that it must not be, we don't know. The members just want to know what is happening because there's a flourishing of informal traders, and we want to know how many of them are actually illegal. Then the other issue which was raised, although I'm not sure, I'm going to request that the member should provide you with additional information. There is an issue of the homeless, the behavior of some of the homeless in the streets. I'm not sure what he's talking about. You did say you don't understand it. I do understand why you raise it. You don't have the details of it. So the member, I can't recall who was this, who raised this issue. All right. When you remember, you'll give us the details. I can't recall which of the members. I will check that. Then the other issue I've said, we still, Mayor, I would like you to relook at the issue of this billing. There's an increasing concern that we might be dealing here with a shortcut to trying to recover a huge bill of water losses. And it's, each time you listen, it sounds very much more like that. Now, you have raised an issue of people who don't check the meters, and therefore they complain about the increase in the billing. We wanted to address a situation of people who know the billing and are actually contesting your reading. And in that situation, we are actually thinking that your members should not just, fudge it by saying we've checked, we're fine. Because people who have got they've got pictures of the readings. Those readings are what they've got as a record.